I feel awful. I feel so awful. The snow fell heavily, and the bitter wind pierced through the air. Jiang Chen lay on a broken stretcher, carried out of the coal mine by two middle-aged men. The fierce wind and blinding snow smacked against him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, yet the intense suffocation in his chest felt like it was filled with burning coals, bringing excruciating pain. Shut up. Pneumoconiosis is untreatable. Soon, I'll toss you to the dogs. Let's see if you still feel awful. Jiang Chen wanted to struggle, but he couldn't muster any strength. Despair washed over his face. 5 years ago, without warning, the global temperature suddenly plummeted. Snow kept falling endlessly, and the icebound apocalypse descended, with the global human death rate surpassing 95%. Aside from a few survivors who chose to stay home and endure, most survivors migrated to energy-rich places like volcanic craters, nuclear power plants, and large coal mines, just to scrape by. At that time, Jiang Chen was just a poor student working part-time at a supermarket. After the apocalypse struck, he relied on his knowledge of the supermarket to seize many supplies and hid at home, struggling to survive. But good times didn't last long. 3 months later, a group of bandits broke down his door, robbing him of all his supplies and dragging him to a large coal mine to work as a slave. In the underground coal mine, smoke and dust swirled everywhere. He could only eat half a bun a day and worked for 16 hours, with any laziness resulting in beatings. Under this dual torment of mind and body, he finally broke down and fell ill. Woof! Woof! The barking of hungry hunting dogs grew closer, and the fear on Jiang Chen's face escalated. With a sneer from the two middle-aged men, the stretcher he lay on was suddenly flipped over, as if he were just trash tossed into a dog pen. Thud! He crashed onto the cold concrete floor, his thigh and arm twisted and deformed from fractures. Before he could catch his breath, countless sharp teeth lunged at him, tearing into him. His throat was bitten open, and his insides were ripped apart. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Pain! It hurt so much. Jiang Chen's consciousness faded little by little, and the light in his eyes gradually vanished. Just like that, he died in the freezing cold wind. However, in the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from a chair. Cold sweat drenched his clothes, and the hellish pain seemed to echo on his body. What's happening? Didn't those beasts toss me into the dog pen? He gasped and wiped the sweat from his forehead, slowly scanning the surroundings before he was shocked to realize he was in the supermarket where he had worked part-time before the apocalypse. I've been reborn. He stood up excitedly. Ignoring the surprised looks from those around him, he strode directly to the shelves, grabbing 4 or 5 bottles of yogurt and 2 big bags of ham, and began to gorge himself. The deliciousness that filled his taste buds brought him to tears. So refreshing. This is just so refreshing. This utterly ordinary junk food was a delicacy that even the top people wouldn't dare touch during the apocalypse. Now that the apocalypse had not yet arrived, as long as he had some time, he could create a safe house that belonged solely to him. With plenty of resources, a lifetime without worries about food and drink. Even he could keep 2 delicate beauties in his safe house to serve him, dressing, cooking, and warming his bed. This is how life should be lived. After eating until his stomach was painfully full, Jiang Chen finally stopped stuffing himself with food. Contentedly letting out a big burp, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a shattered brand phone. With a slight swipe of his finger, he opened the calendar on the phone. October 3, 2050. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows. According to his memory, the first drop in temperature before the apocalypse occurred on October 6, 2050. In other words, there were still 3 days left until the frozen apocalypse arrived. Jiang Chen's body, which had just become excited. Like a deflated ball, he slumped down, his entire body collapsing into the chair. Internet Cafe Grassland. In just 3 days, how would he build a safe house for the apocalypse? How could he live comfortably in the end of the world? Right now, he was just a poor university student, orphaned and without support. This feeling of falling straight from the clouds into hell left him completely drained. Making up his mind, he thought to himself that even if he starved to death or jumped from the building, he would rather not go through that inhuman suffering again in the apocalypse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the nuclear fusion snowmobile system. The apocalypse is coming. With the nuclear fusion snowmobile, the apocalypse will be your backyard. Please accept, host. Ha? Nuclear fusion? Snowmobile? System? Accept. Quickly accept. Jiang Chen stood up again from his seat, so excited he was almost going crazy. This feeling of going from the clouds to hell, and then from hell straight to heaven was so thrilling, he couldn't get enough of it. He never expected that not only did heaven give him a rebirth, but also sent him a system. It was truly as if the heavens had eyes. By the way, what was most lacking in the frozen apocalypse? That would definitely be energy. Without energy, even if you had food, in the end, you'd just be a bloated ice corpse. But with nuclear fusion, an almost limitless energy source, even if you drilled a hole in the sea and went fishing, it would be hard to starve to death. The arrival of the system made Jiang Chen's desire for life reach its peak. Host has confirmed acceptance. Nuclear fusion snowmobile system loading 01%. 02%. While Jiang Chen was immersed in watching the system loading screen, a middle-aged man with a flowered arm tattoo and short hair walked over, looking displeased. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? What's all this pain? Have you played too much of that fuego? It's work time. You're jumping around like a monkey. The person was none other than Jiang Chen's boss, Brother Long, the owner of this supermarket. Brother Long usually treated employees terribly, cutting their wages at the slightest provocation, and when he scolded someone, it was right in their face. Jiang Chen had suffered many losses under his hand. Of course, after the apocalypse arrived, his fate was equally tragic. Because he was the supermarket boss, within a month, a large group of hungry scavengers had gathered. But Brother Long was stubborn, refusing to hand over any of the supplies in the supermarket, and in the end, he was dragged into the street and beaten to death by the scavengers. Thinking about this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Jiang Chen. Are you listening to me? If you can work, then work. If you can't, then get lost. Got it? Brother Long started scolding Jiang Chen fiercely, and the surrounding employees and shoppers all gathered to watch the commotion, occasionally laughing quietly. Jiang Chen remained silent, glancing at Brother Long with a sidelong look but didn't respond. Because in his eyes, this lively Brother Long was already a dead man. Jiang Chen, what's with that look? Let me tell you, you're nothing but a filthy dog doing odd jobs. Get the hell out of here. Also, I'm cutting your wages by 60%. No bonuses for you, now go settle up and get lost. The surrounding laughter grew louder. Jiang Chen was getting a little impatient. He had only ignored Brother Long earlier because he had thought about how Brother Long would be dead in a month. But now, to dare continue being so relentless. It was truly lawless. Ignoring the mocking expressions of the crowd, Jiang Chen silently walked towards the kitchenware area, casually picking up a kitchen knife and hiding it behind his back. He returned and slapped it across Brother Long's face. The speed wasn't fast, but there was no hesitation. So much so that the kitchen knife was already pressed against Brother Long's neck, and only then did the crowd realize what had happened. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. Brother Long's expression turned dramatic. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, his eyes showing no fear or anger. There are only indifference. It was as if Brother Long in his hands was no different from a chicken that could play basketball. Someone like him, who had crawled out of the hellish apocalypse and seen countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, had long since become numb to the passing of life. Now I give you two choices. Either pay the 3 months of wages you owe me, along with severance and bonuses, or I will chop you to death right now. Choose one. The crowd around them was startled. No one expected Jiang Chen, this honest and poor college student, to do such a thing. Of course, many of them weren't afraid at all, thinking Jiang Chen was just bluffing. How could he scare Brother Long, who had been through so many years of society's struggles? Everyone was waiting to see what method Brother Long would use to teach this young, inexperienced poor boy a lesson. But what they didn't expect was that this so-called mighty Brother Long, who was supposed to be experienced in society, actually backed down. Brother Long, the tattooed man, had indeed mixed with society in the past. Perhaps to others, Jiang Chen was just a naive kid, and someone like him couldn't possibly be able to kill anyone. But to Brother Long, Jiang Chen's actions were terrifying. On one hand, this naive kid really dared to kill someone just because they didn't get along. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's cold, indifferent eyes, like looking at a dead person, made Brother Long's heart tremble. Even a serial killer wouldn't have such a terrifying gaze, right? Brother Long backed down. His body involuntarily took a step back. Don't get excited. We can talk about this, we live in a civilized society, don't start waving weapons. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Wave weapons? Civilized society? This was something coming out of the mouth of tattooed Brother Long? And it was aimed at a college student? The crowd was instantly confused. After they reacted, some people secretly called the police, while others, who were eager to stir up trouble, moved closer, and Brother Long stood there, helpless and unsure what to do. Jiang Chen smiled, continuing to ignore the shocked looks from the crowd, and said to Brother Long, "It's good that you're sensible. I won't extort you. 3 months' wages, plus the severance and bonuses you owe me, a total of 18,000 yuan. Give it to me, and I'll leave right now." As he spoke, he lifted the kitchen knife again. "Here, I'll give it to you now." Brother Long knew he was in the wrong. He had no reason to withhold 60% of the wages and bonuses, and even if he told people outside, no one would sympathize with him. He could only resent himself for running into a tough opponent this time. But in his heart, he had already decided that once the storm from this matter passed, he would make this young man experience what it's like to face the iron fist of society. Jiang Chen quickly received the money Brother Long transferred, put down the kitchen knife, and leisurely walked toward the door as the crowd looked on in astonishment. Ding! Nuclear fusion snow vehicle system has loaded successfully. The vehicle has a free storage compartment. The host can store real-world items in the vehicle. This money came at just the right time. Jiang Chen walked out of the supermarket, the warm sunlight making him feel completely comfortable. The wide street was bustling with people, many of them wearing content smiles on their faces. Everything was so beautiful. But he knew this would soon be a thing of the past. In 3 days, this place would become a frozen hell, where human lives would be as cheap as grass. He stood on the street, using his mind to activate the system that had just finished loading. Suddenly, everything in front of him went dark. A giant snow vehicle with 4 tracks, entirely gray and white, slowly appeared in his mind. The data showed it was 5 meters high, 4 meters wide, and 16 meters long. And the daily nuclear fusion fuel consumption was only 1 liter of pure water. Jiang Chen was shocked. He never expected the so-called nuclear fusion snow vehicle would be such a giant monster. And it was so energy efficient. 1 liter of water? Isn't that equivalent to infinite energy? Then, like a floating camera in the air, he began to observe the snow vehicle from every angle, 360 degrees without any blind spots. The main color of the vehicle was light gray, and the only decoration on it was white spots that looked like snow. This optical structure allowed it to achieve near invisibility in the snow. Moreover, the exterior of the vehicle was not exaggerated, it looked like a large bus wrapped in armor. Yet, he could vaguely sense a hazy aesthetic of technology from it. If there was any vehicle that could be compared to it, it would only be the base vehicle from Red Alert. Jiang Chen's view gradually entered the interior of the vehicle, and he was immediately taken aback. Because the entire vehicle was like a movable small house. Inside, there were all kinds of furniture and appliances, living room, bedroom, bathroom, and everything one could need. Moreover, the vehicle had 2 floors, the space was allocated very reasonably. This super luxurious RV decoration left Jiang Chen, an impoverished boy, dumbfounded. As for the storage area in the vehicle, Jiang Chen suspected it was some kind of spatial black technology. Because almost all the space in this vehicle was filled with sofas, televisions, washing machines, and such. Yet the system prompted him that the idle storage space was actually as large as a basketball court. That was even bigger than the entire vehicle. What else could it be if not spatial black technology? He picked up a small stone, with a thought, the stone was placed into the vehicle's storage. He was instantly overjoyed. Indeed, it was spatial black technology. Doesn't that mean he was now just like those spatial powerhouses in novels? How exhilarating! Jiang Chen was excited for a long time before gradually calming down. Then he looked again at the basketball court-sized storage space and felt a bit troubled. Filling such a large space with supplies would require a hefty amount of money. Currently, besides the 18,000 that he just got from Brother Long, he had another 12,000 in savings. In total, that made just 30,000 yuan. But with a rough estimate, filling the entire storage with high-quality supplies would at least require a few million. Jiang Chen instantly felt a headache. This was the first time he realized how terrifying poverty could be. Even with such amazing black technology, things were still not coming easy. Jiang Chen didn't plan to waste any more time, his primary goal was to make money. He first took a taxi to his house in a rundown neighborhood and dug out the only inheritance his parents left for him, the house deed. Then he ran to the bank, used the deed as collateral, and secured a loan of 650,000. It wasn't that the house was worth that much, but to get the money as quickly as possible, that was all he could borrow. Immediately after, he started to cash out his online credit, borrowing 150,000 with a quick blink and shake of his head. But that wasn't all. Lai knew he also listed almost everything he could sell from his home on second-hand markets at cheap prices. He even listed the house for rent at a steep discount. Busy moving around, by dusk, Jiang Chen managed to gather over 900,000. And this was already all of his assets. But it was still far from enough. Jiang Chen lay tiredly on the sofa, and while feeling anxious, he thought of a crooked idea. That was Brother Long's supermarket storage. As a large supermarket in S-City, the goods in the storage were worth at least 5 to 6 million. In his past life, he survived for so long during the apocalypse by stealing things from there. Since he had already offended Brother Long, he wasn't afraid of offending him again. After all, when the apocalypse came, he would be driving his nuclear fusion snow vehicle around, and no one would be able to catch him. With his mind made up, he changed his clothes and headed back to Brother Long's supermarket in S-City. By the time he arrived at the supermarket entrance again, it was already dark outside. He didn't recklessly walk in directly, but found a hotel to stay nearby. He needed to come up with a perfect plan, ensuring that for at least 2 or 3 days, no one would trace him. Otherwise, getting caught before the apocalypse would be too foolish. The hotel was right across from Brother Long's supermarket, and Jiang Chen sat in a chair, sketching a simple map of the supermarket on paper. He marked the location of the cameras and detailed his plan for stealing from the supermarket. It wasn't until 4 in the morning that he finally fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already past 2 in the afternoon, and he stirred groggily. The first thing he did was check if the snowmobile was still in his mind, and if the outside was still cold and piercing. He was very afraid that all of this wasn't real. If he woke up and found that it was just a dream he had while working in the underground coal mine, he would go crazy. But thankfully, this wasn't a dream, the snowmobile was still there, and he had indeed been reborn. After a long sigh of relief, he looked toward Brother Long's supermarket. He found a banner was hanging, promoting a sale. Checking online, he discovered that yesterday's incident was exploited by Brother Long's competitor, making many consumers believe that Brother Long's supermarket was unsafe. So, to retain customers, Brother Long launched a big promotion. The entire supermarket was crowded with shoppers. Heaven is helping me. Jiang Chen smiled because the more people in the supermarket, the more perfect his plan became. After a simple takeaway meal, he patiently waited for night to fall, simulating the implementation process of his plan in his mind. By 7 at night, darkness had completely enveloped City S, and he put on a mask and a baseball cap, heading toward Brother Long's supermarket. There were still many consumers here, and Jiang Chen moved slowly through the crowd until he arrived in front of the supermarket's power distribution room. As a former employee of the supermarket, he was very clear about various loopholes within it. For example, the door to the distribution room was one of those loopholes. In fact, it couldn't be locked at all. With a strong pull, it could be opened. However, no one usually entered the distribution room, so Brother Long didn't bother to secure it. He seized the opportunity, pulled hard, and quickly slipped inside. He confidently approached the main electrical switch, pulled out the prepared graphite powder, and sprinkled it into the electrical box, a trick he learned in the apocalypse. As the switch dropped, the electric arc exploded like a blue spider web in the distribution box. Suddenly, the entire supermarket was engulfed in darkness. Screams echoed throughout the building. The crowd turned chaotic. Jiang Chen poured 2 or 3 bottles of honey into the switch before putting on his prepared night vision goggles and heading to the supermarket's warehouse location. Since there often were workers entering the warehouse, he was even clearer about its loopholes, so he simply wrote a "No Entry for Customers" sign at the door and hadn't even locked it. During this massive chaos in the supermarket, definitely no employees would come here, so he boldly sneaked in while it was dark. When he looked at the empty warehouse and the wide variety of goods with his night vision goggles, his eyes gleamed with greed. He reached out and grabbed a large box of beef canned goods, stuffing it into the back of the snowmobile. He chuckled and then switched to bulk purchasing mode. Each time he acted, he was steady, accurate, and ruthless, specifically targeting high-quality, expensive items. After frantically stocking up for more than half an hour, the idle space in the snowmobile was filled more than halfway. And in Brother Long's supermarket warehouse, only low-end brands and various inedible tools remained. These items would be plentiful after the apocalypse arrived. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. Seeing that there was nothing more he wanted, he lowered the duckbill cap on his head and turned to leave. The supermarket still had no power, but the chaos had lessened a lot. Many employees took out emergency lights, illuminating a small part of the area. Many customers treated this as some sort of adventure, wandering through the shelves with their phones, searching for the most primal excitement. Jiang Chen smiled softly and decided to leave these people with an unforgettable memory. So he moved through the dark towards the shelves at the edge. With each casual flick of his hand, whole batches of items on the shelves were packed into the system space. Some customers hiding here and looking at their phones saw the items on the shelves disappearing without a trace, and they started shouting loudly again. Wherever Jiang Chen went, there were continuous cries of surprise. And his actions sparked greed in many people. Many began to realize that someone was stealing, and a large number of people were stealing. So they quietly started stuffing supermarket goods into their clothes. Especially items like watches, famous cigarettes, and fine wines were snatched up by a crowd in a frenzy. At first, some staff came to stop them, but by the end, even many employees started stuffing things into their backpacks. The scene in the supermarket, which had just calmed down with great difficulty, instantly became even more chaotic. At the supermarket entrance, Brother Long knelt on the ground, crying and cursing at the crowd. But almost no one paid him any attention. Jiang Chen swept goods for more than half an hour and then quickly left the supermarket. When he reached the street again, the streetlights had come on, and under the hazy night, Jiang Chen looked at the nearly full supplies in the car and over 900,000 in savings, feeling so happy that he could burst. If it weren't for the fact that there were still many people on the street, he might have shouted and run out naked. In his excitement, he touched his stomach and felt a bit hungry. Just as he was thinking of going to that snack shop for some rice noodles, he couldn't help but slap himself. Now that the supplies were secured and there were more than 900,000 in savings, why eat rice noodles? Go for a grand meal. After being poor for 2 lifetimes, Jiang Chen was finally extravagant this time. He took a cab to the most luxurious hotel in S-City, the UZ Villa. Upon entering through the main door, he was instantly dazzled by the decorations and luxury inside. This poor boy Jiang Chen felt like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. But he didn't think much of it. Anyway, the apocalypse was coming, and after tomorrow, money would be worthless, so he just sat in the lobby and ordered a 15,000 yuan Emperor's set. Chapter 003, Crazy Spending. Sir, may I ask how many of you are there? Do you have a room reservation? A cute and graceful female server, seeing Jiang Chen order the most expensive set, approached him enthusiastically. Jiang Chen lowered his head and after some thought answered. Just me, no reservation, I'll eat in the lobby, I like it a bit livelier. Just you? In the lobby? The server's name was Wang Xiaotao, and she had a strange expression. Since she started working at the UZ Villa, she had never seen such a peculiar request. Looking again at Jiang Chen's attire, he looked so shabby that it seemed his poverty was spilling out of him. There was even a patched hole in his pants. She immediately thought he was here to cause trouble. Yes, and also book me a guest room, please. Get the best presidential suite, and also, I want to consume this way tomorrow. Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. After all, in just one more day, the money would be worthless, so he wanted to spend it freely. But to Wang Xiaotao, this performance confirmed that he was here to cause trouble. Even the richest people in S-City come here to eat the emperor's set to host guests. Presidential suites are reserved for entertaining leaders. A shabby young man, wanting to eat an emperor's meal alone in the hall, and stay in the presidential suite? And spend 2 days? What a joke! But I have to say, the service staff at the Royal Z Hotel are really high quality. Wang Xiaotao was 100% sure that the other person was just causing trouble. Yet she still restrained her dissatisfaction and continued to provide service, although her tone was not as warm as before. Alright, sir, our best presidential suite costs 58,000 a night. Including your package and service fees, your total for 2 days is 420,000. We'll give you a discount and charge you a flat 400,000. How does that sound? 400,000 flat? Jiang Chen shook his head, feeling that this number was not lucky, sounding like death and waste. So he asked again. Do you have any other expenses? Just make it 660,000, or 88,000 will also work. Wang Xiaotao's face suddenly stiffened, and her dissatisfaction boiled over completely. Normally, they were supposed to provide service first and only charge later. But seeing Jiang Chen looking so shabby, she had already made an exception once. Her goal was to tell this poor boy that the spending here was beyond his reach. Unexpectedly, he seemed to be getting bolder. You little punk, are you here just to mess with me? Wang Xiaotao scoffed, her beautiful face full of anger. Jiang Chen was taken aback, looking bewildered, not understanding why the waitress would say such a thing. Then he glanced at his clothes and suddenly realized. So they thought he was here to cause trouble. But he wasn't too angry, because if he were in her shoes, he might come to the same conclusion. After all, he had worn these clothes for 5 years, unwilling to change them, and they had faded from washing. As for following the plot of the novel, calling the manager, and slapping the little waitress with money, he had no interest in doing that. So he waved his hand and said, just calculate it as you wish, I won't shortchange you a penny. Wang Xiaotao looked disdainful, but ultimately, due to her professional ethics, she let out a cold snort and lowered her head to add charges for Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen calmly sipped his tea, waiting for the result. During this time, Wang Xiaotao stole a glance at him. Seeing him still so laid back, she felt even more furious. Her pace in adding charges quickened, she was determined to make it 88,000 flat for him. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Wang Xiaotao pulled out the POS machine and directly shoved it in front of Jiang Chen. Swipe it. I've rounded it up to 88,000. Don't you dare mess with me, sister's temper isn't good. Wang Xiaotao had already made up her mind, if this poor kid tried to evade payment again, she would immediately call security to throw him out. But Jiang Chen calmly looked at the POS machine, took out a worn wallet from his pocket, and swiped his card. Just as Wang Xiaotao was preparing to mock him with schadenfreude, she heard a beep from the POS machine, showing the payment of 88,000 completed. Then it started spitting out orders with a grinding sound. Wang Xiaotao was stunned, and those around, who were ready to watch the joke, were also dumbfounded. It wasn't until the POS machine spit out an order over a meter long that everyone realized. They had encountered a real wealthy man. They had seen big spenders, but never someone so extravagant, let alone dressed so shabby yet still so extravagant. But to be honest, money can indeed change people's perceptions drastically. Looking at Jiang Chen's shabby clothes, the bystanders couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he's the young master of a rich family. Dressed like a beggar, and he looks just like one. Truly impressive. And Wang Xiaotao was now completely dumbfounded. She never could have imagined that this man, dressed so poorly and cheaply, was actually a young master from a wealthy family. And he was so arrogant and overbearing too. So the dissatisfaction in her heart instantly vanished like smoke, and she lowered her head, starting to apologize to Jiang Chen non-stop. Jiang Chen felt a rush of satisfaction in his heart, but he didn't make things hard for the pretty little waitress. He waved his hand generously and told her to leave. Then he continued sitting in his seat, waiting for the delicious food to arrive. As he looked around at the decorations in boredom, suddenly a familiar face entered his view. Jiang Chen was stunned. At the entrance of the Royal Z Grand Court, a young man and a young woman were walking hand in hand toward the main hall. The woman was the campus belle he had chased in his past life, Wang Yuqing. She was now wearing a luxurious evening dress, and her pretty oval face was full of smiles. And the man next to her, holding her arm, he knew him too. It was none other than Li Ziyan, the infamous rich playboy at school. Ha! Jiang Chen let out a bitter laugh. No wonder in his past life, no matter how hard he tried, he always felt close to her yet never truly close. So it turned out he was just a backup plan all along. Jiang Chen wasn't ugly, in fact, he could even be called handsome. His feelings for Wang Yuqing started because she showed interest first and even told him to try and see if he could win her over. A poor and honest boy like him, how could he resist such temptation? He fell into deep love immediately, unable to pull himself out. But Wang Yuqing's green tea tricks were not something a poor guy like Jiang Chen could handle. After just a few rounds, he became her loyal little lapdog. But because he had lived 2 lives, Jiang Chen had already let all that go. Whoever wanted to be a lapdog could be one, it would never be him again. He remembered that when the apocalypse came, Wang Yuqing managed to survive at home for 2 or 3 months. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore and decided to cling to someone who still had supplies to survive even if it meant selling her body. Who did she cling to back then? Jiang Chen couldn't quite remember. But he vaguely remembered that back then, he was still very innocent. His feelings for Wang Yuqing were also very sincere. When he received her message asking for help, he didn't hesitate and sent her his home location, telling her she could come hide at his place if she had no other choice. But before he even got a reply, a group of robbers smashed through his door and kidnapped him. Jiang Chen let out a bitter smile again. But then suddenly, he froze. Wait a minute. Why was it that right after he sent Wang Yuqing his home location, those robbers showed up so quickly? He had a vague feeling that something wasn't right. Could it be that the rule of lapdogs always die worked even during the apocalypse? At the same time, Wang Yuqing also noticed Jiang Chen. Her face suddenly showed a flash of panic, but after a while, the panic turned into anger and disgust. Because Jiang Chen's clothes were just too shabby, his poor look didn't match anything inside the Royal Z Grand Court. She and Li Ziyan had booked a dinner here tonight that cost 8,880. That was more money than this poor guy could make in 2 months. In her heart, she made a certain decision. Today, she had to make Jiang Chen completely give up. Abandon this poor backup. And throw herself into Li Ziyan's arms. As for why Jiang Chen was here, she didn't even need to think. She gave herself the most logical answer. It must be that Jiang Chen was wandering around and happened to see her and Li Ziyan on their date. Shocked, he immediately started following them and realized the truth that he was just a backup. Then, based on their route, he arrived early at the Royal Z Grand Court to wait and confront her face to face. Otherwise, a guy like Jiang Chen, who usually couldn't bear to spend even a few bucks. How could it possibly appear in such a high-end place like the UZ mansion? Perhaps later, he might even try to cling to her, saying something like, "I only love you, give me one more chance," these disgusting words that would embarrass her. Wang Yuqing immediately felt a wave of irritation. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Chen was a bit handsome, had good grades, and had potential, she wouldn't even bother with this poor guy. Well, this time, let him completely give up, so he won't keep bothering her. She glanced at Jiang Chen and then gave Li Ziyan a look. Li Ziyan immediately understood, this was a rival in love. The kind that Wang Yuqing looks down on. So the two of them moved towards him in perfect sync, wearing mocking smiles as they looked at Jiang Chen. Li Ziyan was the first to speak. Yo! I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's our school's famous poor boy, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen froze, and the eyes of the people in the hall immediately turned towards them again. What poor guy? Who are they talking about? Are they talking about me? But when the surrounding people saw that these two young people were speaking to the super-rich young master who spent 880,000 yuan in one night, their expressions suddenly became somewhat playful. The rich people's preferences really make no sense. So wealthy, yet dressed like this. No wonder the classmates in school have prejudices about him. They all silently laughed and waited for the show to begin. But before Jiang Chen could reply, Wang Yuqing spoke again. Jiang Chen, I'm telling you clearly today, there is no chance for us. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror and see what part of you is worthy of me. Everyone in the hall was stunned, mouths agape. So it's a scenario where the girl dumped him. This meal was worth it. They could even see a scene that a TV drama couldn't make up. Jiang Chen, who originally wanted to say something, had all his remaining good feelings towards Wang Yuqing vanish upon hearing this. Chapter 004, A Hard Slap in the Face. He took a sip of tea, his tone calm, and asked. I really don't know who said I was handsome and wanted to be with me. So, what? You regret it? One must admit, Jiang Chen was indeed much better looking than Li Ziyan, and even Wang Xiaotao had spared him from being kicked out by the security just because of his good looks. This time, it was Wang Yuqing and Li Ziyan's turn to have their faces turn ugly. They never expected that Jiang Chen, this honest and poor boy, would dare to talk back. And with such confidence. If someone didn't know better, they'd think Wang Yuqing was the one who was dumped. Wang Yuqing became furious immediately. She pointed at Jiang Chen and said angrily. You Jiang Chen, you're actually turning the tables on me. If it weren't for you constantly chasing me, I wouldn't even bother with you. But Jiang Chen quickly waved his hand, laughing lightly as he said. Come on, don't make it sound like I'm desperate for you. If you two hadn't come looking for trouble, I wouldn't have bothered with you. This statement made Li Ziyan extremely displeased, as if he were the third wheel who had barged in. Suddenly, his arrogant temper flared up. You country bumpkin, try saying that again. Saying that, he was about to rush forward to hit him. But Wang Yuqing stopped him. Even though she was furious, she knew they were at the UZ mansion. If a fight broke out, they'd definitely be thrown out by the security. She couldn't bear to waste that 8,800 yuan dinner. Fortunately, her action allowed Li Ziyan to live a little longer. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, loosening the dagger that was at his waist. If Li Ziyan had charged at him just now, it would have surely been a bloodbath. Someone who had struggled out of the apocalypse was not someone to joke with. What's wrong? Am I not right? Didn't you two just come to bother me because you had nothing better to do? Now you don't even dare to admit it? Li Ziyan's face was terribly dark, but this time Wang Yuqing stood in front of him. She first coldly snorted, then slammed her hands on the dining table in front of Jiang Chen, mocking him. Good. Since you don't want to deal with me, may I ask what are you doing sitting here? You can't possibly want to eat here, right? Of course, she didn't believe that Jiang Chen could afford a meal here. She naturally thought the only reason he was here was to confront her directly. To ask her why she was dating Li Ziyan. At first, she thought that if Jiang Chen spoke softly, she could turn around and hint that this was not her choice, and maybe she could even keep him hanging. But to her surprise, he directly turned against her. What a lack of masculinity. Bah! Shrimp-headed man. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Yuqing in disbelief, thinking, what on earth was I thinking in my past life to think she was attractive? Could such a stupid woman have been so popular before the apocalypse? At this moment, Wang Xiaotao stepped forward, seemingly wanting to explain, but Jiang Chen stopped her with his eyes. Since the conflict had already arisen, why not let them escalate? So he calmly took a sip of tea and replied in a steady tone. Are you really that stupid or just pretending? If you're not here to eat, what are you doing in a restaurant? Wang Yuqing and Li Ziyan burst into laughter. Li Ziyan replied, country bumpkin, do you know what the minimum spending is here? Don't keep up appearances and suffer. If you run out of money and can't pay your tuition, don't blame us. Wang Yuqing joined in, right, not everyone can be like us, spending 8,800 for dinner. Unlike some people, who can only sit here and drink free tea. After their mocking, the onlookers quickly lit up with interest. After all, this young master had just spent 888,000. Who would even dare to criticize when they spent so little? Some even stifled their laughter, almost bursting out, but quickly covered their mouths and rushed to the restroom. After all, these were all clever people, most had guessed what Jiang Chen wanted to do, and no one wanted to offend this rich young master. So no one came forward to stop the farce, and certainly, no one dared to laugh loudly. As for Wang Xiaotao, she was in a state of inaction. Who told Jiang Chen not to let her speak? She could only lower her head, trying not to laugh out loud. It was extremely difficult to hold back the urge. Meanwhile, Wang Yuqing and Li Ziyan were surprisingly enjoying themselves. In their eyes, those who couldn't hold back their laughter were mocking this poor boy, Jiang Chen. How could anyone dare to mock them? They had spent 8,800. They both sneered and continued to ridicule Jiang Chen. Are you stupid, poor guy? Do you think this place is for someone like you, who can't even afford tuition? Yes, I advise you to take care and not embarrass yourself here. Otherwise, when it gets back to school, everyone will think we are bullying you. They kept mocking relentlessly. But Jiang Chen was no longer interested in arguing with them because his first big meal, steamed king crab, had just been served. Wang Yuqing and Li Ziyan were still in the midst of their mockery, but as they watched a large plate of steamed king crab being placed in front of Jiang Chen, their mockery quickly turned into confusion. King crab isn't something that can just be steamed casually. It requires top-quality crabs to be delicious when steamed. This top-quality ingredient, too many seasonings, will only cover its original flavor, reducing it to the mundane. In high-end restaurants, whenever it comes to steaming, there isn't a single cheap dish. Li Zian, who often visited this place, recognized it instantly. This is the signature dish from UZ Luxury Garden, steamed king crab. The price is 18,008. He widened his eyes and looked at Wang Xiaotao, asking, "Is this dish served to the wrong table? Can he afford steamed king crab?" The two of them couldn't believe that Jiang Chen would order steamed king crab in UZ Luxury Garden. Their first reaction was that the waiter had served the wrong dish. Wang Yuqing was equally displeased. "Waiter, please pay attention when serving the dishes. How can such an expensive dish be served wrong? Don't let some people eat and then can't pay." But Wang Xiaotao was still in a carefree state. She smiled slightly at the two and pretended to be dumb, saying nothing as she took the plate and left. Jiang Chen, however, had no mood to deal with the two anymore and, without hesitation, snapped off a crab leg and began to indulge. The deliciousness of the king crab was deadly for him, a person who had struggled for 5 years in the apocalypse. He ate without caring about his image, soon getting grease all over his mouth. Wang Yuqing watched in disgust, even less believing that Jiang Chen could afford it, so she mocked him from the side. "Penny pincher, do you know how much the crab you are eating is worth? By the time you are done here, you might have to wash dishes for half a year to pay it off." But as soon as she finished speaking, another signature dish from UZ Luxury Garden came out, this time golden caviar paired with Alba white truffle. Valued at 26,000. This time, the two were completely dumbfounded. As dish after dish of precious food was served, Li Zian quickly realized what kind of meal Jiang Chen was having. It was the Emperor's set meal worth 150,000 at UZ Luxury Garden. His dad once had a meal with a super big client and ordered this kind of set meal once for the sake of face. He had felt heartache for a long time afterward. When did Jiang Chen start being able to afford such a set meal? Wang Yuqing and Li Zian immediately chose not to believe it. This kid must be trying to eat for free. The two felt it was necessary to remind the staff of UZ Luxury Garden that this kid couldn't afford so much money. So they stopped a waiter who had just served a jar of Buddha jumps over the wall, urgently saying, "Hey, are you crazy? This kid is very poor. Why are you serving him whatever he orders?" Wang Yuqing quickly chimed in. Yeah, if he can't pay later, you'll definitely lose a lot. Stop serving him." This time Jiang Chen didn't stop the waiter from responding because he was now focused on devouring the delicious food in front of him. After struggling so much in the apocalypse, he certainly should treat himself well these 2 days. And the new waiter, unaware of what had happened here, finally said the truth to Wang Yuqing and Li Zian. "Hello, you two, Mr. Jiang has already paid, and because Mr. Jiang's daily spending has reached 880,000, he is already our esteemed platinum member. Please do not disturb Mr. Jiang's meal, okay?" The waiter's words left Wang Yuqing and Li Zian dumbstruck, frozen in place. As the waiter turned to leave, the two slowly came back to their senses. What did she just say? Jiang Chen has already paid? Wang Yuqing couldn't believe it, and Li Zian was even more shocked with his mouth wide open. Spending 880,000 in one day? UZ Luxury Garden's platinum member? Meanwhile, the onlookers who had been holding back their laughter finally erupted into laughter. The ones laughing fell over, many clasped their stomachs, leaning over the tables. Ha ha ha. So funny. Only a rich man like young Master Jiang knows how to play, treating these two like fools. Someone noticed the conflict between Jiang Chen and the two people, immediately flattering him. After all, spending 880,000 in one go, in a place like the Yuzhao Grand Courtyard, must mean he has unimaginable backing. If they could be on good terms with him, it might save their lives at a critical moment. So these self-proclaimed upper-class people began to scramble to flatter Jiang Chen. You have no idea, when those two said they spent 8,808, I was about to burst out laughing. Thank goodness I held it in, ha, young Master Jiang truly has made us suffer. Ha ha ha. The well-dressed people around enthusiastically discussed and desperately tried to please Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Wang Yuqing and Li Zian's faces instantly turned as ugly as pig liver in a refrigerator. The two finally realized that Jiang Chen had played them for fools. Especially Wang Yuqing. Every time she thought about her earlier words, that not everyone could spend 8,808 in one night, she felt so embarrassed she wanted to find a rock to hide under. Jiang Chen not only could spend 8,808 but did so 100 times over. He spent a staggering 880,000. How embarrassing. And now, she felt even more regret. Why hadn't she realized earlier that Jiang Chen was a hidden rich kid? If she had known, she would have chased after him long ago. Did she really need to make him pursue her so desperately? Li Zian's face was even worse. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Being mocked by everyone like this today almost made his tears flow. But he also didn't dare openly retaliate against Jiang Chen. After all, someone who could spend 880,000 in one night could crush him like an ant. His resentment towards Jiang Chen had reached its peak. Gritting his teeth, he spat out one word. "Let's go." Then dragging Wang Yuqing, he left the Yuzhao Grand Courtyard without looking back. He didn't even have the face to eat the 8,808 dinner here anymore. As for Jiang Chen, he continued to enjoy his luxurious meal without a care. Moreover, he found the flattery from those around him disgusting. He wasn't a rich man, he just knew that the apocalypse was coming soon, and wanted to spend all his money to enjoy himself. These people who pretended to flatter him today would betray him tomorrow for other benefits. In the apocalypse, such people are the least trustworthy. After repeatedly refusing business cards offered to him, he finally grew impatient, asking the waiter to pack up his meal and returning to his presidential suite to continue eating. After finishing his meal, there was a loud knock at the door. Jiang Chen yawned and slowly opened the door. Once again, he was stunned by the scene outside the door. There stood a beautiful girl wearing white silk, draped in a blanket, smiling at him. And this girl was none other than the one who had just been serving him, Wang Xiaotao. No way. What is this about? Are you testing my weak spot? I can't stand being involved in poison gambling. Chapter 005, Special Service. Young Master Jiang, the special service you requested has arrived. Wang Xiaotao's face was full of laughter. But she was not a special service staff member from Yuzhao Grand Courtyard. The manager of Yuzhao Grand Courtyard thought Jiang Chen would spend enough to reach 880,000, surely meaning he was interested in her. Otherwise, why would he spend so much money so boldly? So, they requested her to serve this young master, since the special service package was also requested by her. All the money earned would belong to her. Wang Xiaotao hesitated for a moment before. She agreed. The reason was that she didn't dislike Jiang Chen, on the contrary, she was quite interested in him. After all, a handsome young man with money, what girl wouldn't like him? And she worked at the luxurious YZ mansion, with two dreams. One of them was to one day marry a rich man. Because she had been afraid of poverty since she was a child. Since she could remember, her mother had been bedridden for years, and in order to treat her, the family fell into a mountain of debt. And her father was just a disabled coal miner, earning so little that it couldn't even cover the family's living expenses. In the end, due to lack of money, her mother died from the torment of her illness. At that moment, she swore that in this life, she would definitely marry a rich man. Even if she had to be a mistress in secret, it was fine. And she truly had the qualifications for that. Her looks were very impressive, even when compared to the school's acknowledged beauty, Wang Yuqing, she was just as good. However, Wang Yuqing had that soul-stealing charm of a seductress, while Wang Xiaotao was more of a lively, cute girl. So, she decided to take the initiative and give it a try. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was completely confused, wondering what kind of trick this little waitress was playing. She ordered this kind of service for him? And even did it herself? Is this how it works? But since the money had already been spent, Jiang Chen had no choice but to let Wang Xiaotao come in. After closing the door, Wang Xiaotao immediately tossed the blanket she had draped over herself aside, revealing a very revealing maid outfit. White stockings, a maid outfit, and with her super high attractiveness, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel like he was going to have a nosebleed. And, he couldn't deny it, this girl really had the goods. Her chest, bouncing with every step Wang Xiaotao took, looked as though it might explode out at any moment. Could a man withstand such a test? But Jiang Chen still spoke calmly, without any noticeable emotion. What exactly did you order for me? What kind of messy services is this? Wang Xiaotao pouted, as if a bit displeased, and said. Of course, it's all kinds of massage services. Big brother, do you think 880,000 is easy to spend? If I didn't add all these special services, how would I reach 880,000? So that's how it was. Jiang Chen nodded blankly, so it's just massages? Looks like it'll be a while before he says goodbye to his virginity. Though the apocalypse is approaching, and he could easily use violence to make the waitress submit. But if he did that, how would he be any different from those bastards who fed him to the dogs? Now, with his nuclear fusion snowmobile, there was no rush for these things. Wang Xiaotao smiled lightly, walked to the bathroom door in her white stockings, and made a gesture of invitation. Young Master Jiang, would you like to take a bath first? Jiang Chen nodded and walked into the bathroom to start his bath, but halfway through, he sighed. Looks like tonight, both he and his little brother were in for some suffering. After all, having to endure the temptation of a beauty at this level was truly a painful yet joyful torment. Splashing sounds were heard, and Wang Xiaotao waited patiently outside. When Jiang Chen came out wrapped in a bathrobe, Wang Xiaotao was already ready by a Thai massage bed. He climbed onto the bed, closed his eyes, and prepared to undergo a test of endurance from the beauty. By the way, I still don't know your name. How come you're both a waitress and giving massages? Jiang Chen asked while enduring the sensations, making small talk. Wang Xiaotao, kneeling on Jiang Chen's back, gently pressed his shoulders with her fingers and replied. Report, young Master Jiang, my name is Wang Xiaotao. As for the massage, I just casually learned it. And why I'm doing this, you should ask yourself. Why did you order such an expensive package? Jiang Chen was a little confused. Why can I let you spend money and even change your job? Wang Xiaotao pretended to be displeased and said. Isn't it that smelly manager? He thought that you were spending so much money because you like me, so he insisted on sending me to give you a massage, trying to please you, the young master. While massaging, Wang Xiaotao chatted casually and tried to find out if this young master, Jiang, really liked her. If he did, she would have to step up her efforts. Jiang Chen slightly nodded and thought to himself, your manager is actually pretty good. But what he said was, that manager of yours is really terrible. Why didn't you refuse? Wang Xiaotao was leaning on his back, pressing her elbow into his neck. Come on, you're a rich young master. How could you understand the struggles of us small service workers? The money you spend casually is something we could never earn in 10 years. How could I refuse? Wang Xiaotao was straightforward and openly mentioned how she needed money. As someone who had been poor for 2 lifetimes, Jiang Chen understood, but it wasn't so easy to endure. With her leaning on him, the softness of her chest pressed directly against his back. This kind of stimulation was no joke. Below, there was an immediate reaction. Wang Xiaotao also felt his abnormal response. So she pressed against him even harder, swaying slightly. Young Master Jiang, how's the pressure? Good, very good. Jiang Chen felt dizzy, his thoughts were a mess. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaotao continued kneeling and stepping on his back. Though her technique wasn't great, it still made him feel incredibly relaxed. But at that critical moment, a sudden ding sound rang in his mind. Ding! The snowmobile has detected the end of the world arriving in less than 24 hours, the recruitment system has been unlocked. Note, the recruitment targets must be female, and must be excellent with corresponding skills, or else the snowmobile upgrade service will not be available. Currently, the host can unlock upgrade options such as medical, security, engineering, and chef. When the snowmobile is upgraded to a certain level, other options will automatically be unlocked. Jiang Chen was stunned. This nuclear fusion snowmobile can still be upgraded? Then, he looked at Wang Xiaotao, who had just finished the massage and was standing to the side. Their eyes met. Ding! Suitable recruitment target detected near the host, data transfer in progress. Name, Wang Xiaotao. Age, 22. Appearance rating, 8.8. Psychological rating, 9.0. Health rating, 9.0. Loyalty rating, 5.5. Skill rating, Chef 4.5. Special ability, sensitive taste buds, taste enhancement 20%. Summary, a healthy, cheerful girl with a soft, sensitive tongue who loves to cook and is quite beautiful. Apart from her skill and loyalty ratings, all other scores are excellent. As long as the host isn't afraid of trouble, her skills and loyalty can be improved through training later. It is recommended she become the chef on the snowmobile and unlock the chef upgrade function. Ding! Chef upgrade function introduction. Level 1, the recruit's total score must reach 30 points to unlock the multifunctional kitchen, capable of all cooking methods in the world. Level 2, the recruit's total score must reach 40 points to obtain an exclusive food storage warehouse, which helps keep food fresh longer. Level 3, the recruit's total score must reach 45 points. When the chef reaches max level, rewards include a 10% efficiency increase in the snowmobile's nuclear fusion reactor, expanded food storage, and the ability to keep food fresh forever. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. The other functions were within a comprehensible range, after all, he already had a space warehouse. But what was this food forever fresh ability? That ability was too outrageous. Although her skill and loyalty ratings weren't high, just like the system said. These 2 ratings could be improved later. As long as the total score reaches 45. You can open the ever-fresh warehouse. This incredible ability is like a god's presence in the apocalypse. Wang Xiaotao felt a bit shy under Jiang Chen's gaze. Really, was her skill that impressive? Could it be that he was enjoying it so much? Though she often learned from massage therapists, practicing on fake models. But she had never worked on a man before. She aspired to marry a wealthy man. What do rich people like most? Of course, they like cleanliness. So she had never had a boyfriend, and her body was still untouched. Jiang Chen sat up from the massage bed and asked Wang Xiaotao. Can you cook too? Wang Xiaotao was momentarily stunned, surprised as she replied. How did you know? Cooking was her other dream besides marrying a rich man. That was to secretly learn to cook and become an amazing chef here. The reason for this dream was also because she was poor as a child. Back then, her father's earnings went to her mother's medical bills, so they hardly had good meals. Every time she saw her classmates enjoying snacks and tasty food, she would feel envious, mouth-watering. So when she grew up, she developed a hobby of making delicious food for herself. She was determined to become a great chef. But she had never told anyone about this dream. How did he find out? Chapter 006, The Dog-Licking Law of Death. Jiang Chen chuckled silently, but he couldn't very well say he had a system that checks other people's skills, right? So he calmly replied. Didn't your manager say I have my eye on you? Congratulations, he guessed right, so I investigated you beforehand. Wang Xiaotao's little face turned as red as a ripe apple, her heart racing wildly. Then, feeling a bit shy, she said. Jiang Xiaoye, I acted on impulse, I'm not that casual of a person. I also have feelings for you, which is why I did this. Jiang Chen nodded. The system notified him that Wang Xiaotao's loyalty score had increased by 1 point. Now it had reached 6.5 points. It seemed she wasn't lying. This girl really had feelings for him. So he chuckled softly and said, Don't go anywhere for the next few days, just stay here and keep me company. After some time, I'll take you to travel the world. Jiang Chen had no other intentions. The apocalypse was approaching, and he wanted to ensure Wang Xiaotao's safety first. Ever since trying so much food at Yu Zhaoting, he looked down upon the various canned goods in supermarkets. Now having a beautiful chef like Wang Xiaotao in the car to make delicious meals was definitely something he liked. Wang Xiaotao was so excited she felt like jumping up. The waves on her chest also surged vigorously. Her joy was impossible to hide, and internally she shouted. I finally got involved with a rich man. Mom, did you see? I'll never feel despair over money again. Dad. You won't have to work so hard anymore. I'll take care of you from now on. Thinking this, tears shone in her eyes. Of course, she didn't yet realize what Jiang Chen meant by traveling the world. Jiang Xiaoye, I'm truly moved. You don't have to call me Jiang Xiaoye anymore, just call me Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Wang Xiaotao wiped away a tear, surprising Jiang Chen a bit. Did it really make her cry to be in a relationship with him? Was his charm already this great? Thinking this made him feel even more pleased. Why does this damned charm have to belong to me? Why are you crying? Are you that moved? Wang Xiaotao, however, hugged him tightly. With a joyful face, she said. Of course I'm moved. Marrying a rich man is my biggest dream in life. Jiang Chen? Wait, wealthy people should really just die. Jiang Chen was speechless. He just felt he had charm a moment ago. I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Wang Xiaotao was hugging him tightly, crying while explaining why she wanted to be with a rich man. When Jiang Chen heard her finish, describing her childhood experiences, her mother died from lack of money, and her father's disability. He couldn't help but develop a little more fondness for this simple-minded girl. After all, not everyone can calmly say their dream is to be with a rich man. Of course, Jiang Chen was also a bit worried. If Wang Xiaotao was just trying to get close to him for the sake of being with a rich man, would she betray him in the future? So he asked again. Xiaotao, if one day I have no money, would you still like me? Wang Xiaotao sat up from Jiang Chen, smiled gently at him and said. Being with a rich man is just a dream, it's best if it can come true, but just to meet a handsome man like you, even without money, I'm very content in this life. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Because he realized that Wang Xiaotao's loyalty score not only hadn't decreased, but instead increased by 0.5 points. This meant that this was indeed her heartfelt words. He admired such a woman. Although her dream was to be with a rich man, just take Wang Yuqing as an example. Though they had the same goal, what she did was completely different from what Wang Yuqing did. Wang Xiaotao was single-mindedly trying to find a rich man because she had experienced the despair of being poor and wanted to give her disabled father a better life. And even if she couldn't find a rich man, she wouldn't care, she could live a peaceful life with an ordinary person. As for Wang Yuqing, when Jiang Chen understood her true nature, he was disgusted to the extreme. She was hanging onto a potential asset like Jiang Chen while flirting with Li Ziyan. Her purpose was so she could find another backup like him whenever Li Ziyan got tired of her and abandoned her. And when the truth came to light, Wang Yuqing's disgusting face made Jiang Chen feel like throwing up. If it weren't for his unexpected rebirth, selling off his assets and spending wildly, he would have definitely been mocked by both of them to the point of depression. Suicide might even have been possible. In his past life, he really was blind. How could he ever fall for her? Speaking of Wang Xiaotao's disabled father, when he learned that her father worked in a coal mine, Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. Because in his last life, he was enslaved in a coal mine for 5 long years. In the end, he suffered from pneumoconiosis, and the pain of being bitten to death by dogs was still fresh in his memory. But there was one thing that made him feel warmth still existed in the coal mine. That was an uncle with a leg disability. Whenever he was beaten by the guards, it was always that uncle who limped over to plead for him. And when he couldn't get enough to eat, that limping uncle would secretly steal some food to share with him. But that uncle, in the end, was discovered while stealing food and was beaten to death. Before he died, he held Jiang Chen's hand and said, "Jiang Chen, if one day this damn weather turns better, could you help me find my daughter? I'm very worried about her." And that uncle's last name was also Wang. What a coincidence! Could Wang Xiaotao be the daughter of Uncle Wang? So he immediately began to inquire about Wang Xiaotao's father. And when Wang Xiaotao heard Jiang Chen wanted to know about her father, she was of course very excited. So she sat beside him and began to talk non-stop about her father. "My dad has bad legs, but he is a really good person. He has worked in that coal mine for so long, and his wages have been deducted countless times, yet he still works hard for the boss. Also, that coal mine boss is terrible. He always thinks my dad can't do much work because of his legs, and keeps lowering his salary. But my dad's work friends all know that his work attitude is the best, and every time there's something, he rushes to the front line." Wang Xiaotao kept talking, but Jiang Chen had already taken a deep breath. Because he had basically confirmed that the girl in front of him was indeed Uncle Wang's daughter. Listening to Wang Xiaotao's narration, Uncle Wang's hunchbacked figure as a kind-hearted cripple appeared vividly in his mind. In the apocalypse, only Uncle Wang had brought him a glimmer of warmth. Now that he was reborn, he always thought that besides wanting to fiercely take revenge on those animals, he also wanted to help Uncle Wang and find his daughter. He did not expect to complete this by accident. Jiang Chen's heart was suddenly filled with mixed emotions. Then he asked, "Do you know your father's boss's name?" Wang Xiaotao felt that Jiang Chen wanted to help her to deal with the cruel boss. While being touched, she also fiercely said, "That damn cruel boss's last name is Li, and his name is Li Shengyan. My father's work friends often jokingly call him Li the Skinner. You can imagine how wicked this boss really is." Li Shengyan. Jiang Chen's eyes widened suddenly, and he instantly thought of a person. That person was Li Ziyan. His father was indeed named Li Shengyan. And it was said that he also did the coal mining business. In an instant, everything that happened after the apocalypse in his previous life connected together. No wonder Wang Yuqing had sent out her messages looking for someone to take her in everywhere. It turned out she was trying to help Li Ziyan find slaves to be exploited. At that time, he still did not know that Li Ziyan and Wang Yuqing were actually in cahoots. He had no idea who the big boss of that coal mine was. Now thinking about it, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, realizing that these people were all around him. The malice in Jiang Chen's heart had reached its peak. "Ha! I even thought your methods were merely disgusting. It turned out to be such a venomous woman." He clenched his fist, feeling anger for the first time since his rebirth. "Is that mine located behind the mountain in S City?" Wang Xiaotao gasped in surprise once again. "How do you know?" Jiang Chen's eyes became fierce as he coldly said, "Of course I know, that boss is indeed wicked. In this life, he was determined to make that boss Li, along with Li Ziyan and Wang Yuqing, pay the price they deserved. But he now couldn't explain to Wang Xiaotao the things that would happen in the future, and what her father would face. Otherwise she would definitely be very upset. At present, he couldn't go to that coal mine to rescue people. Not to mention whether Uncle Wang would believe his words. Just the fact that he had already offended Li Ziyan and Wang Yuqing gravely. Once he reached their territory, they would absolutely not let him leave easily. Moreover, after the apocalypse arrived, the mine did not instantly turn into hell. It was after a large-scale power outage, the large equipment in the mine could not operate properly, that they used a manual mining mode. And only when it became increasingly apparent that the apocalypse was coming, did it turn into a hell ruled by dictators. Currently, Uncle Wang was still very safe. But he had to hurry to upgrade the capabilities of the snow vehicle before the power outage. Otherwise, attacking a huge coal mine guarded by thousands of people would be very difficult right now. He did not plan to engage in uncertain battles. "Jiang Chen, don't be angry. Although my dad has bad legs, he is still a long-time employee in that mine, and that heartless boss wouldn't dare bully him." Wang Xiaotao sensed Jiang Chen's anger, feeling touched at the same time, quickly said nice words to calm him down. If she and Jiang Chen could really be together, even if she became his mistress, her father wouldn't have to suffer in the mine. So whether to take revenge on that heartless boss, Wang Xiaotao didn't care. Of course, she still doesn't understand the reason what will happen in the future. If she knew now about Jiang Chen and her father's experiences in the apocalyptic world, she would probably scream for revenge against those beasts at the first moment. Jiang Chen patted Wang Xiaotao's hair and smiled. "Don't worry, I will make sure you and your father live a good life, definitely." Wang Xiaotao was instantly moved, tears shining in her eyes, and then hugged him tightly again. Jiang Chen continued to stroke her hair, silently looking out the window. A flurry of white snowflakes drifted gently from the sky. Has the sign of the apocalypse come so quickly? Chapter 007, Shopping Mall. The two spent the whole night in the presidential suite. During this time, Wang Xiaodao seemed to want to offer herself, but Jiang Chen rejected her. After learning that she was Wang Shu's daughter, he no longer had the initial thought of taking advantage of her. Her current offering was based on him being a rich man, wanting to live with him in a world without the apocalypse. But with the apocalypse about to arrive, and her not knowing about it, he couldn't calmly take her body. This was exploiting the information gap to squeeze her. Jiang Chen didn't want this kind of relationship. It relates to their trust and loyalty score, he couldn't be careless. When they woke up, the snow had stopped falling. The snowflakes had melted into the ground. Wang Xiaotao was still regretting not having the chance to build a snowman. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, you will have the chance in the future." To Wang Xiaodao, who didn't know all this sentence was Jiang Chen's sweet talk to her, and she happily laughed. The first thing they did after getting up was to eat and drink. After all, Wang Xiaodao ordered him a lot of set meals. Jiang Chen was surprised to find that Wang Xiaotao's chef rating was slowly increasing. Although the increase was not large, it took about half an hour to raise by about 0.1, but it was enough to make him feel delighted. It seemed to be Wang Xiaotao's special ability. Her soft tongue and sensitive taste buds allowed her to comprehend the seasoning and craft of delicious food while eating. Of course, to Jiang Chen, who could only cook instant noodles and fry an egg, it felt like nothing special. After they finished eating, Wang Xiaodao ran outside and came back with a card in her hand. It was a shopping voucher for a large shopping mall. Ding ding. Because you spent too much yesterday, you have reached the platinum member level of Yazi Luxury Villa, so they gave you a shopping voucher for the neighboring mall worth 200,000. Shall we go spend it? Jiang Chen smiled lightly and said, "Of course." Wang Xiaotao happily jumped up, then took his hand and headed to the large mall next door. The mall, located around Yazi Luxury Villa, was certainly not a small place. The luxurious items inside dazzled both of their eyes. Jiang Chen had never been to such a large mall. The main reason was that all his free time was spent working for Dragon Brother. Where did he have time to browse malls? Wang Xiaotao had been there many times, but she would only browse for a while and buy a milk tea before returning. But this time, with a 200,000 shopping voucher in hand, she was immediately mesmerized by the dazzling products. As a girl, of course, she loved beauty. Upon learning that Jiang Chen was not very interested in the items in the mall, Wang Xiaotao pulled Jiang Chen to the clothing floor at the first moment. She began to happily try on clothes. But because she was used to being poor, she didn't buy excessively but kept looking for cost-effective clothes to compare. Jiang Chen was also very happy. This was the first outing and date in their lives. Although I heard that men hate going to the mall with their girlfriends, he didn't feel that way. Maybe it was because he could spend money freely this time at the mall. But there was also the reason that Wang Xiaotao was very beautiful. Jiang Chen could never get tired of looking at her. Although the system rated her beauty at 8.8 points, it didn't seem that high. But Jiang Chen, who had studied the system's ratings carefully, already knew how harsh the scoring was. The first requirement was for a completely bare face, 100% no makeup. To score a 7, one must have a high rate of turning heads on the street. As for an 8, that's the beauty level of second or third tier young stars. And a score of 9. That's only achievable by top tier celebrities. Currently, Jiang Chen still did not know how beautiful a perfect score of 10 would be. But it's estimated that only the wives in otaku's hearts could meet such absurd requirements, right? And the Wang Xiaotao in front of him, after putting on light makeup, had actually reached over 9 points. Plus her youthful and cheerful personality, her lively banter attracted quite a few male admirers along the way. As for Jiang Chen, dressed in rags, he was scorned by everyone. He cursed internally, a fresh flower inserted into a pile of dung. Of course, more people thought that they were just university students still studying. They had not yet seen the tricks of society. Once they graduated and faced the temptation of money, beautiful girls would definitely be defeated by money and fall into the arms of some middle-aged man. Everyone was thinking such malicious thoughts. Even the shopping clerk beside them thought the same way. But Jiang Chen turned a blind eye to all of this, simply smiling and watching Wang Xiaotao try on clothes. But soon, a deep voice sounded beside him. A fairly handsome middle-aged man, around 35 or 36 years old, came over. He completely ignored Jiang Chen, walked straight up to Wang Xiaotao, and smiled. "Hello, beautiful. Interested in getting to know each other? I'm Xia Haiba, the owner of Sirius Cinema in City S." The middle-aged man leaned slightly, then stood up, and a flower had appeared in his hand. He displayed a gentleman's demeanor. However, Wang Xiaotao frowned and said angrily, "Sorry, I already have a boyfriend." But Xia Haiba did not back down. He raised his hand and pointed at Jiang Chen behind him, then disdainfully said, "Just him? Beautiful, I'm not joking with you. With that poor look, how could he take care of you? I see you trying on clothes here. I guess you can't afford even one, right?" The nearby shopping clerk also secretly nodded in agreement. At first, she was in a good mood seeing such a beautiful girl come to try on clothes after her shop opened today. But when she turned around and saw the girl's boyfriend, she thought, what on earth is he wearing? It was probably a style that was popular 5 or 6 years ago. Even if it were new, it still looked so outdated. Moreover, it was worn to the point where there was a big hole in the pants. What kind of poor person could dress like this? In an instant, her mood soured. In any case, the two of them definitely wouldn't buy anything. No matter how beautiful the girl was, what good would it do? Wang Xiaotao calmly replied, my boyfriend is great, so you don't need to worry about us. What a joke, she was the first victim of Jiang Chen's dressing problem. She still vividly remembered the scene when he swiped his card, and the POS machine spat out the orders wildly. She was still unsure what these people would ultimately come to lose. Moreover, after last night's deep conversation, she found that Jiang Chen not only treated her well but also cherished her body and truly expressed feelings towards her father. Such a boyfriend, even if he was broke, she would cherish him very much. Besides, now holding a shopping voucher of 200,000 yuan, she felt incredibly secure inside. Not worried at all. But Xia Haiba didn't give up easily. He took out a shopping voucher worth 10,000 yuan and held it directly in front of Wang Xiaotao, then proudly said, beautiful girl, this shopping voucher was given to me by the mall, it has 10,000 yuan on it, enough for you to buy 4 or 5 outfits here. How about we get to know each other? At that moment, Xia Haiba's action finally attracted a crowd of onlookers. After all, witnessing a beautiful girl fall for money is a highly enjoyable sight. Especially young women dressed in stunning outfits, accompanied by middle-aged men, hurried over to see the excitement. If Wang Xiaotao was swayed by money, they would all feel psychically satisfied. With a sense of superiority, they would tell everyone, look, my choice is not wrong. This is the optimal strategy for pretty girls. And if Wang Xiaotao was not swayed by money, they would secretly mock this foolish girl. What's so good about following that handsome poor guy? He can't even buy an outfit. No matter what, they could find mental satisfaction. Thus, outside the store where Jiang Chen and Wang Xiaotao were, a large group of fashionable beauties, along with middle-aged men hugging beauties and laughing, gathered to point and whisper. Sorry, I have no interest in this 10,000 yuan. Wang Xiaotao continued to refuse with a cold face. The onlookers instantly covered their mouths, chuckling. A middle-aged man, who also had a stunning beauty in his arms, seemed to know Xia Haiba and laughed loudly. Beautiful girl, you probably don't know what this 10,000 yuan shopping voucher means, right? This mall never gives out shopping vouchers randomly. Behind this 10,000 yuan represents that this boss Xia has at least 10 million in assets. I recommend you think carefully before deciding. As soon as this was said, everyone around looked shocked. It also sparked dissatisfaction among numerous beauties around, because almost none of their middle-aged companions could offer such a shopping voucher. This indicated that the rich men they were with were nowhere near as wealthy as boss Xia. Moreover, he was not the typical bloated man with a face full of pimples. Unexpectedly, he was very handsome. This made the already dissatisfied women even more annoyed. One by one began to complain about the middle-aged men beside them. Old Chi, didn't you say you were rich? Why can't you even bring out a shopping voucher? Xia, it's not like that, that shopping voucher really is rare. What? Can't even get a shopping voucher? Truly useless. The middle-aged man named Old Chi instantly didn't dare to speak. In addition to these gently rebuking comments, some beauties started yelling. Old one, you lied to me. Didn't you say you were wealthy? How come you don't have a shopping voucher either? But what greeted her was a harsh slap. Damn. You stinky flirt. Don't you see how you look? Can you compare to that beautiful girl? If I could date her, I would gladly spend my entire fortune. This slap made the alluring woman cry sadly, but she didn't dare to say a word more. Because she clearly knew that the beautiful girl in front, who rejected others, was indeed much prettier than she was. But right now, that beauty was being pursued by a boss worth at least 10 million, and she didn't dare to offend her. So she shot an angry and venomous glare at Jiang Chen, who was watching the show beside her. You poor fool. Your girlfriend is about to be snatched away by someone else, and you're just sitting there watching. Chapter 008, 200,000 shopping vouchers. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of laughter erupted, and everyone around burst into laughter. In their eyes, Jiang Chen's girlfriend was already confirmed to be taken away by someone else. 10 million in assets. He was still tall and handsome. Wasn't that girl confused? But this idiot, the poor guy, was still standing there stunned, watching the scene as if he knew nothing. So stupid. But Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and Wang Xiaotao immediately became upset. She threw the clothes she was holding aside, angrily walked up to the woman who was insulting them, and slapped her hard. Slap. Please show some respect for my boyfriend. the scene immediately fell silent. They really didn't expect this woman to have such a fiery temper. And to defend her poor boyfriend like this. Immediately, the middle-aged men around them looked at the flashy women nearby, and suddenly, they weren't appealing anymore. Especially the middle-aged man who had just been ridiculed by the woman. He felt uncomfortable inside. Why is it so different between women? How can it be this huge? But they didn't dare to show much. After all, a beauty like Wang Xiaodao, deep down, they knew they couldn't ever catch her. They could only settle for playing around with these foolish, flashy women. And Wang Xiaodao's behavior didn't scare off Xia Haiba, instead, it made him even happier. The harder the prey is to get, the greater the satisfaction when it's finally caught. He couldn't wait to enjoy himself with Wang Xiaodao. A woman like her, even if played with every day for 3 months, he would never get tired of her. As for Jiang Chen, he had never seen him as a rival and simply ignored him. After all, a fool who's too dumb to notice his girlfriend being almost stolen must have been scared silly by his $10 million worth. While Xia Haiba was fantasizing in his mind about how to play with Wang Xiaodao, the woman who had been slapped was already on the verge of exploding with anger. Being hit by the middle-aged man was one thing, but being slapped by a beautiful young woman who hadn't even entered society yet, she couldn't accept such humiliation. So she jumped up like a crazy donkey, trying to hit Wang Xiaodao. But she was tightly held back by the middle-aged man beside her. Before anyone else could react, Xia Haiba was the first to run over, kicking the crazy woman to the ground. "What the hell, crazy bitch? You dare to mess with the woman I have my eyes on?" Then, he glanced at the middle-aged man beside the woman, with a fierce look in his eyes. "Old Wang, you deal with this. If you don't, you won't have a place in S-City." The middle-aged man, called Old Wang, quickly nodded and turned around, kicking the woman again. "Damn it. Talking too much. Talking too much. I'll beat you to death today." The women around them were instantly shocked. No one expected that Xia Haiba could have such power. One sentence from him was enough to make the middle-aged man, who had a similar status, take such drastic action. Some of the men nearby slowly realized something. They suddenly thought of one thing. That is, the underground emperor of S-City also seems to have the last name Xia. But none of his relatives had a name like Xia Haiba. Could it be that this Mr. Xia is the illegitimate son of that underground emperor? Otherwise, how could one sentence be enough to scare the middle-aged man into acting this way? Suddenly, everyone's face was filled with fear. Only the middle-aged man who had just reminded Wang Xiaodao had a smug expression. He, of course, knew Xia Haiba's real identity. He was the illegitimate son of that underground emperor. He was fully aware of the power behind him. He also knew how terrible Xia Haiba's character was. So, he quickly chose the right side. Maybe once Mr. Xia is done playing, he'll even let the beauty be with him, so he could have a good time too. That would be absolutely wonderful. Suddenly, he looked at Wang Xiaodao with eyes full of possessiveness. And the flashy woman in his arms no longer seemed appealing. Meanwhile, Xia Haiba continued to curry favor with Wang Xiaodao. But Wang Xiaodao's face grew increasingly cold. In her eyes, Jiang Chen, who was also wealthy and powerful, was simply worlds apart from Xia Haiba. Jiang Chen was so low-key that even when bullied by classmates at school, he only brought them shame. Yet Xia Haiba, just to pursue her, would lay his hands on someone entirely unrelated to him. Such a person, with such character, made her feel extremely disgusted. She also felt that her previous thoughts of clinging to a rich man were childish. Fortunately, she met Jiang Chen. Otherwise, she would have fallen into hell, just like that woman beaten on the ground, with not a shred of dignity. Xia Haiba was still beside her, relentless, while the people around kept jeering. They all spoke about how Jiang Chen was not good enough and how great CEO Xia was. Unable to bear it any longer, she directly took out a shopping voucher from Yu Zhaoting and held it up, shouting loudly. "Everyone, you don't need to worry about our affairs. This is a shopping voucher my boyfriend gave me, worth 200,000. I think this is enough for us to buy anything here." At this announcement, all the people around, who had been chattering, were left dumbfounded. "What? A 200,000 shopping voucher? Are you kidding me?" Including Xia Haiba, who was still trying to charm her, was stunned in place. He was in the front, so he saw it even clearer. The voucher clearly stated the 4 large characters, Yu Zhaoting. As one of the wealthy people who frequented there, he understood the conditions for obtaining a shopping voucher from Yu Zhaoting very well. It required spending 800,000 within a day. Becoming a platinum member. Only then could one qualify to be courted by Yu Zhaoting and receive such a shopping voucher worth 200,000. If a 10,000 shopping voucher represents 10 million in assets, then 200,000 represents at least 200 million behind it. This is no joke. For someone like him who could get a 10,000 shopping voucher, he understood the marketing model of this mall all too well. That is, to use shopping vouchers to attract more loyal wealthy customers. And then make huge profits from them. Perhaps spending 800,000 in a day was also possible for him. But it was unnecessary and lacked motivation. After all, this was his income for a year at the cinema. Who would spend their entire year's income in one day? Unless that person was crazy. What terrified Xia Haiba even more was the person who possessed the 200,000 shopping voucher was this seemingly unremarkable young man in front of him. The young man still in university. He actually spent over 800,000 in one day at Yuzhaoting. Then the power behind him must be unimaginable. CEO Xia, this can't be true, right? The middle-aged man who had been chiming in next to him, softening at the mention of the 200,000 shopping voucher. God knows what kind of person he has offended. But Xia Haiba completely ignored him and walked directly to Jiang Chen, bowing his head to apologize. Brother, I'm sorry. I was too reckless just now. I apologize to you. However, Jiang Chen ignored him, which made Xia Haiba's face turn dark. As for the people around them, their faces were filled with astonishment. Who would have thought that the Xia Haiba, who had just been so impressive, would be humbled by the poorly dressed Jiang Chen? Bowing his head to apologize but being ignored? In an instant, all the men's gazes at Jiang Chen were filled with fear. And those seductively dressed women looked at Jiang Chen as if they were hungry wolves gazing at a lamb. They all started to flaunt themselves. This not only made Jiang Chen feel disgusted but also made Wang Xiaotao sense a strong sense of crisis. So she directly approached Jiang Chen's side. He held her arm, declaring ownership over all women. Just when Xia Haiba felt awkward and didn't know how to step down, a young man in a suit walked over. When he saw Jiang Chen, he greeted him with a big smile. Hey! Young Master Jiang, you're here too. This young man had dinner in a private room at the Yuzhaoting yesterday. He heard about the 88,000 spent in the hall. So he specially came down to meet Jiang Chen. And when he saw Wang Xiaotao beside him, he understood why young Master Jiang spent 88,000 for dinner in the hall yesterday. It turned out he had an eye for this little waitress. No wonder he's young Master Jiang, so extravagant. The appearance of this young man completely dispelled the last fantasies of those around. That is, what if that shopping voucher was forged? Now it seems absolutely impossible. Because the person who came was actually the youngest son of the underground emperor, Xia Xiaofeng. He is also Xia Haiba's half-brother. This time, everyone around dared not say a word. And Xia Haiba didn't even dare to move. When he saw who it was, he immediately lowered his head, looking scared and anxious. Although on the surface, Xia Xiaofeng was his brother. But as a bastard, he was not valued by the family, especially by the legitimate children who looked down on him greatly. So when he faced this younger brother, he didn't even dare to breathe. When Xia Xiaofeng saw the person standing beside him apologizing to Jiang Chen, it was actually his half-brother. A playful expression appeared on his face. He couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Young Master Jiang, how can I thank you? I was just thinking about how to catch this bastard's weakness and have father dispose of him, and you delivered him to me. He immediately asked the people around to clarify the reason. When he learned that Xia Haiba had his eyes on a woman and was preparing to compete with Jiang Chen, he burst out laughing. Then he went up to Xia Haiba and slapped him directly. You bastard! How dare you use father's name to do such shameful things? You're really pathetic. Xia Xiaofeng had been taught by his mother to bully this bastard and never let him take the family fortune. With this opportunity, he would never let it go. Do you know how awesome young Master Jiang really is? Smack! Another slap. While slapping, he educated the onlookers about Jiang Chen's glorious act of spending 88,000 just to make a beauty smile yesterday. The purpose was to tell Xia Haiba that he was in big trouble. But it left Jiang Chen looking very embarrassed. He just wanted to splurge a little. How did it turn into such a big mess? But seeing Wang Xiaotao looking so happy and content, he felt too shy to explain, so he said to Xia Xiaofeng, Brother, please help me out, this guy is really annoying, give him a good beating. Saying this, he took Wang Xiaotao and left. As for Xia Xiaofeng, he casually replied. Got it, young Master Jiang, I won't let you down. Then he kicked again. He sent Xia Haiba flying 3 meters away, spitting blood. Aren't you usually so awesome, Xia Haiba? Come on. Get up and hit me. But Xia Haiba, knowing he was in trouble, didn't dare say a word and let Xia Xiaofeng hit and scold him at will. And the onlookers, no longer daring to watch. After all, he is not afraid of Xia Haiba's revenge. He is in such a precarious position himself, how could he afford to offend him again? Wang Xiaotao chuckled lightly. Jiang Chen, you are really amazing. Standing there without saying a word, you scared those people to death. Jiang Chen also replied with a smile. You are the real genius. If you had taken out that shopping voucher immediately, wouldn't that have solved everything? You dragged it out for so long on purpose, didn't you? Wang Xiaotao playfully hit Jiang Chen's shoulder, pouting her lips in displeasure. I'm just learning from you. Seeing those people being so awful, spreading bad rumors about you, I just had to teach them a lesson. Jiang Chen wore a bitter smile. When did I become a master at showing off and slapping faces? Am I really a teacher with students now? Wang Xiaotao pulled his hand, swaying it as she continued. Jiang Chen, I've suddenly realized how naive my thoughts were before, thinking about being with a rich man. Did you see that woman beaten by her man? Lying on the ground, getting kicked and punched, with no dignity at all. I'm lucky to have met someone like you. After hearing Wang Xiaotao's words, the system notified her that her loyalty score had risen by 0.5, now reaching 7.5. Jiang Chen's mood lifted instantly, and he turned to look at her. It's good that you understand, not all rich people are as easygoing as I am. Of course, he is just a fake rich person. Wang Xiaotao smiled slightly, gently pecking his lips, and then joyfully said. Knowing you is truly a blessing I could have earned over 8 lifetimes, hee hee. Jiang Chen touched his lips, but inwardly shook his head. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, tomorrow the world is ending, and you are here flirting with a little girl. Is this appropriate? But when he glanced again at the fusion snow vehicle in his mind, his inner turmoil suddenly relaxed. No matter what others do, at least he and Wang Xiaotao would definitely not be affected in the apocalypse. What's appropriate or inappropriate? Continue the music, continue the dance. On the last day, they had to enjoy themselves fully. So he relaxed and started wandering around with Wang Xiaotao. After a while, Wang Xiaotao finally felt like trying on some clothes again. So the two directly walked into a store that looked extremely luxurious. Wang Xiaotao looked for a long time before finally choosing an outfit, politely speaking to the female sales assistant beside her. Hello, please help me get this outfit, I would like to try it on. But the female sales assistant seemed not to see them, engrossed in her phone while munching on sunflower seeds. So Jiang Chen stepped closer and spoke to the sales assistant. Hello, please help my girlfriend get that outfit, we would like to try it on. The sales assistant looked up and then rolled her eyes. TCH, don't try if you can't afford it. Do you even know how much that outfit costs? Wang Xiaotao was both angry and amused, while Jiang Chen felt a bit confused. How could such ridiculous things happen everywhere they go? Wang Xiaotao walked over, her tone displeased. Hey! Is this your work attitude? Do you believe I will report you? As someone in the service industry, Wang Xiaotao knew that complaints were what service workers feared the most, so she said it directly. But the sales assistant contemptuously replied. Complain if you want, this is my uncle's shop, do as you please. Anyway, you can't afford anything, so get lost, you poor fools. This attitude infuriated Wang Xiaotao, and Jiang Chen was pretty angry too. Just as they were about to pull out 200,000 worth of shopping vouchers to slap the young sales assistant hard, a middle-aged man rushed in from outside. Ah! Young Master Jiang, I've finally found you. Upon seeing who it was, he recognized it as the middle-aged man who had just been around, supporting Xia Haiba. As soon as he saw Jiang Chen, he immediately knelt down, sobbing and tears streaming down his face. Young Master Jiang, I was wrong just now, I made a mistake, I am a petty person with no vision. Please, forgive me and let me go. While crying, he also slapped himself in the face. The scene was as ridiculous as it could get. The female salesperson from earlier was wide-eyed in shock, exclaiming, Uncle? What happened here? She hurried over, trying to help the middle-aged man up. Jiang Chen and Wang Xiaotao couldn't help but laugh. Truly, a family never strays far from its roots. Your niece just looked down on me and told me, a poor man, to get lost. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was furious. He knew his niece's temper well. She was just a lazy troublemaker. The middle-aged man had long been displeased with her. Seizing the opportunity, he slapped his niece aside. Damn it, come apologize to young Master Jiang. The slapped female salesperson was immediately flustered. Her uncle was the most capable person in the family. In the family, his words were akin to a decree, no one dared to speak up. Now, the person she had just offended could instill such fear in her uncle. What kind of person had she offended? So she quickly knelt down as well, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, both of you, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have dismissed you or scolded you, woo-woo. As she spoke, the female salesperson was so scared that she started to cry. At that moment, the young woman who had just been embraced by the middle-aged man also rushed over. It turned out that once they discovered Jiang Chen was a figure even more formidable than Xia Haiba, they immediately split up to look for him. They had to apologize to him before the matter escalated. The young woman also quickly knelt down and began to criticize the middle-aged man. Young Master Jiang, it was all my family's old Lu's fault. Please, be magnanimous and spare him. The two of them sang in chorus, accompanied by the wailing female salesperson. A crowd quickly gathered around them. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly waved his hand, urging them to get up. He really didn't want others to gawk like this. Enough, as long as you recognize your mistake, don't let so many people stare. Hurry up and get up. Thank you, young Master Jiang, thank you, young Master Jiang. The middle-aged man kept thanking him while standing up, also helping his niece and lover up. The three of them stared wide-eyed at Jiang Chen and Wang Xiaotao, making the two feel very uncomfortable. Stop staring, just carry on with what you were doing. We just want to buy some clothes. The middle-aged man was startled and quickly approached with a forced smile. Okay, young Master Jiang, take your time trying things on. My shop is having a discount, everything at 1/10 the price. Please, take your pick. Saying this, he led his lover and niece outside, also gathering some staff to block the entrance. Except for Jiang Chen and Wang Xiaotao, no one was allowed in. Jiang Chen naturally understood what the middle-aged man meant. He definitely thought just apologizing was not enough. To avoid retaliation, he certainly had to give gifts. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, a man who spent 880,000 in one night was not very concerned about money. So he took advantage of Wang Xiaotao's desire to buy clothes, offering a full discount in the store, allowing her to buy freely. When it came to taking advantage of others, Jiang Chen would definitely not refuse the bargain. He didn't care about any personal favor. On this final day, being happy was the most important. So he and Wang Xiaotao began to shop freely in the store. In the end, Wang Xiaotao walked out of the store, satisfied, carrying big and small bags. And Jiang Chen had also changed into a new set of casual clothes. Wang Xiaotao stared in awe at Jiang Chen. She smiled softly and said, Jiang Chen, you look so much handsomer now than before, the more I look, the more I like you, what should I do? Jiang Chen glanced at himself in the mirror, looking from side to side, and indeed felt very different from before. He had to admit that his handsomeness had been suppressed by ragged clothes, and now, wearing trendy clothes, it had burst forth. Not only did he look more like young Master Jiang, but his handsome face was also much more attractive. People rely on their clothes, horses rely on their saddles, the saying really has some truth to it. Then you just keep liking me, hopefully for your whole life. Jiang Chen teased Wang Xiaotao with a grin. Wang Xiaotao's little face turned bright red. Jiang Chen, you're so annoying. She lightly punched Jiang Chen's shoulder again, then naturally held his hand and began to happily stroll around. By the time the two returned to Yu Zhaoting, it was already evening. They began munching and drinking again, finishing off the set meal they ordered yesterday. Meanwhile, at Longgu supermarket, Longgu sat in the monitoring room, surrounded by a group of younger brothers, checking the monitors. When he saw a familiar figure wearing a mask and a duckbill cap walk into the supermarket, his face instantly froze, and he quickly shouted, Stop! It's this guy. Longgu, this kid is acting suspiciously, he must be up to no good. The supermarket experienced a power outage, maybe he caused it. Longgu nodded. The supermarket's major power outage yesterday had cost him at least 8 million in goods. This was a devastating blow for a retail business that heavily relies on cash flow. After calling the police, they couldn't recover the footage due to the power outage, and lacking solid evidence, the case was left pending. Helplessly, Longgu had to find a group of younger brothers from the past to investigate himself. Longgu, why does this person seem so familiar? An employee next to him scratched his head. Longgu glared at him, filled with rage, and barked. Speak up. As long as you provide useful clues, I'll reward you 10,000 bucks. The employee had been mumbling, but upon hearing there was money to be made, he immediately beamed with joy and replied. Longgu, look at this kid's figure, doesn't it resemble that poor wretch Jiang Chen who threatened you that day? At this remark, Long Ji's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder the figure looked so familiar, it turned out to be him. When he examined it more closely, he was even more certain that the person was Jiang Chen, who had threatened him with a knife. And he also had plenty of motive for committing the crime. Longgu was immediately furious, slamming his hand on the table and growling. You little rascal! It's you, you poor wretch! This time I will definitely peel. Wang Yuqing was so angry that she stomped her feet. This damn poor guy! How disgusting! He borrowed so much money, does he want to die, or is he trying to spend crazily one last time? If he wants to die, don't gross me out. What an idiot! Li Ziyan stood up, patted Wang Yuqing's shoulder, and said coldly. Yuqing, don't worry, if he falls into my hands, even if he wants to die, it won't be so easy. This time we must humiliate him properly and vent our anger. Wang Yuqing cried and hugged Li Ziyan tightly. Ziyan, you're the best. When we catch Jiang Chen, I'll make him wish he was dead. Don't worry. With me on the job, there will definitely be no accidents. Li Ziyan and his group also left the coal mine. Meanwhile, at the Tianlang cinema, Xia Haiba's face was bruised and filled with rage. What did you say? That damn Jiang Chen actually mortgaged his house to the bank to borrow so much money? And he borrowed a lot online? Damn. He kicked the beautiful woman who was applying medicine to his wounds aside, his eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. Everyone, gather around. Go to the Yezhi mansion. This time, I'm not only going to cripple him, I'm also going to have my way with his girlfriend. Yes. Xia Haiba, in a fit of rage, felt his injuries worsen, making it hard to even walk. Damn. It seems I can't deal with his girlfriend myself. You guys better catch him and deal with her one by one. Keep it going until tomorrow morning. Understand? Yes, Boss Xia, understood. The gathered younger brothers were all excited. They had heard long ago that the poor guy who offended Boss Xia had a beautiful girlfriend. This time, with Boss Xia injured, if they caught those two, it would be a big win. The group pushed Xia Haiba, who was in a wheelchair, and marched confidently toward the Yezhi mansion. At the same time, in a large villa in S City, an old man in his 60s received a phone call, and his eyes, which were closed, suddenly widened. He quickly stood up and said to the people below, "Everyone, hurry up and prepare. Pack your things, we are moving." The crowd below was stunned, all confused. "Father, what are we doing? Why are we moving?" The old man coughed angrily and scolded. "Don't ask questions. Get all the food and water ready, throw away all the gold and jewels, and do it quickly." The people were still puzzled, and a young man standing below said, "Father, what are we going to do? This feels like fleeing for our lives." This young man was Xia Xiaofeng, who had fought with Xia Haiba in the mall earlier. And the old man was Xia Xiuxian, the underground emperor of S City. Although Xia Xiuxian was angry, he knew that if he didn't explain himself, his children would not listen to him. So he took a deep breath and said, "You can think of it as an earthquake or any other disaster, but a huge natural disaster is coming, and we need to escape. Don't be greedy for property, make sure to bring enough water and food. Understood?" The crowd below was in chaos, and someone asked again, "Father, what about Xia Haiba?" The old man snorted coldly and said angrily, "He is just a bastard, causing a ruckus, don't worry about him." As night fell, the four groups almost simultaneously stepped out of their homes. But suddenly, there was a loud bang. The sky erupted with a loud noise, and a cold wind howled in, snowflakes fell like goose feathers, and the air temperature dropped to below -20 degrees. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At Longgu supermarket. Damn. What a sudden blizzard, Longgu, let's go back, we can't go out at all. Long Ji's face was gloomy, and finally, he grabbed the snow on the ground and threw it hard at a nearby car. MD. This kid's luck is too good. Let's head back first, we'll wait until the snow stops. Li family coal mine. Li Xiao, why did it suddenly snow so heavily today? It's so cold. Should we go back? Li Ziyan was shivering all over, angrily cursing. What the hell is this weather? Why did it suddenly get so cold? Yuqing, why don't we wait until the snow stops? Wang Yuqing was also stiffened by the cold wind. She was already dressed lightly, and in such cold weather, she could hardly bear it, so she agreed. Alright, let's go back first. When the snow stops, I'll make Jiang Chen pay. Tianlang cinema. A group of little brothers pushed Xia Haiba, and as soon as they stepped outside, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Damn, Boss Xia, how did the weather change so suddenly? Can we still go? Xia Haiba forced himself to want to continue outside, but as soon as he stepped out, he was stung all over by the heavy snow and cold wind, so he angrily cursed and hid back inside the cinema. Damn it! When the snow stops, I will personally step in and give you a lesson. Anyone who takes longer than me, I'll reward each of you with $100 for every extra minute. Yes. Boss Xia. Amidst the lewd laughter of the crowd, Xia Haiba quietly waited for the blizzard to pass. As for the Xia family, even though they were well prepared and accompanied by many little brothers, quite a few still started to complain about this crazy weather. Father, this blizzard is too fierce, we can't even drive the car. It surely can't stay like this forever, right? Shall we wait until the snow stops before setting off? Xia Xiuxian glared with wide eyes. Stop? Whoever wants to stop can stop. I don't care if you want to wait here to die. Everyone was shocked and did not dare to say anything more. After packing their bags and cold-proof supplies, they set off in a grand manner. Originally, four groups were supposed to go out together, but only one team stepped outside. Whoosh! 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 The cold wind howled as the heavy snow fell. In the presidential suite of the Yuzhou mansion, Wang Xiaotao stood in front of the large glass window, stretching her graceful figure. Jiang Chen was sitting on the sofa, reading a book about the apocalypse. Jiang Chen, why is this strange weather so weird? Everything was fine, and suddenly it started snowing heavily? Jiang Chen shook his head, secretly laughing in his heart. You haven't seen the more terrifying things yet. This is just a sign of the apocalypse arriving. The temperature won't drop to an unbearable level yet. If you go out for a walk now, you might just catch a cold from the wind and snow. But a few weeks later, even walking just over 10 meters on the street will have the risk of frostbite. And when the power is completely cut off, and there's not enough fuel at home, the final outcome will only be freezing to death. At that point, the frozen hell will truly arrive. We're not even close to that yet. But he didn't want to scare Wang Xiaotao. After all, people always need time to accept and digest sudden changes in reality. So he continued to flit through the book, laughing lightly as he said, "If this blizzard never stops, what would you do?" Wang Xiaotao lightly jumped to his side, comfortably nestled in his arms, and smiled cheerfully. "Then I'll stay here and be your apocalyptic wife. I don't want to die without even getting married." Jiang Chen smiled again, gently touching her head, but his expression suddenly became serious. "What if I'm telling the truth?" Wang Xiaotao looked into his eyes, stunned for a moment, then responded with a light smile as if she understood. "What I'm saying is, of course it's true." Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback because the system informed him that Wang Xiaotao's loyalty score had increased by 0.5, now reaching 8 points. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. This little girl, no wonder the system gave her a psychological score of 9 points. She really seems weak on the outside, but she is incredibly strong on the inside. If it were an average person, they would have been scared silly by now, right? So he decided to tell Wang Xiaotao some truths. He sat up, took Wang Xiaotao's hand, and spoke more seriously. "Xiaotao, what I'm saying is actually true. And I don't have much money, I'm just a fake young master. I only heard some news before the apocalypse came, so I went on a spending spree. Now it seems like the end of the world is really coming. The heavy snow won't stop. Do you hate me for hiding this news from you?" Wang Xiaotao was slightly taken aback again. After confirming that Jiang Chen was not lying, she suddenly stood up and started to take off her clothes. Hey, Xiaotao, what are you doing?" Wang Xiaotao said urgently. "I mean, if what you said is true, we need to hurry up. I don't want to die a virgin." Jiang Chen was stunned in place. Wait, does Wang Xiaotao have such a big heart? The apocalypse is coming. What are you talking about dying? How can you be so calm and want to hurry up with that? You're really something, Wang Xiaotao. Jiang Chen quickly stopped her. Calm down, calm down. Even though the apocalypse is really coming, I already have a strategy." Wang Xiaotao looked at Jiang Chen with confusion. "What strategy?" "I think we should hurry up and leave a last word for my father." Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, had to pull her to dress up and took her to the underground parking lot, pulling out the snow vehicle that was in his mind. In an instant, a flash of white light flickered in the underground parking lot of Yuzhaoting, and the snow vehicle that had been stored in Jiang Chen's mind was released. Wang Xiaotao was shocked and sat down on the ground. Jiang Chen, are you really a human from Earth?" "Of course. Am I supposed to be an alien?" Jiang Chen smiled as he pulled her into the car, looking at the decorations more luxurious than a presidential suite and various everyday items inside. Wang Xiaotao immediately knelt down. "No, Jiang Chen, are you the male lead from a novel? Is this the superpower that novels talk about? Or a system? This is too awesome." Jiang Chen was directly dumbfounded. "Wait, Wang Xiaotao, why do I feel something is off with you? Your ability to accept this is too strong, right? If I am the male lead, then are you the author of the novel?" Chapter 011, Snow Vehicle starts. Of course, Jiang Chen was just joking. Jiang Chen did not think he was the male lead of a novel. And Wang Xiaotao, naturally, was not the author of a novel. They were real people existing in reality. With desires and sadness. After the apocalypse came, he was just lucky to be reborn and gained a system. Before these things, he was just like most ordinary people. Living a hard and painful life. And with these, he was just a little cockroach in the apocalypse turned into a survivor who could live alone. There was nothing special about it. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Xiaotao, who was still in shock, and without hesitation, decided to drive out the snow vehicle. The apocalypse had already come, and Yu Zhaoting was no longer safe. The front desk had a master key that could open all the doors. If someone wanted to take this opportunity to rob the rich, this fake young master would definitely be the primary target. So he had to leave quickly. Right now, only in the snow vehicle could he slightly relax his mood. He sat in the driver's seat. Here, besides the steering wheel, there were many high-tech electronic screens that looked very complicated. As soon as he sat down, a mechanical female voice began to announce. "Owner's identity confirmed, shall we start the snow vehicle?" Jiang Chen answered without changing his expression. Confirm. Boom. 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 The lights inside the vehicle instantly lit up, and with the rumbling of the engine, the snow vehicle successfully started. As Wang Xiaotao had a shocked expression, Jiang Chen started driving with some difficulty. For tracks pressed against the cement road, making a creaking sound. Despite being 16 meters long, because the middle of the vehicle had a foldable design, the car twisted and turned flexibly, finally emerging from the underground parking lot of the luxurious Yuzhou Manor. Once outside, the blizzard completely buried the snow vehicle, and all that could be seen was a vast expanse of white. Jiang Chen was somewhat dumbfounded, although he considered his driving skills to be decent. But driving in visibility of less than 5 meters was way too exhausting, wasn't it? Ding. System notification. As the number of recruited teammates increases, the host can also upgrade according to the number of recruits. Current recruitment level, level 0. Next level will unlock the smart radar. Jiang Chen was stunned, the heavy stone in his heart was finally lifted. He didn't expect that recruiting other professions could lead to upgrades for the snow vehicle as well. Now, he couldn't afford to delay recruiting others, he had to start immediately. He cautiously drove forward a bit more and then parked the car right in the middle of the road. He stood up, turned around, and looked at Wang Xiaotao, who was still in shock. He smiled and said, "Beautiful lady, my luxury car still needs a chef, do you want to give it a try?" Wang Xiaotao opened her mouth, seemingly still not coming to her senses from the shock. After a long while, she gradually calmed down. She exhaled, transforming back to the familiar Wang Xiaotao, and then slowly walked over to him, wrapping her arms around his neck and giggling. "Then it depends on whether you, young master, like it." After saying that, she leaned in and kissed him deeply. Jiang Chen's body stiffened, but he then slowly reached out his hands to embrace her soft figure, responding passionately. The two kissed from the front of the car all the way to the sofa at the back. Wang Xiaotao's soft tongue made Jiang Chen lose his mind, almost making him take drastic measures with the girl. But thinking of Uncle Wang, he chose to stop. Better to wait a bit longer. Right now, the more important thing was to upgrade the snow vehicle. Recruits more people. To rescue Uncle Wang. And take revenge on Li Ziyan and Wang Yuqing. After doing all these things, it wouldn't be too late to confirm his relationship with Wang Xiaotao. After the passion subsided, the two of them embraced each other and lay on the sofa behind the vehicle. And the system notified him that Wang Xiaotao had been successfully recruited. Ding! The host has successfully recruited the chef profession. Name, Wang Xiaotao. Appearance, 8.8 points. Psychology, 9 points. Health, 9 points. Loyalty, 8 points. Skills, 4.8 points. Total score, 39.6 points. The requirement for level 1 upgrade as a chef has been met, unlocking the multifunctional kitchen. Bang bang bang. With a look of terror on Wang Xiaotao's face, the middle section of the car began to change shape. Machines and sparks flickered, and in just a moment, a kitchen about 5 square meters appeared before them. Moreover, this room didn't take up much space inside the vehicle. From the outside, it looked like a large bulge on the snow vehicle. But overall, Jiang Chen still believed the vehicle had used spatial black technology. Otherwise, how could a 5 square meter room fit in such a small place? Jiang Chen, what's going on? Jiang Chen smiled noncommittally. From now on, that room will be your workplace. Want to go take a look? Wang Xiaotao stood up and walked over with Jiang Chen. When they opened the kitchen door, Wang Xiaotao was astonished. Because the various kitchen utensils inside were things she had never heard of before. Take the large oven next to her, for instance. The introduction on it stated, can bake, fry, steam, and boil multifunctional kitchenware. There were all sorts of bizarre kitchen tools with functions that exploded in variety. Jiang Chen, I really love it here. To see so many multifunctional kitchen tools was a very happy thing for someone who loved to cook. She directly ignored the sense of incongruity about the unreasonable space, starting to eagerly study them. Ding! The host has successfully recruited one person, unlocking the smart radar system. Current level, level 1. Next level will unlock the autopilot function. Jiang Chen was startled again. It was truly unexpected. He didn't think that by recruiting just one more person, he could unlock automatic driving. From now on, his hands would be free, able to go wherever he wanted. In this terrible weather, even Mundo would probably hesitate to say such a thing, right? This was just too amazing. But amidst the joy, he felt a bit troubled. The reason was the recruitment conditions for the snow vehicle. They were incredibly strict. He needed high-quality women with excellent scores in various aspects. They also had to possess corresponding skills. Such conditions were hard to find even before the apocalypse, let alone now. During the few days of his crazy spending, he had quietly used the system's scanning function to sweep through the luxurious Yuji Hotel and various beautiful women in shopping malls. But the results were either too low in looks, had undergone surgery, poor psychology, poor health, or some even had negative loyalty. Those with a total score exceeding 20 points were just a handful. Let alone someone like Wang Xiaotao, who had an average score of 9 in the top 3 categories and possessed special abilities. He scratched his head and thought of a simple solution. That was to recruit online. He had already tried. As long as there was a name online, plus a recent photo of the person, the system could conduct scanning. There was no need for the person to be in front of him. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, once these women ran out of supplies and endured hunger, they would definitely be able to recruit suitable candidates. So he stopped thinking too much and sat back in the driver's seat, using the car's navigation to locate a large park in S-City, and drove there. The large park was called White Crane Park. It was the largest park in S-City, covering about 100,000 square meters. Even his large snow vehicle could drive around freely inside. This was also one of Jiang Chen's plans after acquiring the snow vehicle. The location of White Crane Park was in the central area of S-City. If the vehicle lacked any supplies, he could directly drive into the city for resupply. Moreover, there were no shopping malls or residential buildings in the park. No one would wander around the park in a snowstorm. So White Crane Park was the safest temporary station in S-City after the apocalypse. Jiang Chen turned on the smart radar, various buildings and obstacles around were scanned clearly, and even though it was late, he could still drive quickly. After about an hour of driving, the snow vehicle stopped next to White Crane Park. The name White Crane Park came from the fact that a flock of white cranes once lived here before the apocalypse. But now, in this scene, the white cranes were naturally nowhere to be found. Only a large area of lake covered with thin ice and the frozen boats on the surface told of the former prosperity here. Wang Xiaotao had already come out of the kitchen and was sitting in the passenger seat. The cold wind was howling outside, and heavy snow was falling. Yet she was wearing shorts, with bare feet, feeling quite at ease. "Jiang Chen, why are we here?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at her long, fair legs, swallowed hard, and said, "Of course, to stay away from crowds." "Xiaotao, you have to remember, the most frightening thing in the apocalypse is not the snowstorm, but people." Wang Xiaotao nodded vigorously, then picked up a cookbook placed beside her and began to read. "Jiang Chen, my father's matter." She covered her face with the book, her tone hesitant, showing a rare lack of confidence. Because Wang Xiaotao didn't believe that, in such circumstances, Jiang Chen would still go to save her father. The apocalypse had truly come. Jiang Chen's snow vehicle was like Noah's Ark, and the ticket was priceless. She was already very grateful that Jiang Chen had allowed her on board. If Jiang Chen wouldn't go to save her father, she would only feel sad inside and wouldn't say much more. But how could a daughter forget her parents who raised her to adulthood? So she planned to bring it up in front of Jiang Chen. Even if she was rejected, it would at least let her let go completely, which was better than a dull knife cutting flesh. But just when she thought Jiang Chen would gently refuse and comfort her, Jiang Chen, with a serious face, began to talk about the plan to rescue her father. "I have already planned for Uncle Wang's situation. The apocalypse has just begun, and as long as there is electricity at the coal mine, no one will freeze to death there. However, the situation there is somewhat complex, and now is definitely not the best time to rescue Uncle Wang." Jiang Chen explained to Wang Xiaotao that Li Zian, who had been offended badly that day, was the son of the coal mine boss. He stated that their current strength was not enough to launch a strong attack on that mine. "Don't worry, as long as our snowmobiles continue to upgrade, I will definitely be able to rescue Uncle Wang," Jiang Chen said with great seriousness. Not only for Wang Xiaotao but also for himself. He had not forgotten the kindness Uncle Wang had shown him during the apocalypse. Wang Xiaotao, who did not know that Jiang Chen and her father had once experienced the apocalypse together, felt her eyes redden instantly. She truly did not expect Jiang Chen to care so much about her father's situation. Moreover, she thought that all of this was because Jiang Chen was nice to her. Her heart suddenly felt overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 012, Release Recruitment Information. "Thank you, Jiang Chen." Wang Xiaotao still blocked her face with the book, but her tone had become somewhat choked. Under the book, her tears had already flowed into a stream, occasionally wiping them away with her hand. "I'm very happy to have met you before the apocalypse." She stood up, still blocking her face with the book, then sniffled once, turned, and left Jiang Chen in a daze. What's wrong with this girl? So confusing. Ding. Wang Xiaotao's loyalty score increased by 1 point, currently 9 points. Ding. Wang Xiaotao's total score has reached 40.6 points, unlocking the level 2 chef function, food warehouse. The storage time of food placed in the food warehouse is increased by 3 times. Jiang Chen chuckled. His mood instantly improved. Although he didn't know what was wrong with Wang Xiaotao, as long as the loyalty score increased, it was definitely a good thing. 3 times longer storage time? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Although it wasn't as crazy as a max-level chef or forever fresh food, 3 times longer storage was already godly. Currently, the canned food in his warehouse had a shelf life of at least 20 years. If they were all placed in the food warehouse, it would become 60 years. How long would it take for that to expire? He couldn't wait to open the food warehouse, but suddenly felt a bit disappointed. Because this food warehouse was not big, about the same size as the kitchen, a 5x5 cube. It was much smaller than his basketball court. This couldn't store too much food. But he didn't lose heart. As long as Wang Xiaodao reached max-level chef, not only could she make food forever fresh, but she could also expand the food warehouse. Only then would it be truly complete. Currently, Wang Xiaodao's other scores had already reached a very high level, but her chef skill score was still not going up. But Jiang Chen knew this was not something that could be achieved overnight. Although he knew nothing about cooking, he understood that improving a professional skill score takes time. And the further you go, the more difficult it becomes. Right now, Wang Xiaodao's chef skill score was 4.8 points, and according to the system's scoring logic, this was already enough to run a small restaurant. She needed to hone her chef skill to 8 points, which was roughly the score requirement for a Michelin-starred chef, to reach max level. This was indeed quite difficult. So Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. The most important thing now was still to recruit teammates of other professions. This was crucial to whether he could rescue Uncle Wang and when he could take revenge on Li Zian and the others. Even whether he could truly survive in the apocalypse. He had to hurry. So he started to edit a job advertisement on his phone. After thinking for a long time, he wrote an article like this. Honest recruitment, high-end talents in the medical field, security field, and engineering field. Requirements, must be female, must have high looks, strong psychological quality, and good health. Work environment, a large RV, warm 24 hours a day, flexible work, no strict requirements. Compensation, 1 meat can, 2 vegetable cans, and 3 staple foods daily. Interested parties may send their name along with a photo taken that day to apply. Besides the text, Jiang Chen also shot a short video in the snow-covered vehicle. The purpose, of course, was to increase credibility. By the time he finished all this, it was already midnight. He stretched lazily, sent the recruitment advertisement and video to various recruitment platforms and short video apps. Unexpectedly, this immediately caused a huge uproar online. Countless people started to leave insulting comments. What a crazy person. A mere RV, and still recruiting so many high-end talents? Must be female? Do you think you are the richest person in the world? Sisters, don't look at those requirements first, look at the compensation, it's just hilarious, a few broken cans daily, this isn't recruitment, this is sending off beggars. And what comes with must have high looks, strong psychological quality, good health, is this recruitment or matchmaking? This person must have been single for too long, wanting a woman so badly. TCH, do they really think a sudden change in weather and a snowstorm means the apocalypse is coming? I understand meteorology, this phenomenon is just a release of polar cold air, at most it will snow for one night and then stop. I have to say, although this person is crazy, the RV is indeed nice, where did he buy it, bro? Various mocking comments kept refreshing, but Jiang Chen was not too surprised. Currently, the official weather forecasts had completely stopped broadcasting, and most people did not know that this snowstorm was global. And it was not as simple as lasting a day or two. In the apocalypse, they referred to this wild wind and snow as a cold wave storm. He still clearly remembered that the first cold wave storm lasted nearly a month. Most humans died during that time. And later, as the temperature dropped lower, the intensity of the cold wave storms grew stronger, and the frequency grew denser. Every cold wave storm that passed meant countless deaths. Now the ice-locked apocalypse was just beginning. In another 10 days or so, not to mention 2 or 3 cans, even half a pack of instant noodles would be enough to drive people crazy. So he was not in a hurry. After a while, naturally, people would come to apply. Leaning against the driver's seat, he took a bottle of beer from the warehouse, looked at the raging wind and snow outside, and leisurely started to play games, then dozed off. When he woke up the next morning, Jiang Chen was directly awakened by a flood of messages on his phone. But these people were not coming to apply for jobs, but to insult him. It turned out that the job information he sent yesterday angered everyone, and hackers had dug out his personal information and posted it online. For a time, all sorts of idle people came out, ready to attack Jiang Chen online. Some also relied on reverse location to deduce that he was currently in Baiha Park of City S. So in addition to various insulting messages and harassing calls, there also began to appear posts on forums looking to find trouble with Jiang Chen. Title, Teach the Arrogant Car Owner a Lesson, Can the Men Living Around Baiha Park Have a Bit of Manliness? The post detailed Jiang Chen's arrogant actions and the many issues regarding his objectification of women, among other problems. In the end, the poster took the form of a woman who had once suffered under him, speaking about how Jiang Chen was utterly despicable, abandoning her and committing various evils. She hoped someone could teach him a lesson. And the person who posted this was Wang Yuqing. When she found out that the person online stirring up public anger was Jiang Chen, she immediately discussed a scheme with Li Zian. The coal mine was too far from Baihe Park, and the raging wind and snow outside wouldn't support them in avenging themselves in person. So she wrote this kind of post, letting Li Zian spend money to hype it up to become trending, hoping to trick some fools into helping them teach Jiang Chen a lesson. Surprisingly, the replies under the post were abnormally high. In no time, they gathered about 10 people. Hey girl. That stinking punk is at Baihe Park in S-City, right? My bro lives nearby. I'll go check it out soon, let's see what this guy is capable of. Go for it, big bro, beat him up hard, let us women vent our anger. Wang Yuqing passionately stirred up some furious, impulsive fools. And more people fell for it. Hey! Up there, I also live near Baihe Park, shall we go together? Count me in. I've seen that punk's job listing, it's just unbearable. I'll make sure he knows he can't be this arrogant. Go for it, handsome boys. I'm rooting for you. Many women who couldn't stand Jiang Chen also joined in. In no time, the post was even hotter. Jiang Chen, bored, scrolled through it and suddenly chuckled, then sent a message. You cowards, don't just shout. I'm waiting for you at Baihe Park, if you have guts, come over. He did this not out of anger but to test his idea, to see if Baihe Park was the safe temporary base he thought it was. If he could be easily found by dozens of people in a snowstorm, he wouldn't stay there any longer. What Jiang Chen didn't expect was that his provocation would have surprisingly good results. As soon as this message was sent, the post exploded with activity. Damn, this bastard is so arrogant. Just wait, I'm going to find you now. Let's go. If we don't beat this arrogant punk to the ground today, I'm not Sue. Add me. Let me grab a couple more down jackets. Damn. He must kneel and apologize to me today. At the same time, about dozens of people, holding baseball bats, fire axes, and other weapons, braved the snowstorm, walking out from their community, heading to Baihe Park to find Jiang Chen. Some teamed up in groups of 2 or 3, while others went solo. Jiang Chen sat in the car, starting the smart radar scanning function. In no time, a small red dot appeared about 500 meters away from him. This was the limit of the smart radar's detection range. Although it wasn't particularly far, in such visibility-limited ghostly weather, it was already impressive. He observed for a while as that small red dot moved forward about 50 meters, then turned in another direction, disappearing from the radar's detection range. He took out a bottle of drink, took a sip, and noticed 2 more small red dots slowly approaching. Though these 2 were walking in a straight line, their direction was wrong, they moved sideways about 300 meters from his vehicle. He laughed out loud. The color of the snow vehicle was itself very deceptive, and with the blizzard, no one could spot this huge thing unless they were within 10 meters. Probably, if their vision wasn't good, they'd crash right into the car before realizing there was something there. Relying solely on dozens of people searching on foot. It would take the year of the monkey and the month of the horse to find him. This also confirmed that his idea was not wrong. Baihe Park was indeed a very safe temporary residence. About an hour later, no red dots appeared on the radar anymore. However, messages about these people began to surface on the post. Everyone, disperse. This little brat is a coward. I'm almost frozen to death, circling around with several brothers, yet I haven't seen this kid's RV at all. Right, I've searched for a long time too. I'm frozen stiff all over. Knowing this place as well as I do, I shouldn't be unable to find him. Where are you all now? Since we can't find that coward, why not gather for hot pot? Today, it's on me. Sounds good. Let's meet at the Baihe statue. Okay, us brothers should get to know each other, we'll have each other's backs in the future. Jiang Chen was stunned. What a small world, the place they were gathering was exactly where he had parked. So, under these circumstances, would they discover his snow vehicle? Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. This was the best opportunity to test the camouflage capability of the snow vehicle. Chapter 013, The Power of the Snow Vehicle. After the people on the post finished speaking, Jiang Chen inevitably noticed several small red dots on the radar, moving toward his direction. Before long, these people gathered at the base of the Baihe statue. At this time, the distance between these people and the snow vehicle was less than 10 meters. Through the window, Jiang Chen could see dozens of them gathered together, talking and laughing. The weapons they were holding were all sorts of things. But Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. With these axes and clubs, do they think they can break into his snow vehicle? That's simply a pipe dream. The heavy armor on the outer layer of the snow vehicle is not just for show. Jiang Chen had reason to believe that even a grenade couldn't blow a hole in his snow vehicle. To Jiang Chen, these axes and clubs were no different than wooden sticks. After a while, more messages were posted. Everyone, we've all gathered together, all safe and sound, but that bastard Jiang Chen, we simply can't find him. He probably isn't even here. Exactly, everyone's faces are red from the cold, and we should hurry back, otherwise, we might risk frostbite. As for that coward Jiang Chen, he definitely isn't here. We are the most familiar with Baiha Park, how could an RV parked inside go unnoticed? But others replied with sarcasm. Are you all trying to trick us? Did you really not go out? Are you lying inside the house, just playing with us? Right, with such a heavy snowstorm, I don't believe you would actually go out looking for someone. More and more questioning voices arose, which directly angered these people. They were all men who had been fired up by Jiang Chen's provocations, and their tempers were already quite volatile. How could they endure such humiliation? So they began to shout in the post. And those who questioned them were equally relentless, arguing for their viewpoint. In the end, the two groups decided that if these hot-tempered men wanted anyone to believe them, they had to start a live stream immediately. Of course, the hot-tempered men were indignant and promptly started the live stream. Title: Baiha Park. Looking for the bastard Jiang Chen. After yesterday's events, combined with the instigation of certain people, Jiang Chen had already become a celebrity online. As soon as the live stream began, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. In particular, the citizens of S City had long regarded Jiang Chen as the shame of S City, so they were all the more concerned about this matter. Besides these people, there were also a few individuals very familiar to Jiang Chen. That was Li Ziyan, Wang Yuqing, Long Go, and Xia Haiba's three groups. They had long wanted to find Jiang Chen to redeem their previous failures. Now that they had news of Jiang Chen, they were certainly very focused. So just a few minutes into the live broadcast, it attracted tens of thousands of viewers. And it's still increasing. Dozens of elder brothers, their faces red from the cold, didn't understand what live streaming effects were. They just took turns recounting the process of searching for Jiang Chen, accompanied by the howling blizzard nearby, which certainly had a unique flavor. Before long, someone started to send gifts. The comments were all in support of the elder brothers, calling to take down Jiang Chen. Once the last elder brother finished speaking, a big man wearing 3 layers of down jacket stood up to summarize. Now you all convinced, right? We said long ago that Jiang Chen, that coward, how could he tell us his real address? Now he's probably hiding somewhere. Everyone in the live broadcast felt disappointed. Especially Li Ziyan, Wang Yiqing, and others. They had long hated Jiang Chen to the bone, wishing to find him quickly and take revenge on him heavily. Now they received the news that he was not at Baiha Park. How could they not be disappointed? But Jiang Chen was almost laughing to the point of gasping in his snowmobile. Because he was also watching the live broadcast. And behind the live broadcast background, his snowmobile was parked right there. But it was not their fault for being foolish. The camouflage ability of the snowmobile was just too strong. Even though he knew that behind this group of people was his snowmobile. But if one didn't look closely, you couldn't see that behind there was a large patch of small snowflakes that hadn't moved at all. Brothers, this is how things are, we're also getting ready to leave, you all don't need to take Jiang Chen, that coward, to heart, just a clown. The comments started flooding with all kinds of insults towards Jiang Chen. I knew long ago he was a show-off clown, just from that recruitment ad. Correct, brothers, you've worked hard, go home and rest early, don't mind that fool. Ha, I'm really looking forward to what Jiang Chen will do once the blizzard passes and he has to face society. Yeah, let me bump into him next time, I'll definitely curse him to death. Just when those big men were about to leave, Jiang Chen didn't feel happy. Well, you guys have insulted and vented, isn't it too dismissive to leave just like this? So he directly made a move that shocked everyone in the live broadcast room, which was to press the horn. Beep beep. The sound of the horn was like a bright light in the dark, instantly causing everyone in the live broadcast room to quiet down. Even those big men on site were no exception. What's going on? Is it haunted? Everyone's gaze turned to the spot where the horn sound came from, but found nothing. I can't believe it. Could it really be haunted? Let's go check it out. Dozens of big men moved towards Jiang Chen's snowmobile. And of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't let them find him easily. He minimized the power of the vehicle, blending with the roaring blizzard, the sound became almost inaudible, and he slowly reversed. Furthermore, he activated the counter-tracking mode. The principle of this mode is simple, after the snowmobile passes, it sweeps fresh snow on top, covering the old snow pressed by its tracks, making it not so easy to find the tire marks and track how it moved. Although it couldn't completely disappear without a trace, it was enough to handle ordinary people without professional tracking ability. This was also one of the many functions Jiang Chen studied about the snowmobile. When those big men reached the position where Jiang Chen had parked earlier, he had already driven far away. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. No way. Is it really haunted? Or am I hallucinating? Bullshit. How could it be an illusion? I heard it clearly, there was a horn sound. Then why can't we see the car? Everyone in the live broadcast room looked puzzled. The big men on site were the same. Jiang Chen laughed again. At this moment, the sleepy Wang Xiaotao sat up from the bed behind the car. Jiang Chen, what's going on? It's so noisy. She rubbed her eyes, got out of bed, and walked over barefoot. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at her a bit more. Though the snowmobile's floor was covered with carpet, and the temperature was just right, wearing shorts and being barefoot was indeed very comfortable, but she should consider my feelings. I see these big white legs every day, it's not easy for me. When Jiang Chen finally managed to shift his gaze back, Wang Xiaotao had already taken an ice pop from the fridge, sitting down next to him while licking it. Jiang Chen then explained to Wang Xiaotao the background of the recruitment and how these big men came to pick a fight, ending with the incident where he provoked them while live streaming. Wang Xiaotao chuckled lightly and said, "They really don't know their place, thinking they can find your snowmobile in a place like this?" Then, she rested her feet on the front of the passenger seat, one hand holding the ice pop, and the other hand directly honked the horn. Beep. 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 Jiang Chen broke into a cold sweat. Wang Xiaotao seemed even more reckless than him. No way, he couldn't lose face in front of Wang Xiaotao. So, Jiang Chen quickly pulled out the loudspeaker for public shouting and yelled, "You idiots, and you fools in the livestream, I'm right here in Baiha Park, come find me if you dare." As soon as he said this, all the viewers in the livestream were stunned. They had seen arrogance before, but never this level of arrogance. It was just a modified RV that could drive in the snow. How could someone be this bold? This was truly lawless. And the dozens of big men, with their faces turning red from the cold, immediately got angry. They had already declared that Jiang Chen was not in Baiha Park at all. Unexpectedly, he suddenly shouted out. And it was in front of so many people in the live stream. This was basically slapping them hard in the face. How could they stand such humiliation? "You little brat, just wait. When I find you, I'll beat you to death." The dozens of big men instantly broke down in the live stream, cursing loudly. The bullet screen was filled with supportive voices. The screen was flooded with gifts. Thus, these dozens of men started braving the wind and snow to search for Jiang Chen. But with Jiang Chen's smart radar in stealth mode, these men moved around like headless flies, aimlessly wandering in Baiha Park. Wang Xiaotao beside him covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. Jiang Chen proudly said, "What do you think, my snowmobile is awesome, right?" Wang Xiaotao covered her mouth, laughing and said, "It is strong, keeping those people running in circles, but what makes me laugh more is, you just called the viewers in the live stream fools, but weren't you also watching the stream?" Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen's face instantly turned green. "You little girl. How dare you laugh at me?" He directly pounced on Wang Xiaotao, pinning her down and tickling her. Ha ha ha. "I was wrong, Jiang Chen. I won't do it again. Ha ha ha." After they played around for a while, Wang Xiaotao escaped, made a face at him, and went to the kitchen to cook. Jiang Chen, feeling triumphant, waved his fist, declaring himself the champion of this men's and women's wrestling match. After Wang Xiaotao left, he began honking, cursing, and teasing those big men. He intended to vent all the frustration from being laughed at by Wang Xiaotao onto them. Finally, after more than an hour, the dozens of big men could no longer endure it, all of them ran home, trembling from the cold, their faces purple. This battle made Jiang Chen completely famous online. Everyone knew that in Baiha Park, there was an arrogant person driving a luxury RV. While cursing, he was hiding, making dozens of local natives unable to find his shadow. Chapter 014, Solve Long Gu. Jiang Chen became famous online, while receiving countless curses. This also proved his strength. This was one of the effects Jiang Chen wanted to achieve. To upgrade his snowmobile, he had to recruit high-quality women with almost harsh requirements. If he's not famous, who would dare to trust him? The effect was also quite good. In just a short while, people started signing up under his recruitment information. He received dozens of applications in a row. After all, there are still smart people in this world. Many people had gathered information from other places and learned that this snowstorm was global in nature, not just an ordinary weather change. Many who had once met Jiang Chen, the wealthy man from the UZ luxury residence, also had their female family members sign up. The first to see it was the middle-aged man who had once knelt down to apologize to him and slapped himself hard, bringing his niece to sign up. Jiang Chen was instantly speechless. He had already scanned that female sales assistant. Her appearance score was 6.0. Psychological score was 3.0. Health score was 5.0. Loyalty score was 1.0. Skills were 0. Adding it up, she didn't even score 15 points. How dare she sign up? Jiang Chen directly ignored her. But as he continued scanning the other applicants, his face couldn't help but be full of disappointment. The 10 or so women claiming to be high quality had no one with an appearance score above 7. All the photos were heavily made up and retouched. As for the other scores, they were about the same as that sales assistant. None of them had a total score above 20. There was even one woman claiming to be a top student from a medical school, but she was carrying HIV. Jiang Chen was completely speechless. What kind of strange people were these? Can't they understand his recruitment information? Why are all kinds of trash trying to join? So, he emphasized again in the recruitment message. I only recruit truly talented and high-quality women. Please do not send trash my way, alright? Immediately, the internet exploded. Because those who had applied, with their heavy makeup and retouched photos, had reached the level of very beautiful female influencers. Such looks could easily attract a large number of male viewers if they went live online. Yet Jiang Chen had called them trash. How could these women be happy about that? They immediately started spreading bad rumors about Jiang Chen online. Sisters, who understands? With my looks, that nasty Jiang Chen actually called me trash. I think he's just teasing us, it's not a sincere recruitment. Exactly, I graduated with a PhD from medical school, with these looks, and he doesn't want me, calling me trash. What an arrogant, lawless person. For a while, a new wave of attacks on Jiang Chen began online. But no one could really do anything about him. After all, dozens of locals, humiliated right in front of them, couldn't even find Jiang Chen. What could these people do? Besides the attackers, there were also many who were driven by greed. They had all seen the magic of Jiang Chen's RV with their own eyes. Whether it was the warm and comfortable environment in the video, or the hidden nature of the vehicle, which even dozens of local strong men couldn't find. Their first thought was, this was a modified RV specifically designed for an ice and snow apocalypse. If the apocalypse really came, having such an RV would allow them to dominate, doing whatever they wanted. Li Ziyan, Wang Yuqing, Long Go, and the others all thought the same way. They had richer sources of information compared to ordinary people. They already felt that this snowstorm was definitely not ordinary. And their enemy, Jiang Chen, had such a powerful snowmobile RV, how could they not envy him? Long Ge's supermarket. Long Go closed the livestream with a face full of anger. His hatred for Jiang Chen was even greater than Li Ziyan's and Xia Haiba's. Because Jiang Chen had not only humiliated him badly, he also robbed his supermarket completely. If it weren't for him, he would have had all the supplies of the supermarket and wouldn't fear this frozen apocalypse at all. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. At this moment, a small brother behind him gave him an idea. Brother Long, how about we also get a couple of cars, modify them a bit, and go find that kid's trouble? Now online, there are so many people cursing him, we can go with a reason. Brother Long glanced at the little brother, took a deep breath, and replied. Okay. I really can't stand that kid flaunting himself every day. It's just modifying vehicles, right? We can make some changes and run on the snow. So a group of people went to find 2 vans, parked them in Brother Long's supermarket parking lot, and started modifying them. Their requirements weren't high, as long as they could run on the snow, that was enough. So the modifications were completed quickly. Before long, 2 strange vehicles, with huge tires and chains wrapped around them, were finished modifying. Brother Long, this car will definitely run on the snow. Brother Long also laughed heartily. Let's go, we are setting out. I can't wait to go find trouble with Jiang Chen. Even if the apocalypse really comes, the brothers won't have to be afraid. Ah, Brother Long, I heard that kid is also flirting with a beautiful woman in the car, should we take her too? The little brother beside him gave Brother Long a lewd expression. Brother Long slapped his forehead with a big hand. Hey! I didn't expect you to be quite clever, I was just about to say, let's strip that little brat and throw him out of the car, and we can enjoy his girlfriend inside, ha ha. Brother Long is mighty. Everyone was very happy. They all jumped into the 2 modified vans and headed towards Baiha Park. At this moment, someone took out their phone and started a live stream. Title, Finding the Bastard Jiang Chen for the second time, and this time we are driving. Suddenly, a large number of viewers were attracted. Also, because Jiang Chen's reputation was even worse than before. This time, the audience supporting Brother Long was way more than before. The gifts and donations kept coming in. On the road, Brother Long drove while explaining to the audience, in a seemingly righteous manner, why he wanted to find trouble with Jiang Chen. The reason was that his supermarket had once been sabotaged by Jiang Chen, losing goods worth about 7 to 8 million. He originally planned to resolve it through legal means, but who knew a blizzard suddenly swept in. Along with Jiang Chen's arrogant actions, he decided to help the people by eliminating this great disaster. After this round of embellishment, plus the beautification from the surrounding little brothers, Jiang Chen instantly became a heinous big devil, while Brother Long turned into a law-abiding good citizen, a great hero removing harm for the people. The live stream room erupted in an instant. A large number of supporting comments for Brother Long appeared on the screen. I really didn't expect it. That Jiang Chen was so arrogant before. He actually forced such a good boss to become like this. Yeah. I remember now, Brother Long's supermarket suddenly lost power a few days ago, and many things were snatched away. I didn't expect it was this Jiang Chen's doing. A demon. He is simply like a demon. Perhaps only by eliminating him can the blizzard end. In addition to the normal people who hated Jiang Chen, there were also quite a few superstitious cultists standing up to angrily curse, claiming that only by dealing with Jiang Chen could the blizzard be over. But these people were just a small part. They were soon drowned out by normal comments of hatred towards Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, at Baiha Park, Jiang Chen was sitting on the sofa, happily eating the beef hot pot made by the beautiful chef, smiling ear to ear. When he saw that Brother Long was coming to find him in the live stream, his brows slightly furrowed. Those hot-blooded guys were coming to find him. He was purely enjoying the fun and could deal with them. Because there was no enmity between him and them, even if these people found Jiang Chen, they wouldn't harbor much ill will. But Brother Long was different. As a former subordinate, he was already well aware of Brother Long's terrible deeds. Even the supermarket he operated was heard to have been seized through disgraceful means from someone else. Furthermore, he had severely offended Brother Long a few days ago by robbing his supermarket clean. Now, it was clear that a simple lesson would not suffice. Jiang Chen coldly smiled. Since Brother Long intended to take revenge on him, he couldn't hold back. This time, he must ensure that they never return. Brother Long and his group still had no idea what trouble they had stirred up. While they were live streaming, they secretly schemed on how to humiliate Jiang Chen. However, their modified vehicles were not very professional and hadn't even reached Baiha Park before getting stuck in the slippery snow. Helpless, Brother Long had no choice but to let someone get out to push the car. They dawdled along the way, and it wasn't until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that they finally arrived at Baiha Park. Even so, the live streaming room was still bustling with people. Comments cursing Jiang Chen and supporting Brother Long flooded in continuously. Brother Long stopped the vehicle, wiped the sweat from his buzz cut due to the pushing, and laughed loudly. Brothers, we have arrived at Baiha Park. Now we are about to broadcast live on how to drag out that bastard Jiang Chen and give us some vent for our anger. The live streaming room erupted once again. Go, Brother Long. I believe in you. Beat Jiang Chen to the ground. Ha ha ha. Coward Jiang Chen, if you have guts, don't hide. Come out and face us. Gifts poured in one after another, and Brother Long was very happy. This feeling of showing off under everyone's watch was simply wonderful. Once this incident ended, he would definitely stream regularly and enjoy it. But just as the two vans parked and Brother Long was preparing to take a short break, a sudden loud noise came from afar. Brother Long was stunned, and the crowd in the livestream was also taken aback. This sound was clearly that of a huge engine, only produced when it operated at full power. How could such a remote place have such a noise? But soon, everyone was left dumbfounded by the scene that followed. They saw a giant armored beast, 5 meters high, 4 meters wide, and over 10 meters long, rushing towards Brother Long's two modified vans at high speed. What the hell is that? Everyone's minds only had this one question. But in the blink of an eye, Brother Long's two vans were mercilessly flipped over by the armored vehicle. Many of the younger brothers inside the cars were immediately injured or killed. Chapter 15, The Lee Father and Son. Ah! It hurts. Many twisted bodies shoved together in the car kept writhing. Many people hurriedly ran outside, but were mercilessly crushed by the snow vehicle right after. Ah! It hurts, don't crush me. I was wrong, please let me go. Some were crushed halfway, while others were directly ground into meat paste by the tracks. As for Brother Long, he had just crawled out of the van when Jiang Chen drove over him, splattering his brain matter 5 meters away. In an instant, the white snow was covered in blood and pieces of limbs. Intestines mixed with pieces of flesh and hair turned the snow into a pile of red mush. Jiang Chen drove the vehicle, continuing to expressionlessly crush the two vans. With a cold smile in his eyes, he calmly said to the obviously uneasy Wang Xiaotao beside him. The most important rule in the apocalypse is to be ruthless. Otherwise, it will be you or me who loses our lives, understand? Wang Xiaotao covered her mouth and gently nodded. But in the end, she couldn't bear the scene of blood and flesh outside and ran out to vomit. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Youngsters need to practice more. In the apocalypse, he had seen too many scenes more tragic than this. What easy child eating, tying people up at home, cutting off a piece of meat every day, all kinds of scenes, he had seen them all. In the end times, the easiest to be eliminated are those kind-hearted, soft-handed saints. These people either end up being betrayed or enslaved to death. Not a single one has a good ending. On the contrary, as long as you are strong enough, tough enough, You can break through in the end times. Watching the intelligent radar show that the two vans had lost all signs of life, Jiang Chen finally drove away the snowmobile, disappearing again into the wind and snow. Meanwhile, Long Ge's live stream room had completely fallen silent. They all witnessed Long Gu and his gang go from spirited to being crushed to death by Jiang Chen. The painful cries of the crowd still echoed in their minds. No one knew when it happened, but someone was the first to react, speaking in the already black screen live stream room. Is this murder? Wow! This is so thrilling. So many people, instantly crushed into meat patties. Ugh, no, I really feel like throwing up right now. Where are the police? Aren't they going to manage this? Could it really be the end of the world? Jiang Chen dared to kill in front of so many people in a live stream. Could the end times really have come? The atmosphere in the live stream room instantly became heavy. Now no one dared to say a bad word about Jiang Chen. And everyone's heart began to wonder. Is it really the end of the world? At the same time, Jiang Chen also received more recruitment applications. Many even included pleading statements. I beg you, please take me with you. I can make you do anything. I promise to be obedient. Young Master Jiang, I graduated from the engineering school. I guarantee my skills are good, both technical and foundational. Please let me get on the vehicle. But no matter how humble their tone, how much they tried to please Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged, and after scanning them, all these women were deemed unqualified. What he wanted were high-quality women whose future scores must reach at least 45 points. Just look at Wang Xiaotao. A chef's profession is enough to understand. A 40-point secondary chef, triple storable food warehouse, and a 45-point leveled-up chef, with an everlasting fresh warehouse, compared side by side, are like heaven and earth. So for other professions, full-level upgrades of 45 points wouldn't be weak either. He couldn't allow himself to recruit a mediocre teammate who would never reach 45 points due to a moment of kindness. Otherwise, he would regret it for a lifetime. And he was not in a hurry. What he needed to do now was to establish a reputation and patiently wait for those high-quality and talented women. Even if the end times had arrived, they would surely remain proud. It was impossible for these people to set aside their dignity just for food and water at the very start of the apocalypse. Jiang Chen estimated. It would likely take another 15 or 16 days for truly capable high-quality women to come and apply. Of course, Jiang Chen was also afraid of suddenly missing out on certain geniuses, so he patiently processed the application information from various regions. Meanwhile, Long Ji's death had shocked Li Ziyan and Wang Yuqing. Neither of them expected that Jiang Chen had now become this ruthless. He could directly and decisively drive over dozens of people to their deaths. Was this still the honest and poor kid Jiang Chen they knew? Ziyan, how about we don't go and take revenge on Jiang Chen? He seems really hard to deal with now. Li Ziyan's heart raced. But before he could speak, suddenly a middle-aged man walked out from the room next door. Li Ziyan quickly stood up. Dad! Why did you come here? The visitor was Li Ziyan's father, Li Shangyan. He was also the dictator who squeezed Jiang Chen to death in the previous life. Wang Yuqing also quickly stood up. Li Shangyan waved his hand. He gestured for the two to sit down. He also smiled gently at Wang Yuqing. It seemed he was quite satisfied with this beautiful-looking daughter-in-law. Ziyan, did you watch that live stream today? Li Ziyan was puzzled. Is it the live stream of Long Gu being crushed to death in Ba Park? Li Shangyan nodded, his eyes filled with greed. That guy named Jiang Chen, the snowmobile he owns is definitely not something just anyone can modify. If we can get his vehicle, even if the end of the world comes, with our family's coal mine resources plus his car, we won't be afraid. Li Ziyan's eyes instantly brightened. He had just feared Jiang Chen simply because he didn't have many resources to rely on. Because for such revenge, although his father didn't care, he would never strongly support it. Now that his father was in, wanting to take revenge on Jiang Chen would not be that simple, right? Dad, we were discussing this. Just now, Yuqing and I were watching the live stream and thought that if we could seize Jiang Chen's vehicle, it would definitely help our family. Li Ziyan certainly didn't forget to praise himself in front of his father, so he brushed aside his private feud with Jiang Chen without telling Li Shangyan. Beside him, Wang Yuqing also nodded repeatedly. Li Shangyan laughed heartily. Ah, you truly are my son. Ziyan, you've finally grown up. It would be best to win over Jiang Chen, but if we can't, we must eliminate the root of the problem. Okay, Dad. Li Ziyan was already overjoyed inside. With his father's support, taking revenge on Jiang Chen would be a piece of cake. Then he asked. Dad, Yuqing and I know Jiang Chen. He is our classmate, and his temper has always been bad, so he probably won't accept our invitation. But his snowmobile is so impressive, what should we do to capture it? Li Ziyan continued to hide his personal grudge against Jiang Chen. And he painted Jiang Chen as someone whose temper was too bad to deal with, hoping to get his father's advice on how to take revenge on him. Li Shangyan certainly didn't doubt that his son was trying to fool him. He coldly sneered twice and replied to Li Ziyan. Ziyan, you need to understand one thing. No matter how powerful a modified vehicle is, it needs energy to run. As long as we cut off his energy supply, even a tank has to obey and wait to die. Li Ziyan and Wang Yuqing were suddenly enlightened. Their faces were filled with admiration for Li Shangyan. Yeah, Dad. How did I not think of that? You're so smart. You hit the nail on the head. Li Shangyan enjoyed the admiration from his son and daughter-in-law. So he attempted to ask. Ziyan, can you think of any way to cut off his supply? Li Ziyan pondered. Dad, if we send someone to take all the oil from S City, it probably won't be long before Jiang Chen surrenders. What do you think of this method? Li Shangyan pouted and commented with mild anger. Flashy but impractical. The idea is good, but S City is so big, and it's snowing outside. How will you empty all the energy from S City? Also, if Jiang Chen discovers it and drives his car to another place, what then? Li Ziyan scratched his head, face full of bitterness. Finally, he had no choice but to ask for his father's help, like asking for a favor. Dad, why don't you think of a way for me? You also know I haven't graduated from college yet. In terms of wisdom, I definitely don't have half of yours. Li Shangyan burst out laughing. He certainly enjoyed the flattery from his son. He knew his son Li Ziyan's temperament, right? Hot-tempered and foolish, not much use. He often worried whether such a large family business would really be inherited by him. The weather suddenly changed, but it helped Li Ziyan grow a lot, and of course, he was very happy. So he immediately gave a plan to deal with Jiang Chen. Ziyan, if he can modify vehicles, can't we? The reason that Longo failed is that his modifications were not good enough, not many enough, not big enough. Li Ziyan's eyes lit up as he nodded continuously. Right. We have so many trucks in our coal mine, if we modify them casually, we can definitely drown that Jiang Chen. But Li Shangyan wore an unhappy expression. Ziyan, don't just look at the surface of the problem. I just said, if the apocalypse comes, the most lacking thing for vehicles is energy, but what resources do we have the most? Li Ziyan wondered. Coal mine? Li Shangyan smiled and nodded. Exactly. I have already received news from several old friends. This snowstorm is definitely not just a change in weather, the apocalypse is really coming. We must prepare for the long term. Then, he slightly curled his lips and said confidently. Since we are going to modify vehicles, of course, we should do a thorough overhaul. We absolutely cannot rely on oil resources. What we need are vehicles that can run on coal. Li Ziyan's eyes widened in shock. Li Shangyan continued. Only like this. We can stand firm in the apocalypse. Do you understand? Li Ziyan and Wang Yuqing both nodded in astonishment. No one expected Li Shangyan's ambition to be this great. Especially Li Ziyan. In his impression, his father was already a very powerful figure. He didn't expect him to be this amazing. If a vehicle that runs on coal can really be achieved, wouldn't City S just become their backyard? At that time, if they want to take revenge on Jiang Chen, wouldn't it be easy? Dad. I understand. Leave this to me and Yuqing. I will make our modified vehicles run all over City S. Chapter 016, Another Beauty. Li Shangyan laughed happily twice. As a father, of course, he hoped his son could succeed. Now that Li Ziyan was becoming more and more mature under his guidance, how could he not be happy? Ziyan, you've grown up. The matter of modifying vehicles and seizing Jiang Chen's RV is fully entrusted to you. I have other important matters. Before leaving completely, he carefully reminded. Ziyan, don't be too impatient when doing anything in the future. Make sure to think through the problems before acting, got it? Li Ziyan nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Dad, I will execute it seriously. Li Shangyan nodded, then satisfied, pushed the door and left. Li Ziyan and Wang Yuqing both stood up happily and danced around. Ha ha ha. So what if it's the apocalypse? As long as our modified vehicles are developed, we can still live happily and freely. Right. And that Jiang Chen, at that time we will send people to transport all the oil energy from City S, and then surround him, let's see how long he can hold on. Both of them were very happy. Wang Yuqing asked. Ziyan, when do we start researching the modified vehicles? Are there any talents in the coal mine who can modify vehicles? Li Ziyan shook his head, replying. No, the coal mine is full of ordinary workers who mine, maybe they can just fix cars a bit. Wang Yuqing lowered her head in thought. Maybe we can do what that brat Jiang Chen did, and recruit online. Li Ziyan was suddenly inspired and said happily. Right, right. Yuqing, you have great ideas, let's do that. So the two immediately posted recruitment information online. Unlike Jiang Chen, they accepted talents of any gender and had no psychological character rating requirements. Soon, they recruited quite a number of people. Meanwhile, hiding in the Tianlang cinema, Xia Haiba. He already understood that this sudden change in weather was definitely abnormal. The first thing he thought of was contacting the Xia family, to see what kind of arrangement they had made within the family. But the result was that he couldn't get in touch with them at all. He immediately realized that he had been treated as a discarded pawn. In a fit of rage, Xia Haiba directly threw the phone he was holding aside and cursed angrily. These heartless, ungrateful bastards. Have they forgotten the contributions I made to the family? If it weren't for me, working behind the scenes for you all, where would the family's glory be now? As he cursed, he unexpectedly covered his face and cried, like a child abandoned by an adult. Father! Father! How could you cruelly abandon me? I'm your son too. He was utterly heartbroken. As a born into this family, he had always been disliked by the family. His older siblings all used him as a punching bag, never seeing him as important. Even though he had clearly stated he wouldn't inherit the family wealth, they still showed him no pity. He never expected to end up with the fate of being abandoned. How could this not make him sad? Fine. 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 Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. From now on, I, Xia Haiba, will have nothing to do with your Xia family. Let's see if this frozen apocalypse can defeat me. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he clenched his fists tightly, shouting at the people below him. Give my orders. The apocalypse has arrived. The social order has completely collapsed. We must seize this opportunity to recruit more people and build up our own power. Yes, Boss Xia. The subordinates, upon hearing this news, couldn't help but feel a tightness in their hearts. Has the apocalypse really arrived? Doesn't that mean the days ahead will be hard to bear? Any normal person, hearing this news, would probably feel incredibly anxious. But soon, Xia Haiba stood up, wiping off the bruises left by Xia Xiaofeng's beating, and then straightened his clothes. He wore a sinister smile on his face and said, What are you all nervous about? So what if the apocalypse is here? I, Xia Haiba, guarantee you. Even in the apocalypse, the first ones to die will definitely not be us. Let's go, our target is the building next door. We're going to grab supplies. Hearing this, the more than 50 people below all shouted excitedly. Xia Haiba grabbed a baseball bat, slung it over his shoulder, and led the way out. Once we get into the community, kill any man who doesn't surrender. Leave the women behind to play with. Got it? Got it, Boss Xia. The group all shouted in unison and followed Xia Haiba out. Soon, horrified screams echoed from the neighboring community. Some people were stripped of their clothes and thrown out, some had their doors broken down and were beaten to death, and many women were pinned against the walls and abused by these people. There were also many men who understood the situation and joined Xia Haiba's team. In no time, Xia Haiba's name spread like wildfire throughout S City. Xia Haiba pulled a young woman by the hair, and after doing what he wanted, he dragged her to the window. His eyes were filled with madness. Jiang Chen, you just wait. Your snowmobile. And your girlfriend. They'll all be mine. I will make you experience a torment 10 times worse than hell. He opened the window, letting the biting cold wind blow against the young woman's exposed skin. No matter how she struggled and screamed, he simply threw her out of the 16th floor. Thud. By the time Jiang Chen learned of these events online, it was already late at night. He ate the corn cakes made by Wang Xiaotao and shook his head helplessly. No matter how Xia Haiba and his group struggled, the final outcome had already been decided. They would slowly perish in this frozen apocalypse. They were just a bunch of maggots jumping and cheering on the corpse of a giant. No matter how happily they bounce around now, when the giant's body is completely consumed, it will ultimately fade into the endless cold wind. However, these people have brought him quite a bit of help. Due to the social unrest, many people thought of his job advertisement. As a result, a flood of job listings poured in. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed and stressed out. After a whole night of effort, by the time morning came, and he finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep, he still hadn't found anyone that met his expectations. This nearly drove him to the brink of mental collapse. He even had a nightmare where he was still with Wang Xiaotao in a snow car when they were both old, trembling as they posted a recruitment ad, but ended up recruiting no teammates. This nightmare scared him awake by noon. The first thing he said upon waking up was, "What the heck? What's going on? I scanned so many people, how come there's not even one that meets the requirements?" He opened his eyes and saw Wang Xiaotao's youthful face in front of him. He touched his forehead and realized it was just a dream. He then let out a heavy sigh of relief. Wang Xiaotao smiled and said, What happened, did you have a nightmare? Jiang Chen stood up and bitterly smiled. Isn't that so? I dreamed that both of us had grown old, still sitting in the car recruiting teammates, but failing to recruit even one. Wang Xiaotao burst into silly laughter. That's fine, we can just be a lonely couple in the apocalypse, how romantic. Jiang Chen playfully gave her a light tap on the head, jokingly scolding. Wang aunt, aren't you going to rescue us? Besides, if we don't upgrade the snow car, whether we can live to that time is still up for debate. Wang Xiaotao stuck out her tongue and then pointed at the back of the car, saying, The food is ready, let's go eat. Today's lunch was scrambled eggs with greens, spicy stir-fried meat, plus a can of beef. The staple food was rice. Jiang Chen enjoyed the meal, but when he checked the food storage, he realized that the fresh vegetables, eggs, and meat were already running low. When he was stockpiling supplies, he had no idea that the snow car would upgrade and that he could recruit a beautiful chef like Wang Xiaotao. So most of the food was canned or instant food with long shelf lives. And in Jiang Chen's eyes, just reborn from the apocalypse, all these were delicacies. They were the kind of food that could make one feel incredibly happy, eating them only 2 or 3 times in a lifetime. Who would have thought that now, what he wanted to eat the least was these canned foods? Helplessly. Having a chef around indeed easily raises one's appetite. It seems that whenever he gets the chance, he should go to the city to replenish the supplies. But right now, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. The chaos outside was at its peak, and neither he nor Wang Xiaotao had much self-defense capability. It really wasn't worth risking their lives just for a delicious meal. He shook his head and continued to shovel rice into his mouth. After finishing his meal, he began to process various recruitment messages again. This time, he worked until around 7 or 8 in the evening. And still, there wasn't a suitable candidate. Just when Jiang Chen felt utterly exhausted and planned to take a break to talk about it tomorrow, an information scan suddenly caught his eye. He jumped up from his seat. Name, Xiaoshiro. Age, 23. Attractiveness, 9.7 points. Psychological, 8.5 points. Health, 7.0 points. Loyalty, 6 points. Skills, medical 4 points. Special ability, focus. Summary, an extremely beautiful woman who is deaf and mute, because she cannot hear, she can focus more on one task. Recommendation, the host should recruit her. Deafness and muteness can be treated. In the medical field, the skill of focus is definitely one of the best talents and can guarantee a quick increase in skill rating. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my goodness. Wang Xiaotao with a rating of 8.8, he thought was very beautiful. Otherwise, why would Xia Haibao be so keen on her in the mall? But this Xiaoshiro has a stunning attractiveness rating of 9.7. This can't possibly take off. But when he looked at the photo sent by the other person, he found it was a masked person. And the blurry pixels made it impossible to see the face. It was completely a system scan 9.7 score. So he could only shake his head helplessly, deciding to wait until she was recruited onto the vehicle to see how beautiful this 9.7 score really was. So he sent a message saying, Hello, Miss Xia, you meet my recruitment criteria very well. May I ask where you are now? Do you need me to pick you up? Chapter 017, Abandon Xiaoshiro. The perspective shifts to the early migrants of the Xia family. After 2 days and nights of walking, they had arrived at an auto repair shop in a neighboring city. This was also one of the Xia family's properties. The manager here had, according to the family head Xia Xiuxian's instructions, modified a large number of cargo trucks, waiting for the Xia family to arrive. After all the members of the Xia family, shivering and trembling, got into the car, Xia Xiaofeng rushed over last, in a panic. Where's my third sister? Why didn't I see her get on the car? Young Master Xia, there is no third miss on this vehicle at all. What? Xia Xiaofeng instantly clenched his fists. He walked up to a middle-aged man who was arranging people to board the vehicle and punched him directly. Damn it! Xia Aishan! You lied to me. Didn't you say my third sister was already arranged properly? Xia Aishan wiped the corner of his mouth, then coldly laughed, kicking Xia Xiaofeng far away, angrily saying, Xia Xiaofeng, you dare to question your elder brother? Xia Shiro is deaf and mute. She is a crippled person. In the apocalypse, she should be abandoned. The Xia family is barely surviving now, and you still want the Xia family to continue taking care of that crippled person? Xia Xiaofeng immediately got furious. Because of his age, he was closest to his third sister Xia Shiro, plus her natural deafness and weakness in character. So his relationship with Xia Shiro was the best. He also understood very well that Xia Shiro's extremely high beauty, in the apocalypse, was like a big piece of meat. I'm afraid everyone would want a bite. Such a woman, abandoned by the family, what good ending could she possibly have? So Xia Xiaofeng angrily started to fight with Xia Yishan. Damn it! You just want my third sister to die. Just to take her share of the family property. Damn it. I will definitely beat you to death today. You mad dog. Get away. Come on, quickly pull him away. Just when the two were locked in a fierce struggle, Xiao Xiuxian walked over, his cold face exuding authority without anger. What is going on? It's already this serious yet you're still shouting? What kind of manners are these? Xiao Xiaofeng stood up, coldly pointing at Xiao Yishan. Father, my elder brother abandoned my third sister to grab her inheritance. Xiao Yishan quickly stood up as well. Father, don't listen to his nonsense. I just think that Xiao Shiro, that crippled person, can't survive in the apocalypse. Bringing her along is only adding trouble to our family, so I took the initiative to abandon her. Xiao Xiuxian was taken aback, his gaze instantly turning icy. What? Xiao Yishan, I am not dead yet, and you already want to take charge? Xiao Yishan quickly knelt down, his voice trembling. Absolutely not, father, I only thought it would be for the good of the family. Bringing that crippled person would surely drag the family down. Xiao Xiuxian gave a cold snort, turning to his subordinates and ordering. Break his legs for me. I want to see if I, Xiao Xiuxian, can afford a cripple. Xiao Yishan was then dumbfounded, crying out continuously. No. Father, I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Xiao Yishan's miserable screams echoed endlessly, as his legs were brutally broken by a group of thugs with sticks. Xiao Xiaofeng was still not satisfied, and he kicked hard on his already broken legs 2 more times. Suddenly, the pain made him shout and scream again. Xiao Xiaofeng came to Xiao Xiuxian's side, respectfully saying, Father, how about I take someone back to pick up third sister? Xiao Xiuxian's face revealed a trace of sadness. But it was quickly covered by his cold expression. As the head of the Xiao family, he had to withstand the pressure at this moment. Otherwise, the Xiao family would be swallowed by the blizzard, completely disappearing into the river of history. He turned around and glared at Xiao Xiaofeng, angrily saying, Do you know how many people we lost coming here? Time is still tight. By the time you come back, we'll have long been frozen into popsicles. Father. Why don't you guys leave first? I'll stay behind to get third sister, and then catch up with you. Xiao Xiaofeng continued to insist from behind, but this time Xiao Xiuxian said nothing, directly waving his hand and telling his subordinates. Carry young Master Xiaofeng onto the carriage. Yes, head of the family. Father. Father. Xiao Xiaofeng kept struggling, but he was eventually knocked unconscious and dragged onto the carriage. Xiao Xiuxian let out a gentle sigh. He looked at the distant Xiao family villa, silent for a moment. Finally, he shook his head and got into the car to leave. Meanwhile, in the Xiao family villa, Xiao Shiro, wrapped in a blanket with only her little head exposed, looked extremely sad. She had only taken a nap at home, and when she woke up, everyone in the house had run away, with a blizzard raging outside. Unable to hear any sounds or speak, she was instantly terrified. She even thought she was having a nightmare. But the various messages online quickly dispelled that thought. This was the end of the world. She had been abandoned by her family. Strong since childhood, she shed tears of sadness for the first time. Later, when she saw the chaos outside, her heart started racing with fear. Plus, all the food at home had been taken away. Hunger and cold made her unable to bear it anymore. With no way out, she could only send a recruitment message to that arrogant RV owner. After a long time, when she received the message that her application was successful, she was not happy at all. She knew very well how harsh the RV owner's requirements were. It was said online that at least hundreds of quality women had been rejected by him. Even health was a requirement. She had just sent a blurry photo of herself wearing a mask. How could she possibly be accepted? The rumors spreading online must be false. That RV owner was a human trafficker who wouldn't turn anyone away. Her face filled with despair. Even if the other party could find all her information through a blurry photo and her name. But she was deaf and mute. How could she possibly meet the health requirement? No matter how she thought about it. That RV owner didn't seem to be a good person. She began to cry, holding her head and weeping silently. But she had no other options left. Hunger and cold made her unable to endure anymore. If she didn't go out to seek a way to survive, staying at home would only lead to death. She made up her mind, her fingers trembling as she sent her location from home. When Jiang Chen received Xiao Shiro's location message, he was overjoyed. He, of course, didn't know what Xiao Shiro had experienced, nor did he know what she was thinking. All he knew was that after such a long time of hardship, he had finally recruited a qualified teammate. And she even had medical abilities. This was one of the most sought-after skills in the apocalypse. In his last life, he suffered and died because of a lack of medical resources. Now he understood just how valuable medical assistance was. Even being able to treat a small cold in the apocalypse. Even major powers can support her. Let alone the fact that she looks so good. 9.7 points? Jiang Chen couldn't wait to see how beautiful someone with a 9.7 score could be. And as long as he successfully recruited her, he could unlock the automatic driving feature. From then on, he could free his hands and go wherever he wanted. Just thinking about it made him excited. Without hesitation, he started the snowmobile and drove towards the Xia family's villa. Wang Xiaotao also sat over, holding a bag of chips and munching happily. Jiang Chen, what are we going to do? Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said to Wang Xiaotao. I recruited someone who meets the requirements, and I'm going to pick her up now. Wang Xiaotao's eyes brightened. She knew the upgrade conditions of this snowmobile. As long as they recruited the right candidate, the snowmobile could upgrade. Although Wang Xiaotao was very unhappy about only being able to recruit women, for the sake of saving her father, she had no choice but to accept it. And she also knew full well. Someone as excellent as Jiang Chen, who also had a snowmobile comparable to Noah's Ark in the apocalypse, couldn't be controlled by her alone. So, she naturally gave up on being jealous and chose to accept it directly. That sounds great. What's her job? How old is she? What's her name? Wang Xiaotao moved closer with a happy face, tossing out a series of questions. Jiang Chen scratched his head, thinking. She seems to be 23, in the medical field, and her name is Xia Shiro. Wang Xiaotao nodded and shoved a chip into her mouth. Xia Shiro? That's a nice name. What's her beauty rating? Wang Xiaotao didn't think she could monopolize Jiang Chen, but she was still very concerned about the new member's looks. Her rating was 8.8. At first, she wasn't pleased about it. She even sulked for a while. But after realizing how extreme the requirements of this rating system were, she let it go. After all, who could beat stunning top-tier female stars with no makeup? It was simply a dream. In short, it was impossible. So, she accepted the 8.8 rating. But what Jiang Chen said next shocked her so much that her jaw dropped. Her beauty rating is 9.7. Looks like she's quite the beauty. Wang Xiaotao's eyes widened in disbelief. What? 9.7 points? Jiang Chen, don't joke with me. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Why would I mess with you? Wang Xiaotao's mouth fell open in disbelief. So, she's beautiful enough to outshine top-tier stars without any makeup? You're kidding, right? Jiang Chen helplessly waved his hand. I don't know, the photo she sent me was taken with a mask on, and the resolution was so low, I couldn't see anything, it was all scanned by the snowmobile. Wang Xiaotao stopped eating her chips for a few seconds, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. This competitor seems a bit strong. She couldn't help but think secretly. So, what are her first 3 scores? Wang Xiaotao asked nervously. Jiang Chen couldn't remember so many details, so he opened Xia Shiro's rating interface and said. The first 3 scores add up to 25.2 points. Wang Xiaotao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her first 3 scores were 26.8 points. By comparison, she was still higher than the new beauty by quite a bit. So she regained her confidence and said. So where did she lose points? Jiang Chen replied. Her mental health is fine, but mainly her health. She's congenitally deaf and mute, she can't speak or hear. Wang Xiaotao's face suddenly looked strange. How does that feel like a weakness in some ways? It could even be a plus. Chapter 018, Battle of Wits with Air. Wang Xiaotao instantly felt a huge sense of crisis. This can't go on. She needed to let this new sister know who the boss around here really was. After thinking for a while, she suddenly had an idea. She sat up from the passenger seat and said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I'm going to cook. I'll prepare a welcome feast for this sister. Okay, remember to make a spicy stir-fried meat dish, I want to eat it. No problem. Wang Xiaotao turned around and gave an okay gesture, then turned with a wicked smile. Humph. No matter how beautiful you are, there's always a queue, right? Sister Shiro. Just watch me make a big meal. It'll scare you. Wang Xiaotao's idea was very simple. She wanted to prepare a luxurious meal, preferably Western style, with knives and forks and all the fancy tableware that made it a feast. She wanted the newcomer, Xia Shiro, to see just how luxurious their meals on the snowmobile could be in this apocalyptic world. She wanted to give her a bit of a wake-up call, telling her that her little sister Xiaotao was not someone to mess with. After Wang Xiaotao left, Jiang Chen continued to drive the snowmobile in boredom. Because the Xia family's villa was far from the city, it took him over 4 hours to reach Xia Shiro's location. Now he couldn't wait to recruit Xia Shiro. Once he unlocked the autopilot feature, he wouldn't need to drive so exhaustively anymore. When he parked the car at the villa entrance, Jiang Chen noticed that the front gate was wide open, and the inside seemed empty. After pondering for a moment, he chose not to drive the snowmobile directly in. Since his resurrection in this apocalypse, his thoughts had become much deeper. The villa looked not dangerous, but once he entered and the people inside closed the gate, he would become a fish in a barrel. At that time, he would be trapped inside. The intelligent radar scans the building's exterior, so he had no idea how many people were inside. Thus, he kept a lookout, parked right at the entrance, and instinctively honked the horn twice. But then he realized that Xiaoshiro was deaf and dumb, so he had to send her a message instead. I'm parked next to the rockery outside your house, come over by yourself. After waiting for a moment, Xiaoshiro replied. The villa's front gate is open, why don't you come in? Although Jiang Chen was eager to get Xiaoshiro into the car quickly, he still didn't want to put himself in a passive position. Moreover, this villa looked very strange. With such a large yard, how could there be no one at all? Plus, with Xiaoshiro's disability, he couldn't communicate with her by calling from outside. Could it be that someone had set a trap for him? The purpose was to lure him into the villa? His concerns were not without reason. Women as beautiful as Xiaoshiro were sure to have an unusual background. And this villa didn't look like it was about to run out of supplies. How could she come looking for him to join so soon? He could never imagine that Xiaoshiro had been abandoned by her family during a transfer and was left with no choice but to seek him out. Compared to that, he believed even more that someone wanted to seize his snowmobile and had set a trap for him. But if he missed this tough-to-scan teammate, who knows when he would scan another suitable candidate again? Thus, he decided that even if it was a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, he would venture in. Then, he patiently replied to Xiaoshiro. My vehicle is quite big. It might be difficult to turn inside your villa, why don't you come out instead? Just as Jiang Chen was feeling pleased with his cleverness. Inside the villa, Xiaoshiro was also filled with doubt. At first, she had doubts about Jiang Chen, the owner of the RV. There is nothing good to feel. Now he doesn't even want to enter her family's villa. Could it be that he didn't come at all? Or maybe he sent some people to surround the place, ready to capture her and sell her off as soon as she shows her face? These past 2 days, she has been terrified to death watching the criminal videos released by those thugs outside. If she gets caught by those people, her fate will definitely be extremely tragic. So, she dared not casually go out and show herself. She also responded to Jiang Chen. You might as well come in, my house is very big, enough for you to turn around inside. So, the two people, on different wavelengths, began to probe each other with their own hidden agendas. The perspective shifts back to Jiang Chen. When he saw her reply, he quietly thought that something was indeed off here. There must be an ambush inside. Otherwise, how could she be so afraid to even open the door? But he had his snowmobile, as long as he didn't enter the villa, no matter how they tried to calculate his position inside, he could still come out unscathed. So he started chatting with Xiaoshiro about other topics, wanting to see if he could find another way to get this charming beauty to join him. Miss Xia, do you live in this villa all by yourself? Where is your family? Inside the villa, Xiaoshiro read the message and felt anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Could it be that Jiang Chen intended to force his way into the villa and search for her? She absolutely could not expose that she was the only one at home. So she began to lie, replying. My family is right next to me, as long as you drive into the villa and let me see you, I will naturally come out. Jiang Chen saw this message and instantly laughed. He thought to himself, he was indeed right. This little girl is just a bait. She wants to trick him into getting caught like a turtle in a jar. After all, if her family was there, how could she invite him in to follow an unknown stranger? Moreover, wouldn't she hear his honking? It seems that this villa has probably been occupied by the violent robbers. Seeing such a beautiful Xiaoshiro, they wanted to use her to lure him over and seize his snowmobile. How could Jiang Chen do what they wanted? So he became even more cautious and talked to Xiaoshiro about other topics. So, do you have many family members? Are they treating you badly? Otherwise, why would they let you follow me? The subtext of Jiang Chen's words was, are there many robbers in your family, how do they treat you, and can you escape alone? Just like in a TV drama about rescuing hostages, Jiang Chen immediately got into character, imagining that Xiaoshiro was surrounded by a group of vicious robbers forcing her to send messages. What a pitiful beauty. If there are many robbers, I can't save you. Jiang Chen even engaged in an emotional monologue in his mind. After all, he couldn't risk his life just to save a woman he had never met. However, this sentence turned into a completely different meaning in Xiaoshiro's eyes. This person actually asked her if she had many family members. Could it be that he was gauging whether he could force his way in? She suddenly panicked, quickly grabbed many blankets, hid in the closet, and replied. My family is very large, not only do I have about 20 servants, but I also have older brothers and sisters, and my parents are all here. But when Jiang Chen read this message, he was dumbfounded. Could this mean she had more than 20 robbers in her family? And they had even kidnapped her family? Forget it, forget it. I can't mess with that. Jiang Chen decisively decided to turn back. His only reliance in the apocalypse was his nuclear fusion snowmobile. He wouldn't be foolish enough to risk his life against more than 20 people. Just when the two drama queens were enjoying their little play, Wang Xiaotao walked over. With a face full of suspicion. What's going on? It's been so long. Why hasn't that sister gotten in the car yet? Did she give the wrong address? Jiang Chen smiled proudly and shared his guess, along with the odd situation in the villa, with Wang Xiaotao. This directly amused Wang Xiaotao. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. What are you laughing at? Wang Xiaotao slowly shook her head. You are smart, that's true, and these ideas are not impossible, but you definitely don't understand women. Jiang Chen was unhappy at that moment. This is obviously a trap. What does that have to do with understanding women? Wang Xiaotao took the phone from his hand and directly typed on it. Sister Xia, you don't need to be afraid. I'm Wang Xiaotao, an employee in the car. We don't want to go into your villa, we are just afraid that once inside, the door will be locked, and we won't be able to get out. We have no other intentions. Jiang Chen protested with a face full of disbelief. Just wait and see. This is definitely a trap. Once you finish the sentence, Miss Xia will surely not reply to you. But Wang Xiaotao was filled with confidence as she spoke to Jiang Chen. How about we make a bet? What do we bet on? If I win, let me have a kiss for an hour, okay? Of course. Jiang Chen still refused to give in. Actually, when it came to the bet proposed by Wang Xiaotao, he wanted to ask if he could also have a kiss for an hour if he won. But then a message shattered his fantasies completely. He saw a short line from Xia Shiro. Are you serious? Jiang Chen froze on the spot. What is going on? How could he possibly guess wrong? Could it really be because he didn't understand women? This is too crazy. Wang Xiaotao smiled triumphantly and continued to reply. There must be cameras outside your door, right? Just go take a look, and you'll know whether we're here or not. The other side fell silent. After a long time, they replied. I see it. I'll go out right now. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Xiaotao with a confused face. Xiaotao, what in the world is going on? Wang Xiaotao huffed proudly. You're such a fool. You probably won't understand what women are for your entire life. Then she bent down and gently kissed his forehead. An hour has already been used for a second, so the rest, you can owe me for now. She revealed a sly smile and happily left the co-pilot's seat, heading to the kitchen to continue cooking. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling that he had once again been tricked by Wang Xiaotao. Although this feeling was quite nice. He still couldn't understand what exactly women were. After waiting a little while, Jiang Chen looked out the window and saw a figure wrapped in layers like a penguin, waddling toward the snow vehicle with great difficulty. Chapter 019, The Power of a 9.7 in Looks. Jiang Chen opened the car door, and the shivering figure, wrapped tightly like a penguin, tried to hop into the car. However, perhaps due to the heavy clothing, her feet suddenly slipped, and her bulky body fell backward. And there was no sound at all. Jiang Chen was startled and quickly reached out to grab the penguin's clothing, pulling her into the car. He only closed the door after she stood steady. Xia Shiro's teeth chattered from the cold. Her bright eyes curiously scanned the surroundings. Jiang Chen poured her a cup of hot water. And he turned up the temperature inside the snow vehicle considerably. Once Xia Shiro wasn't too cold anymore, she extended her hands and gestured toward Jiang Chen. It was sign language. Jiang Chen didn't understand this at all. So he brought out paper and a pen and wrote. Sorry, I don't understand sign language. You can write what you want to say on here. He showed it to Xia Shiro, who nodded and wrote. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Xia Shiro, and I work in the field of medical research. I am very happy to work in your RV. With a very polite demeanor. Jiang Chen took the paper and wrote politely in return. You're welcome, we will be teammates from now on. With the apocalypse coming, this RV will be your home. We will definitely survive. He smiled and nodded at her. Xia Shiro was immediately moved. She originally thought that the RV owner would be a fierce and ruthless human trafficker. She believed this journey would be fraught with danger. But unexpectedly, he turned out to be a handsome and gentle young man. Thinking about how she had been abandoned by her family in the past few days, struggling to survive at home, starving and facing rioters outside. Her suppressed emotions erupted instantly. She lowered her head and began to cry silently. Jiang Chen had to pat her shoulder to offer comfort. After a while, Xia Shiro seemed to feel a bit hot and stood up to start removing several layers of clothes. One by one. Jiang Chen watched without blinking, and even Wang Xiaotao ran out from the kitchen. Both were really curious about how beautiful someone with a score of 9.7 in looks could be. When Xiaoshiro took off the last down jacket, her graceful figure was already revealed. Though not as large as Wang Xiaotao, it still had the right curves in the right places. And she was quite a bit taller than Wang Xiaotao. Wang Xiaotao was so annoyed that she stood on her tiptoes. Jiang Chen watched and only wanted to laugh inside. In the past few days, he had been mocked several times by this quirky girl, Wang Xiaotao. Now that someone could make her take a hit, he naturally felt pleased. Xiaoshiro still had several scarves and many hats on her. The two of them gazed at her again without blinking. This made Xiaoshiro a bit embarrassed. But thinking of Jiang Chen's gentle words, she eventually lowered her head and took off the scarves and hats. When she lifted her head again, shaking her long black hair and tying it behind her, both Jiang Chen and Wang Xiaotao had their mouths wide open. To be honest, Jiang Chen had seen many beauties in terms of looks. After all, living in an era of information explosion, he had long been tired of the various photoshopped beauties online. However, Xiaoshiro's beauty was obviously a notch above those photoshopped girls. Even with no makeup, she could outshine them by several streets. Her face was exquisite, with a soft oval shape, and her thick eyelashes accentuated her bright and spirited eyes. Her nose was straight and beautiful, and her lips were plump and red. Her complexion was fair and rosy, tender enough to break with a light touch. Jiang Chen could hardly find any unattractive feature on her face. If he had to say she resembled someone, it would only be the stunning Tifa from Final Fantasy. See the comments for images. Wow, she is so beautiful. No wonder she has a score of 9.7 in looks. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim beside her. But Wang Xiaotao stepped on his foot hard. Jiang Chen cried out in pain and sat down, holding his foot. Wang Xiaotao reached out her hand and gestured a couple of times at Xiaoshiro. Jiang Chen and Xiaoshiro both looked surprised. You know sign language? Wang Xiaotao looked proud. I know a little. When my mother was seriously ill and could hardly speak, I learned some sign language to communicate with her. As she spoke, her expression grew a bit sad. Jiang Chen nodded, swallowing his comments and feeling embarrassed to say anything more. After all, this topic was quite heavy. And Xiaoshiro couldn't hear what Wang Xiaotao was saying, so she naturally didn't know about the experiences behind her sign language, and happily began to communicate with her using sign language. But Wang Xiaotao only understood a little, making the communication somewhat difficult. However, this is much better than what Jiang Chen doesn't understand at all. Jiang Chen wanted to interject, but he couldn't really grasp what they were gesturing, so he asked Wang Xiaotao. What are you two gesturing about? Wang Xiaotao turned around with an expression of helplessness. It's about the misunderstanding just now. She mistook you for a human trafficker, so she was too scared to come out. Then she lied and said someone was home because she feared that you would rush in and take her away. What? Jiang Chen was completely stunned. After all this time, the two of them were simply on different wavelengths. This misunderstanding needed to be cleared up quickly. So Jiang Chen started writing on the paper. Sorry, I scared you just now, but I was also afraid that there might be someone hiding in the RV, so I didn't dare to drive in directly. Xiaoshiro smiled slightly after reading, then turned to gesture to Wang Xiaotao again. Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, turned back to Wang Xiaotao. Wang Xiaotao pouted and replied somewhat reluctantly. She said it's okay, the misunderstanding has been cleared up now, and you are not a human trafficker. On the contrary, you are quite handsome, so she feels very safe now. Then she rolled her eyes. Hey, you aren't falling for her already, are you? Why are you two starting to flirt? Jiang Chen smiled proudly and replied. This isn't me saying it, besides, am I not handsome? Wang Xiaotao huffed. Fine, you're handsome, alright? It's time to eat now, big handsome guy and beautiful lady. Wang Xiaotao pouted and left. Even though she knew she couldn't monopolize Jiang Chen, watching him flirt with another woman, especially such a pretty one, still made her feel uneasy. Sigh. Wang Xiaotao. You need to calm down. She angrily slapped her head and headed into the kitchen. Jiang Chen also felt helpless, he wasn't someone who would stop moving at the sight of beautiful women. But unfortunately, even if he explained it to Wang Xiaotao now, it wouldn't help. It's better to leave it as it is. In the future, they would need to recruit more beautiful women for the snow vehicle. If he had to explain to every single one who came on board, wouldn't he wear out his mouth? He turned his head and looked at the extraordinarily beautiful Xiaoshiro, but his mind was not cluttered. His feelings for Xiaoshiro were purely an appreciation of her beauty. He didn't have the impulsive urge like he did for Wang Xiaotao. So he gently wrote on the paper. Now I want to recruit you to be one of the members of the snow vehicle. Are you willing? Xiaoshiro smiled slightly and wrote on the paper. Of course, I'm willing. Ding. Congratulations, the host has recruited a new member. Name, Xiaoshiro. Age, 23. Beauty score, 9.7 points. Psychological score, 8.5 points. Health, 7.0 points. Loyalty, 6 points. Skill, medical 4 points. Special ability, focus. Total score, 35.2 points. Ding. Total score has reached 35 points, unlocking high-tech medical room. Boom boom boom. The snow vehicle began to transform again. Xiaoshiro, not understanding what was happening, was so frightened that she hid behind the sofa, closed her eyes, and covered her head. When the medical room finished transforming, she slowly peeked out from behind her head. Jiang Chen had already written down what he wanted to say on the paper. From now on, this will be your workplace, you can go take a look. Xiaoshiro was stunned for a moment, then pointed at the newly transformed medical room, her bright eyes moving towards it, and her expression was quite adorable. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, writing on the paper again. That's right, it's there. Only then did Xiaoshiro stand up and hesitantly walk towards the medical room. When she opened the door, she was immediately startled by the sight before her. Like the multifunctional kitchen, the medical room was also a small room of about 5 square meters. And the medical equipment here was equally packed with features. Anything from blood tests to chest x-rays and CT scans, all kinds of strange abilities could be done with just a small machine. In this place, all the various devices combined are equivalent to a large top-tier hospital. Xiaoshiro immediately opened her mouth wide, shocked and dumbfounded. Her research in the medical field was only at the level of opening a small clinic. Now, being asked to directly operate these strange and quirky devices, how could she manage that? At that moment, she had the thought of wanting to back out. But now, it was the end of the world. If she backed out, what awaited her might be abandonment, followed by hunger and cold leading to death. She could even be captured by the mobs in the video and suffer endless torment. Thinking of these outcomes, she couldn't help but shiver. Then, gritting her teeth, she thought to herself. I'll give it a shot. Even if I have to learn forcefully, I must learn it all. She could no longer tolerate being abandoned by others. Jiang Chen, of course, had no idea what Xiaoshiro was thinking now. He actually didn't have such high demands for medical care. He couldn't understand all the various medical devices inside. In his eyes, as long as someone could handle a cold or perform a small stitching operation, they were a good doctor. At this moment, a sound suddenly dinged in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have recruited 2 people, the current level is 2, unlocking the automatic driving feature, next level, unlocks the transforming house function. Jiang Chen was instantly delighted. Finally unlocked automatic driving. No more worries about driving in the future. Next level transforming house? What kind of strange ability is that? Could it be turning a snow vehicle into a house and switching it any time? Jiang Chen smiled. That actually sounds quite nice. Chapter 020 Drunkenness. At that moment, Wang Xiaotao shouted from outside. Dinner is ready. Jiang Chen didn't know sign language, but used his hands to gesture to Xiaoshiro for eating and then pointed outside. Unexpectedly, the other party understood. She smiled slightly and then nodded, following Jiang Chen out of the medical room. Outside the medical room, Wang Xiaotao had turned the usual dining area into a very upscale restaurant. Not only had she lit candles, but there were also tall glasses, knives and forks, red wine, steak, foie gras, and more. And in the center, there was a plate of chili stir-fried meat that seemed out of place. Jiang Chen stared in shock. What was Wang Xiaotao doing? How did she manage to make such fancy meals? Xiaoshiro also had a face full of surprise. In fact, she was almost starving. Before the Xia family left, they packed away all the edible things from the house. As a result, she hadn't eaten anything for the past 2 days. Originally, she thought Jiang Chen would give her the promised payment mentioned in the recruitment ad, which was just bread and canned food, enough to keep her from starving to death. But to her surprise, this dinner was so lavish and abundant. She was quite astonished. Looking out at the blizzard, she couldn't help but murmur. It's the end of the world now. Such meals, perhaps before the apocalypse, even ordinary people wouldn't be willing to order so many things to eat. Meanwhile, seeing the surprised expressions on the two, Wang Xiaotao felt very pleased. This was the effect she wanted. She pulled Jiang Chen over, making him sit beside her, and Xiaoshiro naturally sat opposite. And it appeared she was indeed very hungry. After exchanging polite gestures, she no longer cared about table manners and picked up the knife and fork to start eating. She skillfully cut a piece of steak and took a big bite, savoring it as she swallowed it down, then took a sip of red wine, her face instantly filled with bliss. Jiang Chen could only watch, feeling very tempted. But with a face full of embarrassment, he picked up the knife and fork but didn't know how to use them. He hadn't eaten Western food even once in his whole life. Wang Xiaotao saw his awkwardness and thus leaned over. Teach him how to use the utensils. Before long, Jiang Chen started to eat in a decent manner. Imitating Xiaoshiro, he swallowed a bite of steak and then took a sip of red wine. It really is delicious. Xiaoshiro smiled gently. Then she lowered her head and began to eat voraciously again. Jiang Chen shouted towards the driver's seat. Snowmobile, destination Baiha Park, set off. As soon as he finished shouting, the snowmobile automatically started, turned, and headed towards Baiha Park in S-City. But this startled Xiaoshiro, who had never seen such a thing before. She put down her knife and fork, with beef still in her mouth, and hurriedly started gesturing to Wang Xiaotao. Wang Xiaotao helplessly shook her head, also put down her knife and fork, gestured a couple of times, making Xiaoshiro's face filled with shock. Jiang Chen asked, "What are you two gesturing about?" Wang Xiaotao shrugged her shoulders and said. She asked, "What is going on? How can the vehicle move? Is there someone else in the car?" Then I told her, "Don't worry, this snowmobile has many functions, automatic driving is certainly one of them." Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, shaking his head helplessly. For someone who just got into the car, the various functions of the snowmobile were indeed surprising. After all, not everyone is as open-minded as Wang Xiaotao. She could quickly accept all sorts of amazing things. So Jiang Chen thought he should explain the special features of this snowmobile to Xiaoshiro, to avoid her getting startled all the time. But when he thought about writing at least a few thousand words on paper to clarify all the capabilities of the snowmobile, he gave up again. Communicating with Xiaoshiro was indeed quite a hassle. He couldn't just go and learn sign language for the sake of talking with her, right? But suddenly, he slapped his forehead and thought of something. Didn't the system say that Xiaoshiro's deafness could be treated? So how exactly was it to be treated? As Jiang Chen thought this, the system directly gave a ding in his mind, explaining. Ding. Detected that the host wants to know about the medical system information. Starting to explain the medical upgrade function. Level 135 points, unlock high-tech medical room. Level 240 points, unlock nano-treatment robots. Full level 45 points, fusion reaction power increases by 10%, the number of nano-robots increases, and they can automatically repair the snowmobile. Xiaoshiro, born deaf-mute. Can be treated using nano-robots. Jiang Chen nodded, understanding. It turns out that once Xiaoshiro's medical abilities upgraded a second time, her deafness issue could be treated. But then he looked with confusion at the full-level medical unlock ability. Wait. The full-level medical ability can actually automatically repair the snowmobile? Isn't this just too ridiculous? With automatic repair, wouldn't his fusion snowmobile become invincible? His biggest worry before was that someone would recklessly crash into his snowmobile, even creating a small hole, which would be hard to repair in this icy weather. And as time went by, the snowmobile would inevitably age. But he never expected the medical abilities would solve all these problems. Jiang Chen's mood instantly soared. Although Xiaoshiro's total score was only 35.7 points now. But as long as she passed 40 points and her deafness was cured, her health score would definitely increase significantly. Wouldn't reaching 45 points come quickly? So he happily had Wang Xiaotao tell Xiaoshiro about this matter. After Wang Xiaotao gestured for a while, Xiaoshiro's mouth opened wide. Her beautiful face showed disbelief. She kept asking in sign language. Is this really true? I'm not dreaming, am I? She truly did not expect. After applying for the job and coming to the RV, it would lead to such a result. Not only was she not sold, but the RV owner was not a fierce-looking person either. The medical room is also so high-tech, and dinner is so lavish, and the RV can even drive itself. All of this has already amazed her enough. Now, that RV owner, Jiang Chen, actually told her that as long as she works hard to learn medical knowledge and remains loyal to him, her congenital deaf-muteness can be treated. This has gone beyond her understanding of reality. She now seriously doubts whether she is almost freezing to death at home, which is why she is having such a beautiful dream. And her reaction made Wang Xiaotao laugh out loud beside her. Then she stood up, gently pinched Xiaoshiro's beautiful face, and signed. See, you are not dreaming. Unexpectedly, Xiaoshiro actually lowered her head and started to cry silently again. But this time, it was a happy cry. All along, the most saddening thing weighing on her heart was that she was different from others. She could not hear sounds. Moreover, she couldn't learn to speak. Her family must have abandoned her for this reason. In the past, she always held up everything with strength. Now someone tells her that all of this will pass, and she will be able to hear sounds in the future. How can she not be happy? Jiang Chen handed her a pack of tissues, and then the system prompted. Ding! Detected that Xiaoshiro's loyalty score has increased by 2 points, current score is 8 points. Jiang Chen was stunned, he really didn't expect it. He only told Xiaoshiro that her deaf muteness could be treated, and yet there would be such a big reaction. Currently, her total score has reached 37.2 points. Isn't this close to unlocking the nanobots? After Xiaoshiro's emotions stabilized a bit, the three of them started drinking and eating again. However, soon Xiaoshiro stood up, indicating that she was full. Then she dove into the medical room to start learning medical knowledge. It seemed she really wanted to treat her deaf muteness. After she left, only Jiang Chen and Wang Xiaotao remained at the dining table. Wang Xiaotao poked him on the shoulder and smiled. Not bad, big handsome guy, you actually weren't enchanted by such a beauty. Jiang Chen cut a piece of steak and proudly said with his mouth full. Of course not, do you really think I am that easy? Wang Xiaotao immediately looked very happy. Come on, as a reward, let me feed you red wine with my mouth. As soon as Jiang Chen swallowed the steak, Wang Xiaotao's lips were already pressed against his. Gulp gulp, he was suddenly forced to drink several mouthfuls of wine. He immediately coughed violently a few times. Cough cough cough. Wang Xiaotao. Are you trying to choke me to death? Wang Xiaotao laughed mischievously. This is what you bet and lost to me. It took me less than 10 seconds. Jiang Chen's face instantly turned pale. This girl wouldn't use this time to keep forcing him to drink wine, would she? Wang Xiaotao took another big sip and kissed him again. Reluctant to go back on his word, Jiang Chen had no choice but to close his eyes in enjoyment and let Wang Xiaotao kiss him. Then the two of them became more and more into it. The wine they drank also increased. By the end, both of their faces were flushed, and nearly 3 bottles of red wine had been consumed on the table. Jiang Chen, I like you, I like you. Wang Xiaotao, tipsy, leaned on Jiang Chen. And Jiang Chen also felt dizzy, supporting Wang Xiaotao. He wanted to help her to the bed in the back of the car. Okay, I know. But after walking half the way, Jiang Chen felt his feet swaying back and forth, and since Wang Xiaotao was hanging on him without any balance, thud, they both fell directly onto the carpet of the snowy car. Wang Xiaotao still relentlessly lay on him. Then do you like me, Jiang Chen? Like, of course I like. Jiang Chen, dizzy, naturally answered. Then why did you not want me, why did you refuse me? I can see you just like someone like Xiaoshiro. Wang Xiaotao's eyes could barely open, and her mouth kept mumbling. Jiang Chen couldn't hold on any longer. He tried to stand up several times but couldn't do it. Without answering Wang Xiaotao's question, he just fell back down to the ground. Xiaotao, I can't do it anymore, I'm going to sleep. No, don't sleep. Wang Xiaotao propped herself up and lay on Jiang Chen's body. You have to answer my question first, huff huff. But before she finished speaking, she immediately fell asleep, snoring loudly. Jiang Chen also couldn't hold on at all. He had been tired all day and had driven for 3 or 4 hours, his eyes had long since closed. So, he held Wang Xiaotao and fell into a deep sleep. Until the next morning, a prompt from the vehicle notified them that they had arrived at Baihe Park. The two of them sat up from the carpet, looking confused. When they turned around, they found Xiaoshiro looking at them awkwardly. She gestured with sign language. Sorry, I just wanted to use the bathroom, I really couldn't hold it anymore. Ahem. Jiang Chen, very shamelessly, stood up from Wang Xiaotao and nodded at Xiaoshiro, then went to the driver's seat at the front of the vehicle. Wang Xiaotao also turned her head away with a flushed face and hid back in her little kitchen. Xiaoshiro, feeling very embarrassed, tightly crossed her legs and ran into the bathroom. Chapter 021, The Library Surprise. After last night's little episode, Jiang Chen continued to sit in the driver's seat, dealing with various job postings scanned by the system. Xiaoshiro stayed in the medical room, studying the use of medical equipment. Seeing how hard Xiaoshiro was working, of course, Wang Xiaotao didn't want to fall behind, so she kept holding a cookbook, observing. Until another day passed, Jiang Chen felt something was off. Because the skill ratings of both of them had hardly increased after a whole day of study. So he called the two over and held a small meeting. Xiaotao, I found that your skill ratings haven't really grown, do you know why? Wang Xiaotao shook her head, she looked very tired after a day of learning. Of course, Xiaoshiro wasn't in any better shape. Both of them wore tired expressions. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen wrote on a piece of paper for Xiaoshiro. When you study medical knowledge in the medical room, do you feel like something is missing? Xiaoshiro pondered for a while, then wrote on the paper. The equipment in the medical room is quite comprehensive, but it seems to lack a lot of medical knowledge. After reading it, Jiang Chen finally understood the reason for the slow improvement in their skill ratings. That was because they lacked professional teaching books. Wang Xiaotao was only looking at very basic home cooking recipes. As for Xiaoshiro, there wasn't even a single book on medical knowledge in the snowmobile. How could they expect their skills to improve? So Jiang Chen made up his mind, tonight, he had to go to the city to restock. In the system space, many food items had already been moved to the food warehouse. So a lot of space had opened up. perfect for packing all sorts of books. After making the decision, Jiang Chen let the two girls sleep first. When it was deep night, around 2 or 3 o'clock, he called them awake. The snowmobile had already been driven by him to the library entrance in S City. Shout out, you hide in the corner by the library entrance keeping watch. If anyone comes, sound the alarm immediately and return to the snowmobile. Understood? Okay, I understand. Jiang Chen then looked at Xia Shiro and continued speaking to Wang Xiaotao. You and Shiro stick together. She will cover the west side and you the east side. She can't hear, so you need to take care of her. Wang Xiaotao nodded seriously. Then Jiang Chen made sure both girls wore thick clothes. As for him, he was fully armed, wearing many homemade protective armors. He also wore a motorcycle helmet and held a physics holy sword, a crowbar in his hand. After everything was ready, he opened the car door and stepped down from the snow vehicle. As soon as he got out, Wang Xiaotao was blown by the cold wind, shivering all over. After all, since the apocalypse arrived, she had been hiding in the snow vehicle, never experiencing the cold wind outside. At that moment, it was hard for her to adapt. On the contrary, Shiro, who had survived at home for a while, performed much better. As for Jiang Chen, this bit of cold wind meant nearly nothing to him, after struggling for 5 years in the apocalypse, like a fan in summer. It's important to know that this frozen apocalypse would gradually decrease in temperature. Even now, at night, the temperature was just over minus 30 degrees. And in 5 years, even at noon, the temperature could drop to over minus 60 degrees. So the cold wind blowing on Jiang Chen had almost no effect on him. Once he arranged the two women in a safe position, he took the crowbar and pried open the library door. Once inside the library, he put on the night vision goggles he had used while robbing Dragon Brothers' supermarket. The space in the library was vast. After the apocalypse, it naturally became one of the most desolate places. After all, food and drink had become problems. Who would still come here to read books? But Jiang Chen didn't let his guard down. While observing the surroundings, he carefully searched the bookshelves for the books he wanted. Soon, he found various cookbooks and stuffed all of them into the system's space. Then, he followed suit, finding medical books as well. And he had the foresight to discover many books on other professions and various practical books. All were packed into the system's space. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a faint firelight coming from a small room inside the library. He quietly approached and peered through the crack of the door. Inside, the ground was a mess, littered with bottles, and there were about 8 or 9 drunk muscular men sprawled on the floor. The firelight came from these muscular men who had made a hole in the wall, lighting a stove to burn books for warmth inside the library. It must be said, this was indeed a clever solution. At that moment, a notification sound rang in his mind from the system. Ding! Detected hostile forces. The people in front belong to Iron Fist Jiang Chang, aiming to cooperate with Xia Haiba to block the escape route of the snow vehicle. Jiang Chen frowned. Currently in S City, there are 2 relatively large riot forces. One is led by Xia Haiba, who has grown by robbing and killing wildly, with about 1,000 subordinates. The other is a famous martial arts instructor in S City, known as Iron Fist Jiang Chang. He too grew by vile acts like kidnapping and pillaging, with approximately 700 subordinates. It is said that these 2 groups do not get along, with constant minor conflicts. Why are they teaming up to deal with him now? After pondering for a moment, he finally reached a conclusion. That is, the innocent man is often the victim of envy. Xia Haiba might harbor some personal grudges against him. But Iron Fist Jiang Chang purely craved his snow vehicle. After all, his snow vehicle was incredibly powerful. Even the various functions rumored outside were enough to drive these people mad. Understanding all this, Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. Perhaps if these people hadn't come to trouble him, he wouldn't have bothered with them at all. After all, the rules of the apocalypse are survival of the fittest. He didn't want to be a great sage, saving the ordinary people bullied by Xia Haiba and others. But now, these people's intentions seemed to be directed at him. It's no wonder he had to be ruthless. Holding the crowbar, he carefully pried open the door, trying not to make any noise. Quietly crept next to these strong men. Lifted the crowbar, aimed at the back of the head, and struck down hard. Thud. The person's body twitched for a moment, and soon there was no response. Just like that, smashed dead by the crowbar. Brain matter mixed with blood, spilled all over the ground. And the other strong men around, because they were drunk, were all sleeping soundly like dead pigs, showing no reaction at all. Next, Jiang Chen came to another person and struck down hard again. Until the last person remained, he changed the position of the crowbar and aimed at that person's calf. Bang! Crack! The bone in the strong man's calf snapped with a sound. The excruciating pain woke him from his sleep immediately. Ah! Who are you? He tried to stand up, but his calf twisted at a bizarre angle, causing him to fall back to the ground. The pain made him cry out loudly. Jiang Chen slowly walked up, pointing the crowbar at his head, and coldly said, "Speak. What is your purpose here?" The big man did not give in but instead cursed repeatedly. "Who the hell are you? We are under the Iron Fist Jiang Chen. If you kill me, our boss will definitely come after you." Jiang Chen didn't waste words and directly struck down on the strong man's forearm with the crowbar. With a bang, the strong man's forearm was smashed into an S shape. "Ah! Lao Chen, Lao Wang, you damn bastards, come save me." He clutched his forearm, calling out incessantly. Jiang Chen continued to sneer coldly, turning on the lights in the room. There were bodies lying crookedly on the ground, blood and brain matter pooling everywhere. This scene directly stunned the strong man. "No! Don't kill me, I will speak, I will speak." Jiang Chen sat coldly on the sofa, listening to the strong man recount the mission assigned by Iron Fist Jiang Chen. It turned out that in a few days, Iron Fist Jiang Chen and Xia Haiba planned to team up to ambush his snowmobile in Baiha Park. They were supposed to lay in wait around the library, and if he tried to escape this way, they would block the road with their cars. Jiang Chen sneered coldly. It seemed these people didn't quite understand how monstrous his snowmobile really was. Not to mention whether they could find him in Baiha Park, just blocking the road with cars, he could still crash out with the snowmobile. Xia Sierra's ability was maxed out, allowing it to automatically repair the snowmobile. Even if the snowmobile was damaged, he could still sneak away to develop quietly, and when Xia Sierra's medical level maxed out, he would come back as a new man. "Seeing you lit a stove here, this doesn't seem like a temporary living arrangement, right? Where are your supplies?" The strong man hesitated. After all, these were supplies they had robbed and killed from the community, accumulated over 2 or 3 days. But seeing the cold man in the helmet walking over again with the crowbar, he hurriedly pointed to the neighboring room. "Ah, don't hit me, our supplies are in there, don't hit me." Clearly, he had been thoroughly frightened by Jiang Chen's crowbar. Jiang Chen tapped the crowbar in his hand, coldly saying, "Good, you have some sense." Then, without looking back, he walked into the neighboring room. This wasn't out of mercy, wanting to spare the strong man. But rather, he was already crippled, and his chances of survival in the apocalypse had dropped to 0. The final result would only be a more tragic death. There was no need for him to deliver a final blow. Once he entered the neighboring room, he was immediately shocked by the rich supplies inside. Not only were there all kinds of snacks, canned food, and fine wine, but also plenty of fresh vegetables, eggs, and raw meat. It was even more abundant than his own food warehouse. It seemed they planned to use the library as a base and stay there for a long time. Unexpectedly, it actually ended up benefiting him. Jiang Chen gave a faint smile, raised his hand, and with a wave, all the fresh vegetables, meats, eggs, wines, and other supplies were all stored into his space warehouse. As for the remaining canned goods and other supplies, he only selected a few of the higher quality ones to store. The rest were just left behind here. After all, the one thing he wasn't lacking in his warehouse right now was various canned goods. He couldn't be bothered to store any more. Just as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly heard some movement from behind the cabinet. His nerves instantly tensed, and he immediately turned around, but saw nothing. He raised the crowbar, boldly stepped forward, and then suddenly opened the cabinet. Inside, to his surprise, were 2 young girls bound up. Their clothes were in tatters, and they reeked strongly of ammonia. Their exposed skin was even frozen, turning purple. It seemed they had been tortured terribly by those strong men. When they saw Jiang Chen, a look of terror instantly appeared in their eyes. Jiang Chen turned his head, tossed a small knife from the table in front of them, and said, "Those bastards have all been killed by me, but there's still one with his leg and arm broken by me inside the house. You decide what to do." The 2 girls' expressions froze for a moment, then a boundless murderous intent erupted from their eyes. Before Jiang Chen could even reach the library door, the man whose leg he had broken began screaming like a pig being slaughtered. This frightened Wang Xiaotao, who was keeping watch at the door. When she saw that it was Jiang Chen coming out of the library, she finally relaxed the tension she had been holding in her heart. She walked over and tightly hugged him. As for Xia Shiro, of course, she heard nothing. When she saw Jiang Chen, she simply smiled and walked over. "Ah! You 2 damn bitches! How dare you, ah!" The man cursed and screamed, causing Wang Xiaotao to jump and shriek into Jiang Chen's embrace. "Jiang Chen, are you alright? What's going on inside? Why are people screaming like that?" Jiang Chen patted her back and comforted her. "It's fine, we gained a lot this time. Let's talk about it in the car." Chapter 022, Xia Xiaofeng's Call. After the 3 of them returned to the car, Jiang Chen told Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shiro what had happened in the library. Both women looked extremely angry. Those damn scumbags! They deserve to be tortured to death. Xia Shiro then wrote on a piece of paper, "Thank you, Jiang Chen. If I hadn't met you, I would probably have suffered the same cruel torture as those 2 girls." Jiang Chen smiled gently. He could tell that Xiaoshiro was very frightened now. So he wrote, "It's okay, you're safe now. These things will never happen to you again." Xiaoshiro smiled and nodded, then rubbed her eyes and went back to sleep. Jiang Chen glanced at the library outside the window, then set the snowmobile to drive automatically and headed back to White Crane Park. However, he wasn't in a hurry to sleep. Instead, he went to the bookshelf of the snowmobile and began selecting books to place on it. Wang Xiaodao sat beside him, her eyelids drooping heavily. Jiang Chen smiled. "If you're tired, just sleep. Why are you following me around?" Wang Xiaodao rubbed her eyes and softly said, "I can't sleep, I'm scared." Jiang Chen was speechless. Was this really the Wang Xiaodao he knew, the one who never seemed to care about anything? "What are you afraid of? Those scumbags are already dead, and you're in the snowmobile. The rioters can't take you." Wang Xiaodao shook her head, then stood up and hugged him. "I'm not afraid of them taking me, I'm afraid." Jiang Chen scratched his head. "Then what are you afraid of?" Suddenly, Wang Xiaodao's voice trembled, and she looked down to see. She actually cried, and her voice gradually rose in pitch. "I am afraid that something might happen to you inside. Do you know how worried I was when I heard continuous screams from inside? If it weren't for the fact that I still need to take care of Xiaoshiro, I would have rushed in already, woo woo." Her cries grew louder, and tears soaked Jiang Chen's clothes. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, then gently embraced the soft figure in front of him, remaining silent for a long time. He didn't expect that this girl's fear was because she was worried about him. Since his parents passed away and he became an orphan, he hadn't experienced the feeling of being cared for like this in a long time. This feeling warmed his heart. Wang Xiaodao cried for a long time, and when she finally calmed down a lot, she spoke to Jiang Chen. "From now on, don't take such risks. Our skill levels are rising slowly. We won't starve, and given time, we will surely level up." Jiang Chen patted her back again, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Okay, I promise you, I will try not to take risks from now on." Wang Xiaodao sniffled and nodded, then buried her head into his chest again. After Wang Xiaodao fell asleep hugging him, Jiang Chen placed her on the bed, kissed her small, cute face, and returned to the driver's seat. In a few days, Xia Haiba and Iron Fist Zheng Chang would take action against the snowmobile. He also had to make some preparations. He drew a simple map of White Crane Park on paper and seriously studied the strategies the opponent might use. Although he believed his snowmobile was invincible in White Crane Park, he still disliked fighting unprepared battles. He didn't know how much time passed, but until Jiang Chen felt drowsy and yawned, he laid down the simple map and fell asleep in the driver's seat. When morning came, Jiang Chen woke up slowly. Both girls were already up, each holding their skill books, heading to their work locations to study carefully. Jiang Chen took out a can of fruit from the system space, casually took a few bites, then began to study the map of White Crane Park while handling recruitment information from the system scan. But it must be said that high-quality beauties like Wang Xiaotao and Xiaoshiro were still rare. Half a day passed, and he still hadn't found any recruitment information that met his requirements. The map of White Crane Park had been studied thoroughly by him. Now, no matter what schemes Xia Haiba and Iron Fist Zheng Chang came up with, he could easily solve them. So, feeling a bit fatigued after a restless night, he simply lay down to take a nap. When he woke up, he found that both girls had improved their skill ratings to a certain extent. Wang Xiaodao's original skill rating was 4.8. After gaining many books, it directly increased by 1 point, making it 5.8. Her total score had also reached 41.6. At this rate, the ever-fresh warehouse was just around the corner. Jiang Chen was very satisfied. As for Xiaoshiro, her score had increased even more. Due to her focus skills, her learning ability was much stronger than Wang Xiaodao, who occasionally slacked off and ate ice cream. After obtaining many books, her skill rating increased by 1.5 points, reaching 5.5. Her total score had come to 38.7. She would soon be able to heal herself and become a normal person. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Once she healed her deaf and mute issue, her health rating would also increase directly. Wouldn't she soon unlock full-level medical abilities and be able to repair the snowmobile by herself? It seemed that this trip to the library brought extraordinary gains. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, he suddenly heard the sound of a phone vibrating coming from the medical room. He walked in to find Xiaoshiro holding a book about medical topics. While watching, she was studying a small medical device. Her attitude was incredibly serious. She didn't even notice her phone vibrating. Jiang Chen walked over to the table where the phone was placed. The video call showed the words "younger brother." He was somewhat confused. According to Xiaoshiro, she had been abandoned by her family because of her deaf-mute condition when the apocalypse descended. So how did a younger brother suddenly appear now? Jiang Chen's face was full of puzzlement. But this was Xiaoshiro's family matter, so he felt it wasn't right to say too much, and he approached her, gently patting her shoulder. She was startled by the sudden touch. When she saw it was Jiang Chen, she smiled gently. Her bright eyes paired with a flawless smile made Jiang Chen a bit dazed. But then he reacted, smiling back, pointing at the phone on the table. Xia Shiro was momentarily stunned. When she walked over to see who was calling, she covered her mouth and turned away, silently sobbing again. Jiang Chen wrote on a piece of paper. If you don't want to answer, then don't. They've already abandoned you, so there's no need to be sad for them. Xia Shiro shook her head and wrote on the paper. No, my brother isn't like that. It's probably other family members who hid the truth and abandoned me, but I'm too scared to face them now. Jiang Chen nodded and continued to write on the paper. If you're too scared to face them, then let me talk to your brother. It's also good to let him know you're safe. Xia Shiro pressed her lips together and nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen grabbed the phone and answered the video call, while Xia Shiro hid to the side. After the call was connected, the video displayed an unexpected person to Jiang Chen. It was Xia Xiaofeng, who had fought with Xia Haiba in the mall before the apocalypse arrived. Jiang Chen? Xia Xiaofeng was also somewhat surprised. Ever since he had been knocked unconscious by his father for wanting to go back to save his third sister, he had been under strict supervision. They were afraid he might do something foolish like escaping during the ride. Only after the Xia family's convoy had traveled a long distance, and it was impossible for him to return to a city, did their supervision loosen a bit. So he made an excuse to go to the restroom and immediately called his third sister Xia Shiro with a video call. But he didn't expect the one answering the call to be Jiang Chen, who had given away 88 for a chance at a smile from a beautiful woman. This scared him badly. Jiang Chen, just for a waitress, could toss out 88,000, he must be a lecher. Now that his beautiful third sister was in his hands, what good could come of it? Jiang Chen. What have you done to my sister? Xia Xiaofeng wore an expression full of anger. Jiang Chen instantly sneered coldly. Xia Xiaofeng? Your family has already abandoned your sister, why are you calling now? This statement immediately silenced Xia Xiaofeng. After he regained his senses, he had been blaming himself for not confirming whether his sister had followed them. Why did he trust Xia Yishan's lies? Pain was written all over his face. But he still managed to hold himself together and said, Jiang Chen, I don't care what background you have, as long as you dare to lay a finger on my sister. I, Xia Xiaofeng, will fight you to death. He was not Xia Haiba, and since Jiang Chen had no enmity with him, he had never investigated his background. In his eyes, Jiang Chen had thrown out 88,000 before the apocalypse arrived. And he got the news of the apocalypse even earlier than his father. He was able to quickly prepare a luxurious RV specially designed for the frozen apocalypse. The force behind him must be enormous. So he naturally thought Jiang Chen was one of the most powerful figures in S-City now. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen directly ignored Xia Xiaofeng's threat and coldly replied. Now to say all this, it makes no sense. Is it too late? Where were you earlier? After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xia Xiaofeng's eyes turned red immediately. Because he had already thought of the worst outcome for his sister. That is, his sister had been ruthlessly played with by Jiang Chen and then heartlessly abandoned. His third sister's beauty, even in the apocalypse, asked which man could resist their desires upon seeing her? Not to mention someone like Jiang Chen, who spent 88 just to make a girl smile, and after the apocalypse arrived, drove a luxury car to collect beautiful women like a lustful demon? His third sister was deaf and mute, communicating with others was a problem, and surely he would not keep her to do his bidding. It was likely that his third sister had already been treated as a bargaining chip and sold to the rioters in City S by Jiang Chen. As Xia Xiaofeng thought of this, he was almost losing his sanity. He shouted angrily at Jiang Chen. Damn Jiang Chen! What have you done to my sister? Tell me quickly. Where is she now? Seeing Jiang Chen remain cold and silent, he turned around and picked up an iron rod from the ground. Damn! Damn Xia Yishan! I'm going to kill you now. And you, Jiang Chen. After I kill Xia Yishan, you'll be next. But Jiang Chen continued to ignore Xia Xiaofeng's threats. Many people want to kill him, when will it ever be Xia Xiaofeng's turn? Just as he was about to continue mocking, he glanced at Xia Shiro beside him, who was confused about what was happening, and finally decided not to tease the kid anymore, opening his mouth to speak. How do you know something happened to your sister? Xia Xiaofeng froze in place, humbly pleading in an almost begging tone. Jiang Chen, please, tell me where my third sister is, I beg you. Chapter 023, Iron Fist Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook the camera to the side, showing Xia Shiro, and spoke casually. Your third sister is fine, but she feels abandoned by you and is very sad, not wanting to have any contact with you, so you should stop asking about her. Xia Xiaofeng's originally humble face suddenly burst into tears of joy after seeing Xia Shiro. As long as she's okay, that's good enough. Wiping his tears, Xia Xiaofeng turned to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, can you let me talk to my third sister? Jiang Chen looked at Xiaoshiro and wrote down Xia Xiaofeng's request on a piece of paper. Xiaoshiro squatted down, crying, slowly shaking her head. So Jiang Chen replied. No, your third sister is very sad right now, she doesn't want to face you. If there's anything, just tell me. Xia Xiaofeng nodded and said. Tell my third sister that our family didn't abandon her on purpose, it's that bastard Xia Yishan. He wants to seize her inheritance, so he hid it from all of us and left her behind. Jiang Chen nodded, feeling a mix of emotions inside. He never expected that the world of the rich could be so ugly. Just to seize an inheritance, he actually abandoned his own sister. Xia Xiaofeng continued. That bastard Xia Yishan has already had his legs broken by our father. Once I have power, I will definitely help her get revenge. Also, we need to go to the Eastern Sea where our family has rights to extract flammable ice. If you can't survive in City S, you can come find us. Jiang Chen kept nodding in response. Collecting flammable ice from the sea? That is indeed a good idea. The fish in the ocean would not be greatly affected by the frozen apocalypse, they could burn flammable ice and catch fish to eat there. Xia Xiaofeng continued. Jiang Chen, this is what I'm saying to you, please don't let my third sister down. As long as she is fine, our Xia family will always be your friend, but if something happens to her, Xia Xiaofeng, will never let you go. Jiang Chen was speechless and said. Alright, she won't be in trouble. Is there anything else you want to say? If not, I'm going to hang up. Xia Xiaofeng shook his head. But then he thought of something and looked serious. There's one last thing I want to advise you, in S City, be very careful of one person, that is Xia Haiba. Jiang Chen did not respond, as he had already received news that Xia Haiba was planning to take action against him, so the value of this information was not very high. He heard Xia Xiaofeng continue speaking. Xia Haiba, that bastard, he is a madman. You can't even imagine his madness. It's best if you have no contact with him. Otherwise, you'll definitely bring disaster upon yourself. Jiang Chen nodded, sneering coldly in his heart. A madman? He wanted to see what kind of madman could break through his snow vehicle. After he asked Xia Xiaofeng if there was nothing else, he hung up the phone. He no longer found Xia Xiaofeng so unpleasant. Though his temper was a bit violent, he was also quite passionate and loyal. His feelings for Xiaoshiro were not fake. Compared to Xia Yishan, who abandoned Xiaoshiro for property, he was much better. Looking at Xiaoshiro, who was squatting on the ground and sobbing, he sneered coldly in his heart. It seems that after he dealt with his own matters, he would have to go to the seaside to find that Mr. Xia Yishan and have a good talk with him. He took a large piece of paper and wrote down what Xia Xiaofeng had said about Xiaoshiro. When he finished writing and showed it to Xiaoshiro, she began to cry again. It seemed that being abandoned by her family and being left to die at home had a huge impact on her. Jiang Chen wanted to comfort her, but Xiaoshiro stood up and hugged him tightly, crying loudly. Jiang Chen was completely bewildered. After Xiaoshiro calmed down a bit, she released him and wrote on the paper. I'm sorry, I was just too sad just now, so. Jiang Chen replied helplessly. It's okay, didn't Xia Xiaofeng already say? Those things were all done by Xia Yishan. He has already had his legs broken by your father. If you want to find your family, I can take you there. Although Jiang Chen felt sorry for such a high-quality talent like Xiaoshiro, he understood that a forced relationship wouldn't be fruitful. If he forced Xiaoshiro to work for him in the RV, the loyalty rating would likely drop sharply. In the end, it might never reach 45 points, preventing him from unlocking the maximum medical ability. To his surprise, Xiaoshiro shook her head and wrote on the paper. Jiang Chen, you gave me a second life. Since the Xia family has already abandoned me, intentionally or unintentionally, I won't go back. Moreover, I am happy here. Jiang Chen smiled and wrote on the paper. Then let's say it this way, now that I haven't changed my mind, you can still leave. I won't let you leave later. Xiaoshiro smiled too and wrote on the paper. Never regret. Jiang Chen laughed when he turned around and saw Wang Xiaotao standing next to him with a dark face. He was suddenly startled. What are you doing, Xiaotao? Are you trying to scare me to death? Wang Xiaotao said irritably. It's time to eat. You big pervert. Hey, wait, who are you calling a pervert? Jiang Chen walked out, while Xiaoshiro giggled behind them. She looked at Jiang Chen's back and felt very at ease. Then, she glanced at Wang Xiaotao in front of her, quickly patted her cheeks, and muttered. What are you thinking, Xiaoshiro? He is Wang Xiaotao's boyfriend. Xiaotao is so cute, how can you compete for her boyfriend? Seriously. After she regained her composure, Jiang Chen and Wang Xiaotao had already walked out while bickering. She smiled gently and then followed closely behind. Today's dinner was Chinese cuisine, and after Wang Xiaotao's skill rating rose, the dishes smelled better and better. Jiang Chen and Xia Shiro ate happily, their mouths greasy and extremely satisfied. After finishing the meal, the two helped Wang Xiaodao clean up the dishes. They all found their spots to sleep. Meanwhile, City Library. Iron Fist Jiang Chang arrived here with several little brothers. Today, he could not contact the people he arranged at the library no matter what. So he brought his men over to check. But unexpectedly, all his subordinates were dead. 8 of them had clean and quick deaths, their heads shattered by iron rods, dying instantly. Another one died a miserable death, his flesh sliced off piece by piece. His genitals also cut into fragments, not a single part of him was intact. He squatted down to examine closely, discovering that this wretched subordinate had first had his leg bones and arms broken by an iron rod, rendering him unable to resist, and then was slowly tortured to death by someone. He stood up, turned around, and entered the room where supplies were stored. He found that not many supplies were left. In the nearby cabinet, there were also several severed ropes. His expression was calm, and his mind simulated what had happened here. Someone had broken in, killed all his drunken subordinates, leaving only one alive. Then they broke his bones, making him unable to resist. They forced him to reveal the location of their supplies. But when searching for supplies, they happened to save the 2 women he had given to these subordinates to toy with. These women were all taken after their whole families were killed. Of course, they would torture the living subordinate severely. Iron Fist Jiang Chang gave a cold smile and instructed his little brothers. Search for me. See if they are hiding somewhere in the library. Yes. Over a dozen little brothers began searching in the library, but in the end, they found no one. One little leader came back to report. Brother Chang, we can't find anyone. Jiang Chang gave him a sidelong glance and slapped him. Take care of your men in the future. Getting so drunk at night, not even a lookout. If anything like this happens again, I'll personally skin you and throw you in the snow. Yes, Brother Chang. The slapped little leader didn't dare to say another word. Jiang Chang looked around and said coldly. Since we can't find them, burn this place down. I don't care where they hide. Yes. The little leader naturally didn't dare to say more, instructed everyone to get ready with torches, and set the library ablaze. Then they walked onto the street where the cold wind howled, surrounding the burning library with cold laughter. The previously slapped little leader approached Jiang Chang, trying to please him. Brother Chang, that Xia Haiba seems very untrustworthy. Isn't working with him like courting death? What if he snatches Jiang Chen's RV, wouldn't we have worked in vain? Jiang Chang smiled wickedly. Xia Haiba? He's just a pitiful worm abandoned by his family. If he hadn't discovered the apocalypse before me, he wouldn't even have a place in S-City. The little leader laughed flattering. Yes, he can't compare to you in wit and bravery. Jiang Chang snorted coldly and said to the little leader. From now on, don't inquire about these matters. We have a strong backing, absolutely not someone like Xia Haiba can compare with. Besides, after this matter passes, there will be absolutely no Xia Haiba in S-City. Did you hear me? The little leader was shocked immediately, quickly nodding. Understood, Brother Chang. He kept wondering in his heart, in this apocalypse, Brother Chang can actually have backing? No wonder he can thrive in S-City, standing against someone like Xia Haiba. At this moment, Jiang Chang's phone rang. He picked it up and saw his face instantly change, answering the phone politely. Young Master Li, what orders do you have? All the little brothers nearby were shocked. Someone who could make their brother Chang call him Young Master Li, who on earth was he? On the other side, the voice of Li Zian rang out. Changgu, I heard something happened on your side. Is it a big problem? Jiang Chang rarely smiled as he replied. Li Xiao, don't worry. It's just a survivor who was barely hanging on, attacking one of our well-placed strongholds. I've already dealt with him, and I promise there will never be such things happening again. Li Zian laughed. You really are something, Changgu. My father asked me to find you, and he didn't pick wrong. Not at all, it's all thanks to Boss Li. Li Zian continued to smile. Alright, this matter was initiated by Xia Haiba. You just need to cooperate with him to deal with Jiang Chen, and it would be best to capture him alive and bring him to me. Jiang Chang nodded. Okay, Li Xiao, I promise to complete the task. But Li Zian said again. Hey! Don't make it sound so simple. Since Xia Haiba refuses our invitation, we must make him look bad this time. If you can't handle Jiang Chen, then get rid of Xia Haiba directly. Do you understand? Understood, Li Xiao. I will follow your orders. Beep beep beep. After Jiang Chang hung up the phone, he looked at the group of younger brothers around. If anyone dares to spread today's events, I will make sure they wish they were dead. Understood? All the younger brothers looked terrified. They knew very well how ruthless Jiang Chang could be. Yes,
Shanggu.
In the howling cold wind, the group gradually disappeared into the snowstorm.
In a luxurious neighborhood, Xia Haiba kicked the tortured girl in front of him, laughing. Really not worth playing with. Someone, bring me another one.
After being abandoned by the Xia family, he had completely gone mad, spending his days either committing murder and theft or torturing women for fun.
Just as he was about to continue playing with someone new, his phone rang.
The caller ID showed the name Xia Yishan. Chapter 024, The Siege Begins.
Xia Haiba's face turned extremely ugly.
Just thinking about the Xia family made him furious.
Was Xia Yishan, the leader of the Xia family, calling to mock him? In his anger, he prepared to reject Xia Yishan's call and smash his phone.
But suddenly, he stopped. He knew Xia Yishan's temperament too well. This person is fierce and cunning, he wouldn't be one to cause trouble without reason. And if he was seeking help, he must have enough leverage. Now that he was actively contacting this discarded son, could it be that there was some benefit? So he answered the call, his tone unpleasant.
Xia Yishan, why are you calling me? If you just want to mock me, forget it. I'm doing just fine, much better than you. Xia Yishan sneered.
Xia Haiba, being abandoned was your father's and Xia Xiaofeng's decision.
You can't blame me for that. Xia Haiba was immediately infuriated. That's your father, not mine.
I, Xia Haiba, have nothing to do with the Xia family anymore.
Xia Yishan continued to sneer. Oh really? That's great. I want to ask you, do you hate the Xia family? Xia Haiba coldly replied.
Hate? Of course, I hate. If anyone from your family appeared in front of me now, I guarantee I would make you wish you were dead. Xia Yishan continued to sneer, his tone calm.
What if I tell you now that Xia Shiro is at my house? Wouldn't that be a bit too late?
Xia Haiba paused, then suddenly laughed. He followed with wild laughter.
Very well.
You people from the Xia family are indeed ruthless, I'll accept this grand gift.
Xia Yishan also laughed. I hope this grand gift brings you joy. Beep beep beep. Xia Haiba hung up the phone.
He felt much happier all of a sudden. Because on one hand, he was not the only one abandoned by the Xia family. This made his mood not so bad.
Secondly, he
could finally take revenge on the Xia family, turning the torment of Xia Shiro into a video that would make them feel disgusted every day as if they had eaten a fly. And the third point is, Xia Shiro is very beautiful, beautiful enough that just a few glimpses left him in awe beyond compare. Her fairy-like beauty ignited a fire in Xia Haiba's heart. Anyway, the apocalypse had already come. He wouldn't care about any family ties at all. As long as it could disgust the Xia family, he was willing to do anything right now. So he quickly gathered everyone and headed to the Xia family's villa. But when he battled the wind and snow, and after walking all night to arrive at the Xia villa, he found that Xia Shiro was already gone. Through the family's cameras, he discovered that Jiang Chen had taken her away.
Damn it! Why is this Jiang Chen always going against me?
Xia Haiba, in anger, smashed the surveillance screen to pieces. A trembling little brother beside him asked.
Brother Xia, what should we do now? Xia Haiba coldly smiled and said. This damn Jiang Chen. Tomorrow will be his death day.
By then, I will not only take his car, but also his girlfriend and Xia Shiro.
None of them will escape. I will torment them to death.
None of the little brothers dared to say another word. They clearly understood just how furious Xia Haiba was right now.
By He Park. Morning.
Jiang Chen woke up from his dreams. Outside the snow vehicle, the wind was still howling, but the snow had significantly lessened, and visibility had improved a lot. The current outdoor temperature had fallen to more than minus 30 degrees, much lower than the more than minus 20 degrees when the apocalypse first began. In the future, the temperature would continue to drop. It would drop until minus 60 or 70 degrees, then gradually stabilize and stop changing.
Of course, none of this mattered to Jiang Chen.
He had a snow vehicle with constant temperature. Every day, all the fuel it needed was to scrape some snow off the ground, and the vehicle would automatically melt the snow into water, adding it to the nuclear fusion reactor.
He didn't even need to lift a finger, the vehicle's energy could maintain infinite operation.
He yawned, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and once he felt awake, he continued to process the various data scanned by the system.
Meanwhile, Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shiro were also seizing the time to study. The two girls' skill ratings were visibly and continually improving. Jiang Chen wore a joyful expression.
Until noon, Wang Xiaotao prepared a great feast, and her skill rating had risen to 6.5 points. The total score had reached 42.3 points. It only lacked 2.7 points to unlock the everlasting fresh warehouse.
Jiang Chen was very happy.
And Xia Shiro was also progressing rapidly. Now her skill rating had reached 6 points. Her total score had reached 39.2 points. It was estimated that it would only take 2 or 3 more days to unlock the nanobots to treat her deaf-mute issue. He was even more satisfied. After the three finished their meal, the afternoon passed as they busied themselves once again. Until the next day, Jiang Chen woke up early. It wasn't that he had become diligent, but the intelligent radar in the snow vehicle had alarmed him that many hostile forces were patrolling his location. He immediately thought of Xia Haiba and Iron Fist Jiang Chang, who were teaming up against him. He hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly. He smiled coldly. There was no hint of fear on his face. His situation was now vastly different from when Long Gu and others came looking for him. The snow vehicle had not only unlocked its autonomous driving capabilities, Jiang Chen only needed to make slight adjustments to avoid detection automatically. Moreover, the snow on the ground had now reached half a meter deep. Whether it was a person or a modified vehicle, moving in it would be incredibly difficult and slow. And there was another crucial point: the surface of the lake in by He Park was now completely frozen. The thick ice layer would not sink even if his snowmobile pushed full power on it. It was equivalent to more than doubling the space he could move in Baiha Park. Such a huge change made it impossible for anyone to easily find him. He activated the automatic evasion function, and he had no mood to deal with the scan system information, seriously staring at the smart radar screen, helping with autopilot, and avoiding the encirclement that might come from a distance. Although the snow had lessened a lot, the strong wind blew the snow from the ground back into the sky, so the visibility was not high, about 50 meters, to detect his snowmobile. He only needed to keep a distance of more than 80 meters from these people to ensure they would not notice him. Of course, there was no bad news for Jiang Chen. This time, there were far more people searching than Long Gu and the others, and they were organized, disciplined, and forming a huge encirclement from a distance, coming towards him. He could not take it lightly or deal with it perfunctorily. Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shiro, after getting the news, worriedly came to the co-pilot's seat, staring at the information on the smart radar. Wang Xiaotao asked, puzzled.
Jiang Chen, what will happen if we get found? I don't think those people can break through our snowmobile.
Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. Xiaotao, you're still too young. If they find us, they will call countless modified vehicles to charge at us, forcing us to stop, so it's best if we don't get found. Wang Xiaotao's face immediately turned to worry.
Then what should we do?
If we're forced to stop, wouldn't we be at their mercy? Jiang Chen shook his head again, his eyes gradually turning cold.
It's not that easy.
If they really do that, I'll show them what a real snow-armored vehicle is. After he received the news that Xia Haiba and Iron Fist Jiang Chang planned to team up against him, he had already calculated all the strategies they could use against him. Baiha Park was well connected, but there were only 6 entrances and exits. They would definitely block these 6 entrances and then send a large number of people to search for his snowmobile. Once someone found his location, countless modified vehicles would come rushing towards him, crashing into him hard, leaving him paralyzed on the spot. Even if they couldn't find him, they could force him to keep moving and hiding, consuming his energy, eventually exhausting him until he was paralyzed on the spot.
This idea was certainly good. It was almost unbeatable against ordinary vehicles.
But what they didn't realize was that the energy of his snowmobile was controlled nuclear fusion.
It was almost limitless energy. These people could never exhaust him.
Also, they had no adequate understanding of the power and speed of the snowmobile. Even if their modified vehicles were done well, in this icy world, their speed was only about the same as a small electric car. And his snowmobile could reach speeds of 80 miles per hour at full throttle.
It was almost the speed of a small car driving normally on an empty road. How could their modified vehicles possibly catch up to him?
Even if there were modified vehicles prepared ahead to crash into him, with the power of the snowmobile, he could definitely withstand the modified vehicles and charge out. Jiang Chen believed that as long as he was still in Baiha Park, his snowmobile was invincible. But in the current situation, whether it was a massive crash or a heavy crush against those people, it was all his worst-case scenario.
Right now, Xiaoshiro's medical rating was still too low.
To unlock the full-level medical function and automatic repair for the snowmobile, it would take a long time. He did not dare to recklessly use the snowmobile to crash around. If the external armor is damaged, it is very likely to give Summer Haiba and his people an opportunity. He certainly does not want to risk the lives of the 3 of them. So, he patiently operated the vehicle and played a game of hide-and-seek with hundreds of people.
After all, he had food and drink in the car, and he was not freezing. Those people outside were not the same. The cold wind at minus 30 degrees is no joke. In just 1 hour, these people would be frozen solid.
Those with strong bodies might hold out a little longer. But those with weak bodies might be completely blown to death by the cold wind. So, if the opponent plans to engage him in a war of attrition, he could definitely exhaust these people to death.
Chapter 025, Intrigue.
At the same time, Summer Haiba and Iron Fist Jiang Chang, with their own little brothers, sat in a community next to Baiha Park. This place had long been conquered by Summer Haiba and Iron Fist Jiang Chen.
It became a place for their enjoyment.
Each of them was holding a young girl, groping her randomly. And on the ground, 7 or 8 bare-chested, shivering strong men were kneeling. If Jiang Chen were here, he would definitely recognize that these 7 or 8 people were among the first to come looking for him. After learning about the apocalypse, they teamed up to dominate the community. But because they were not ruthless enough and were too fond of enjoyment, they ultimately did not develop and were taken out by Summer Haiba and Iron Fist Jiang Chen. All the other strong men were killed, leaving only these few clever ones who had revealed their previous search for Jiang Chen's RV and were spared by Summer Haiba and Iron Fist Jiang Chen. Summer Haiba took a sip of white liquor, then fiercely pinched the thigh of the girl in his arms and said to the shivering strong men below,
"Tell me, what did you discover when you were looking for Jiang Chen?"
One of the strong men trembled, his teeth chattered, and he spoke incoherently.
"Brother Xia, when we were searching for Jiang Chen's snowmobile, we found that his vehicle was very well hidden, we couldn't find it at all."
Before he could finish, Summer Haiba got angry, stood up, and kicked him in the face, sending him flying 3 meters away, blood spraying everywhere.
"Damn! Didn't find it? Isn't that basically like saying nothing? What use are you?"
The other strong men were all scared and shivered at Summer Haiba's anger. At this moment, Iron Fist Jiang Chen stood up, his face calm as he said,
"Boss Xia, don't be anxious.
Come on, let them put on clothes and let them continue speaking." The strong men put on clothes and were very grateful to Jiang Chen.
One of them continued kneeling and spoke. "Brothers, it's like this. Although we didn't find Jiang Chen's snowmobile, we were very resentful, so we often..."
The tone was harsh.
"Boss Xia, you can't be joking, right? Who doesn't know that women are the least lacking thing now? Just break into a neighborhood, and there are plenty of beauties. What kind of beauty can compare to Jiang Chen's RV?" Xia Haiba turned his head, showing displeasure. "Then what do you want?"
Jiang Chen snorted and continued.
"I want Jiang Chen's snow vehicle and him." Xia Haiba stood up, slightly angry. "Jiang Chen is impossible. You can't take anyone from his vehicle. My feud with him cannot easily be resolved."
Jiang Chen lit a cigar, took a deep puff, and then said, "You can have the person, his snow RV belongs to me."
"How about that?"
However, Xia Haiba's face did not soften much. Jiang Chen had merely come to help, and now he dared to ask for Jiang Chen's snow vehicle? He was filled with anger inside. But now, without Jiang Chen's support, he truly couldn't deal with Jiang Chen. So he sneered and sat down, feigning a smile, saying,
"The snow vehicle?
Of course, I can give it to you, but you need to trade beauties and supplies for it."
"Aren't you not interested in those?" "I, Xia Haiba, cherish them immensely, especially beauties. Playing with one a day isn't enough for me."
Jiang Chen gave a cold laugh, looking down on Xia Haiba even more in his heart.
In the apocalypse, with social order collapsed, this guy was just thinking about playing with women? What a hopeless fool.
But now, he still needed to pretend to play along. So he nodded in agreement.
"Of course, I have plenty of beauties. Since you say you want 100 beauties, then I'll send you 100 in return, how about that?" Xia Haiba laughed and slowly spoke.
"Of course. Also, I need a ton of canned meat and a ton of canned fruit."
"If you don't agree to this, then that's another story."
Jiang Chen's face turned dark.
Who doesn't know that in the apocalypse, resources like fresh meat and vegetables will be quickly depleted? Only long-lasting canned goods are the most important supplies.
I didn't expect this guy Xia Haiba to dare to make such a bold request. He wanted to get angry, but when he thought of the arrangement at the Li family coal mine, he forced himself to swallow his anger.
Holding back, he said, "Fine." Xia Haiba finally nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "Ha ha ha. Brother Jiang Chen is indeed generous. It's settled. The person belongs to me, and you can take that RV."
After Xia Haiba finished speaking, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. The others thought he had gained an advantage and couldn't help but laugh joyfully. But they didn't know that Xia Haiba's laughter was directed at Jiang Chen. His hatred for Jiang Chen had reached its peak. Whether it was the humiliation of being beaten by Xia Xiaofeng back then, the sadness of being abandoned by the Xia family, or the hatred of him taking Xia Shiro away. All this resentment stemmed from Jiang Chen. If it weren't for him, he would not have been humiliated like that. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been easily abandoned by his family. If it weren't for him, he would have caught Xia Shiro long ago and tortured her fiercely. He was now eager to seize Jiang Chen, skin him alive. Break his bones. In front of him, he would. And 2 tons of canned food. The remaining snow-covered RV, of course, is entirely up to the 2 of them. Whoever wins. Whoever speaks counts. Jiang Chen saw Xia Haiba's madness, and he laughed as well. As a rising star struggling to thrive in the apocalypse.
How could he not understand Xia Haiba's thoughts? A warlord of the apocalypse with thousands of subordinates, how could he be a pure madman? So he keenly sensed Xia Haiba's killing intent. But unfortunately, he was well prepared for this. A stray dog like Xia Haiba could never compete with someone like him who had backing. He understood very well that the current madness was just the beginning of the apocalypse. Ordinary people in every community still had supplies for them to rob. But if this situation continued, at most, in half a month, they would no longer be able to steal anything. Moreover, there was still no blackout. As long as this disaster continued, a blackout was just a matter of time. By then, if there were no other sources of energy to replace heating, even with more supplies, they would only freeze to death. So he allied himself with the Li family coal mine in the back mountain of City S. As long as he solved the energy problem, he could long reign in City S. Xia Haiba? Just a stepping stone on his path forward. He smiled and sat down. Then it settled, Boss Xia. Xia Haiba also sat down, continuing to torment the beauty in his arms because he thought about how soon he could take revenge on Jiang Chen, causing his grip on the beauty to tighten even more. The beauty suddenly had bruises all over her body. For a moment, cries of pain echoed throughout the hall. At the same time, on the snow-covered vehicle in Baiha Park, Jiang Chen was also making arrangements. Autopilot is not omnipotent. It can only avoid the immediate hunters, but it cannot predict the encirclement further away. Once stepping into an encirclement where there is one person every 10 meters, he would inevitably be exposed. Therefore, someone must always be in the driver's seat to help the autopilot better evade the encirclement from a distance. Moreover, aside from avoiding these pursuers, the most urgent thing is to have Xia Shiro hurry up and improve her skill score. As long as she can quickly reach 45 points, unlocking the ability to automatically repair the snow-covered vehicle, then no matter how much Xia Haiba and Jiang Chen make trouble, they cannot harm him in the slightest. Currently, Xia Shiro's total score had already reached 39.6 points. She could soon treat her deaf-mute issue and also improve her health score. Her current health score is 7 points. If her deaf-mute issue is treated, and her health score is raised to 9 points or higher, her total score would directly rise to over 42 points. In addition, she has loyalty ratings to make up for it. Reaching 45 points would be quick. So Jiang Chen immediately assigned tasks to the two women. He and Wang Xiaotao would take turns hiding from these pursuers. He would be on the day shift, and Wang Xiaotao would be on the night shift. Since visibility is low at night, and the air is colder, Xia Haiba and his group would definitely reduce manpower for searches. Even if Wang Xiaotao is not familiar with operating the snow-covered vehicle, she can still hide well. Meanwhile, Xia Shiro would hurry to improve her skill score and quickly reach 45 points, helping the snow-covered vehicle completely escape. Chapter 026 Xia Shiro is no longer deaf and mute. After receiving the orders, the two women quickly began to act. Wang Xiaotao, after familiarizing herself with how to help the autopilot evade those encirclements in the distance, returned to her bunk, lay down to rest, and prepared to stay up all night. Xia Shiro, upon receiving the order, directly ran to the medical room to begin learning earnestly. Jiang Chen continued sitting in the driver's seat, ready to change the driving direction when the autopilot was about to enter the encirclement. Time passed minute by minute. Time arrived in the afternoon. Jiang Chen pulled out a can of beef and took a couple of bites, noticing that those searching for him had already reduced significantly. The red dots on the smart radar were not as densely packed as they were at the beginning. Jiang Chen scoffed coldly. They might not feel anything inside their warm snow vehicles. But having experienced the apocalypse, he understood very well. Enduring the cold wind outside at over -30 degrees for half a day is no joke. In such bitter cold, no matter how thick the clothes they wore, it was all in vain. Even if Xia Haiba and Iron Fist Jiang Chang had enough manpower to take turns searching, they still wouldn't hold up. So they had to reduce the intensity of their search. And Jiang Chen had indeed guessed correctly. Xia Haiba and Jiang Chang's subordinates were already exhausted, shaking from the cold. Just the sick ones alone numbered in the dozens. Jiang Chang chuckled lightly, standing up, and said to Xia Haiba, who was next to him and had already tormented the girl in his arms to the brink of collapse. Boss Xia, it seems we might not find Jiang Chen's trace before we ourselves can't go on. It's like this during the day. What will we do at night? Jiang Chang had come to help, and most of his men were hidden around the outskirts of Baiha Park to prevent the snow vehicle from escaping, with only a few entering Baiha Park to search. So he didn't feel much pain about it. Moreover, he had already hooked up with the Li family's coal mine, so even if he couldn't get Jiang Chen's snow vehicle, it didn't matter to him. After all, in the end, he could still live well. But what he didn't expect was that Xia Haiba, sitting on the sofa, still had a face full of cold laughter. Continue searching. Everyone rested night. But as soon as this order was given, Jiang Chang immediately felt displeased. He stood up unhappily and said, Boss Xia, do you know what you're saying? If we don't continue searching at night and give this kid Jiang Chen time to recover, what if he breaks out?
One of Xia Haiba's small leaders also stood up and said. Yes, Brother Xia, and we don't know if Jiang Chen has hidden spare gasoline somewhere in Baiha Park. If we don't continue searching, it's very likely we'll give him the chance to refuel, and all our daytime search efforts will go to waste. Xia Haiba glared at that small leader, who immediately dared not speak again and sat down obediently.
Xia Haiba sneered and said. Continue searching, I have my ways at night.
The subordinates no longer dared to say anything, and Zhang Chang, as someone who came to help, felt indifferent to Xia Haiba's men freezing and getting sick. It was none of his business.
So he didn't say anything more.
Once Xia Haiba issued the order to strengthen the search, Jiang Chen on the snow vehicle saw that the red dots on the smart radar had become even denser. He scratched his head directly, puzzled.
Could it be that I guessed wrong? With this intensity of search, what are they going to do at night? But no matter what, Jiang Chen was still relaxed.
This level of search intensity, even if it doubled, he felt no pressure at all. And even if he was discovered, he could still rely on the snow vehicle to charge and smash those junk-modified cars. No matter what, he would not be caught here by Xia Haiba and the others. So his mood relaxed a lot. At that moment, a sudden ding sounded in his mind.
Ding!
Xia Shiro's total score has reached 40 points, unlocking medical secondary ability, nanorobots.
Jiang Chen was overjoyed at once. This was truly wonderful.
This upgrade was just like a timely help in the snow.
Immediately after, another ding sounded. Jiang Chen was stunned.
He listened as the system continued to announce. Xia Shiro has begun using nanorobots to perform surgery on herself, loading progress 1%, 2%, 3%.
Watching the percentage jump every second, Jiang Chen was even more excited.
He looked forward to it greatly. If the surgery was completed, Xia Shiro's health score.
How much will it increase?
Now her health score is 7 points, entirely due to her deaf-mute issue. As long as the treatment is completed, it can be significantly improved.
By then, with top-notch medical capabilities, wouldn't it also reach quickly?
He focused intently, watching the percentage increase little by little, feeling like these 100 seconds were as long as a century. Until 99%, it jumped to 100%, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his heart suddenly suspended. Then the system report followed closely.
Ding!
Xia Shiro's deaf-mute problem has been treated, health score increased by 2.5 points, retesting, ding.
Xia Shiro's health score has been updated, currently 9.5 points. Ha ha!
Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst into excited laughter, not expecting that after treating Xia Shiro's deaf-mute problem, the health score would jump directly to 9.5 points. This truly was a wonderful surprise. Now her total score has reached 42.5 points. Isn't it possible to quickly reach 45 points, unlock full-level medical abilities, and automatically repair the snowmobile?
Then what was he afraid of with Xia Haiba and Iron Fist Zhang Chang? Just crash directly. 1 for 1, a pair for a pair. He excitedly clenched his fists.
But before he could calm down his excitement, he heard the system continue to announce.
Ding! Xia Shiro's loyalty score increased by 0.5 points, currently loyalty score 8.5 points. Ding!
Xia Shiro's medical skills improved by 0.5 points due to using nanobots to study human structure.
Ding! Xia Shiro's total score updated to 43.5 points. Jiang Chen was completely stunned. He originally thought that Xia Shiro had reached 42.5 points.
After another week with Xia Haiba and the others, Xia Shiro's medical ability would reach the max level, and his snowmobile would experience a qualitative change. But this was too fast. Xia Shiro jumped directly from 40 points to 43.5 points. Only 1.5 points left to reach full level. And because of her high appearance score, her skill score had not yet reached the level that is hardest to improve. Doesn't this mean that in a few days, she can reach full-level medical skills? After a brief daze, what followed was ecstatic joy. Excited, he couldn't stop laughing wildly. Then, he heard someone running up behind him quickly. He turned around and saw Xia Shiro covering her ears.
Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned.
Her bright eyes were already red, her beautiful face mixed with sadness and joy, and as she ran over, she directly wrote on the paper in front of him. "You are so loud." Then, she covered her mouth and laughed foolishly.
Yes, she could hear sounds now.
Jiang Chen did not lie to her. She really could treat her deaf-mute problem. For the first time, she clearly understood what loud meant. When she wrote these 4 words, the joy in her heart and the pain caused by not being able to hear finally burst forth. It was all released together. She covered her mouth, giggling, then lowered her head and began to cry again. But this time, it was crying with sound. And while laughing and crying at the same time. Hee hee. Woo woo. Although the sound was strange, Jiang Chen knew this was a cathartic cry of joy.
Jiang Chen also laughed and said, "Congratulations, Shiro."
But before he finished speaking, Xia Shiro hugged him again.
And continued to cry.
As if she wanted to cry out all the grievances from her entire life. Jiang Chen had no choice but to stand still and act as a pillow. After Xia Shiro calmed down a lot, she wrote on the paper.
"Can you call my name again? I want to hear it."
Jiang Chen helplessly began to say to her, one word at a time.
Xia Shiro. Xia Shiro imitated and said, "Jia, Ji, Rong?"
Then she awkwardly shook her head, her face slightly red, and said again.
Xia, Ji, Rong?
Jiang Chen clapped, although Xia Jirong made him want to laugh out loud, but for Xia Shiro, who had never spoken since birth. Xia Shiro also started to giggle foolishly. This kind of talking out loud, and being able to hear herself, was truly a novelty for her.
So she wrote on the paper again. "Jiang Chen, how do you say your name?"
Jiang Chen glanced at the intelligent radar on the snow vehicle screen, found there was no need for operation, and turned to Xia Shiro to continue saying each word slowly.
Jiang Chen.
Xia Shiro opened her mouth, moved her tongue a bit, and then patted her face before nervously speaking out.
Steel pan?
Jiang Chen's face darkened. What steel pan?
Your whole family is a steel pan.
But since it was Xia Shiro's first time speaking, he patiently repeated.
Jiang Chen.
Xia Shiro's face turned a little red. She knew she said it wrong, so she didn't dare to speak again.
Jiang Chen wrote on the paper.
Learning to talk is like this, you must keep practicing to say the words clearly. Xia Shiro pouted, nodded, and opened her mouth again.
Steel pan. Jiang Chen was completely baffled.
Then he wrote on the paper. Alright, let's practice talking here for today. Your main task now is still to learn medical knowledge. Once you reach maximum level in medicine, we won't need to fear Xia Haiba and the others anymore.
Learning to talk can wait until then.
Xia Shiro continued pouting and nodded. When she turned around, Jiang Chen heard her mumble, steel pan.
Jiang Chen was so angry that his face turned green.
Time flew, and soon it was daytime. It was Wang Xiaodao's turn to be on duty. Jiang Chen was not at ease with her guarding alone, so he stayed nearby. Although he felt drowsy, he still forced himself to stay awake. Until around 2 or 3 in the morning, Jiang Chen began to feel increasingly strange. Logically speaking, with such high search intensity during the day, Xia Haiba and Zhang Chang's men should have little energy left for night searching.
Why then, were there still so many people searching for him on the intelligent radar so late at night?
Jiang Chen was puzzled.
Not long after, Wang Xiaodao's scream jolted him awake from his drowsiness.
And when he saw the scene outside the snow vehicle window, his face instantly turned cold. In front of them appeared several ice corpses huddled together for warmth, but ultimately frozen to death.
Moreover, all of them were elderly and children. No wonder so many people came searching for them at night.
It turned out Xia Haiba and his men had driven all the refugees they conquered in the past few days here.
Chapter 027, The Weakness of the Snow Vehicle.
Wang Xiaotao cursed directly. Truly beasts worse than pigs and dogs. Tears streamed down her face. However, Jiang Chen felt much better than her. The rule of the apocalypse he believed in was similar to the law of the jungle in the animal world. If you can profit from me, then I will kill you and seize your resources. This is reasonable in the apocalypse. So he comforted Wang Xiaotao patiently. Xiaotao, don't be soft-hearted. Even if they weren't driven here to search for us, they would eventually freeze to death. Their fate is already sealed. At most, we can take revenge for them later. Wang Xiaotao nodded with tears in her eyes, driving the snow vehicle past the bodies of these people.
It seemed she still had some resentment. However, taking this detour did not affect much, so Jiang Chen said nothing more.
Meanwhile, in Zhang Chang's bedroom, when he heard Xia Haiba had driven all the elderly, weak, women, and children into Baihe Park to search for Jiang Chen's snow vehicle, even someone as ruthless as Zhang Chang broke into a cold sweat. This Xia Haiba is truly crazy. He cursed silently and sent away the reporting subordinate. Feeling dejected, he lit a cigar. Of course, it was not because of those elderly and children that he felt gloomy. Zhang Chang didn't care about their lives or deaths. He was more concerned that because of Xia Haiba's actions, the losses of his subordinates would surely be greatly reduced. If they waited to find Jiang Chen, and Xia Haiba was still that formidable overlord of the apocalypse with many subordinates, then the backup plan prepared this time might be somewhat insufficient. He immediately contacted the Li family coal mine and reported this matter to Li Zian. To his surprise, Li Zian burst into laughter and said, "Don't worry, in a few days I'll send you something good that will definitely help you take down all of Xia Haiba's men." Zhang Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief.
After hanging up Li Zian's call, he couldn't help but sneer.
So what if he's ruthless? So what if he's powerful?
In the end, won't I, Zhang Chang, be the one laughing last? Ha ha ha.
Zhang Chang laughed wildly, covered himself with a quilt, and went to sleep. Meanwhile, over at Jiang Chen, after watching Wang Xiaodao skillfully maneuver the snowmobile to dodge the encirclement, he drifted off to a deep sleep. When the early morning came, Jiang Chen told Wang Xiaodao to rest while he took over driving the snowmobile.
He was surprised to find that Xia Shiro's skill rating had increased by 0.3 points.
Feeling puzzled, he glanced towards the medical room and found the door wide open. Xia Shiro was peering with panda eyes, staying up late to study diligently inside. He walked over and wrote on a piece of paper, "You've worked hard, Shiro. If you feel tired, go rest. The later it gets, the harder it is to improve skill ratings.
Staying up like this isn't a solution." Xia Shiro smiled at him and replied on the paper, "It's okay. Now is the time the snowmobile needs me. How can I back down?"
Jiang Chen nodded, writing again, "Then take care of your health.
I'm going to the driver's seat to get busy." Xia Shiro smiled and nodded, responding with an mm. Jiang Chen also smiled and turned to leave. He hadn't slept well last night, so he kept yawning.
But the snowmobile was so powerful that he didn't have to use much brainpower to easily dodge the searchers. However, at this moment, he hadn't realized that his snowmobile had a fatal weakness that was about to be discovered. In the community next to Baihe Park, Xia Haiba had already gotten up early. He happily greeted Zhang Chang, who was also awake.
"Yo, good morning, Chang Gu." Zhang Chang replied, "Good morning, Boss Xia."
They both sat down in their respective positions. The two of them were like generals on the battlefield.
Though most of the time they were not really useful.
But as long as they were present, their subordinates wouldn't dare to slack off due to the cold or other reasons. Xia Haiba yawned and stretched his hands, and one of his subordinates brought a young girl and pushed her into his arms. As for the one from yesterday, he had already strangled her to death at night. He began to grin wickedly as he tortured the woman in his arms. The woman had a distressed look, crying out in pain. In no time, her body was bruised and battered, not a single good piece of flesh remaining. At that moment, one of Xia Haiba's subordinates rushed in and said, "Brother Xia,
we found Jiang Chen's RV. We found his car." Xia Haiba and Zhang Chang instantly got up. "So soon?"
They initially thought it would take a few more days to paralyze Jiang Chen's RV.
They didn't expect it to be resolved so quickly. "Tell me, where is Jiang Chen's car parked now?" The subordinate was taken aback and quickly shook his head, saying, No, Brother Xia, we haven't managed to force Jiang Chen's car to a stop yet." Xia Haiba immediately became displeased. Just as he was about to kick someone, he heard his subordinate hurriedly say, "We found the trace of Jiang Chen's RV. And we brought back important intel." Xia Haiba and Zhang Chang were stunned again, both almost simultaneously saying, "What intel?
Hurry up and tell us."
A subordinate took out a photo and said to the two men,
"Brothers, take a look.
This is the snowpath we left yesterday and today, but suddenly, it disappears in the middle." Xia Haiba and Zhang Chang both wore puzzled expressions.
Zhang Chang spoke up.
"What do you mean by that?" The subordinate smiled and said,
"Think about it, brothers.
Why did we spend a whole day and night searching for Jiang Chen, yet we can't even find a tire tread?"
Zhang Chang suddenly froze, then he grinned and chuckled.
"So, his snowmobile has a device that clears tire tracks, and because he passed through, he wiped out our footprints, right?"
Yes.
"Brother Chang, you are so clever."
But then he was kicked by Xia Haiba and quickly changed his tune.
"Of course, Brother Xia, you are also smart. Xia Haiba finally nodded in satisfaction.
After that subordinate left, Xia Haiba glanced at Zhang Chang and said with a light laugh, "Brother Chang, hurry and prepare your 100 beauties and 2 tons of canned food, Jiang Chen is about to be captured." Zhang Chang was speechless. He had nothing much to say in his heart. Now that they had this information, they could almost be sure that Jiang Chen was about to be caught by them. As long as they could confirm Jiang Chen's general location, they could use a small number of people to accurately force him to keep moving. Even if they still couldn't see his vehicle in the end, they could quickly exhaust his fuel. Now, whatever they did, it was all twice the result with half the effort. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen on the snowmobile was still unaware of this issue. He only felt that the people on the smart radar were getting denser and moving slowly towards him.
What's going on?
He struggled to dodge. Due to lack of sleep, his mind was slow, and it wasn't until noon that he finally figured out the specific reason.
Oh no! So that's how it is.
When he passed an area that had been heavily trampled by others, he ran behind his snowmobile and took a look, immediately understanding what was happening.
The stealth mode had ultimately turned into not being stealthy at all.
It seemed his thinking was still insufficient. He had made such a mistake. But he was not panicking. Because he still had many trump cards. Since the stealth mode was no longer useful, he simply turned off the stealth mode, increased his speed, and began to circle around White Crane Park.
Sure enough, because Xia Haiba had his subordinates gather around him, other areas in White Crane Park were left deserted.
Once he sped up and completely shook off the chasing crowd, the signals on the radar disappeared completely. The downside was that his trail was now easier to find. So a few modified vehicles closely followed his tracks behind him, refusing to let go.
Jiang Chen did not raise his speed too high. He just controlled the speed to the point where they could just barely catch up. This was one of his plans. That is, once the stealth mode was ineffective, he would keep these people at a constant speed. Let them let down their guard. After all, they could never expect his snowmobile to be of infinite energy. In the end, they still intended to exhaust him to death. He would just play along with their game, acting like he was running around everywhere to make them happy. And indeed, just as Jiang Chen had predicted, Xia Haiba was quite pleased right now. When he heard that Jiang Chen was being chased all around by his modified vehicles, he was overjoyed. As things went on, no matter how big the fuel tank on his vehicle was or how much spare fuel he carried, at most in a day, it would be consumed completely. Such a large RV running at such a high speed on snow was no joke in energy consumption. He immediately issued the order. Let the modified car chase endlessly, making sure to lock on and pursue. Whenever they run out of fuel, immediately switch cars and continue the chase. Thus, Xia Haiba's modified car and Jiang Chen's snow vehicle began to circle around Baiha Park. This also made Jiang Chen feel quite relaxed. After all, circling around like this can be completely handed over to the autopilot, requiring no assistance from him at all. So he took some time and headed to the medical room. He found Xia Shiro already tired, resting her head on the desk and sleeping. And her skill rating had increased by 0.2 points. She was now just 1 point away from unlocking the automatic repair feature. He smiled gently, took a blanket from the snow vehicle, and draped it over her. When night fell, Wang Xiaotao came to take over the shift. Jiang Chen had already dozed off in the driver's seat from the boredom of turning in circles. He even wrote on a piece of paper above him. Xiaotao, there's no need to worry about the current situation, you go rest. Wang Xiaotao gave a wry smile, picked up a blanket, and covered him, then started watching him quietly. Since the apocalypse began, her feelings for Jiang Chen had only grown stronger. No matter his honesty, concern for her father, or anything else, she found herself deeply in love with this handsome yet cold man. Chapter 028, Nuclear Power Speculation. Thus, they kept turning until dawn, and when Jiang Chen woke up, Wang Xiaotao was still guarding him, yawning. Jiang Chen chuckled. Didn't I say you should go rest? Why are you still here? Wang Xiaotao replied crossly. Come on, I've already slept a whole day. How can I sleep at night? What if Xia Haiba and the others change their minds and start sending people to search again? Of course, she would not admit it was because she was engrossed in watching him last night, occasionally touching his face and nose. It was really fun, which is why she stayed. Jiang Chen helplessly said. All right, Miss Xiaotao thinks ahead. Now hurry up and go sleep, don't wear yourself out. Then, he sat up, rubbed his neck, and felt something wet. What is this? Wang Xiaotao immediately turned her head, coughed a couple of times, and said. Of course it's your drool, what else could it be? She wouldn't mention it was something she couldn't help but kiss out last night. Jiang Chen scratched his head. Really? It seems I've been too tired these days, starting to drool. Wang Xiaotao pouted and nodded. Isn't that right? These days have indeed been tough. It's all that damn Xia Haiba's fault. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Jiang Chen nodded, and after Wang Xiaotao left, he returned to the medical room. Xia Shiro was still burning the midnight oil, studying hard. Now her skill rating had increased another 0.2 points, reaching 8 points. Her total score had now reached 44.2 points. She was only 0.8 points away from fully upgrading her medical skills. But even though there were only a few points left, the improvement was not easy. For any rating, the higher you go, the harder it becomes. Especially for skill ratings. If someone has even a slight involvement in a certain field, the system can give them a small score. But the higher you go, the more it reflects how amazing they are in that field. Currently, in the medical field, only a well-known academician might get a score of 9.5 from the system. One can easily imagine how difficult it is to improve afterwards. And just as Jiang Chen expected, no matter how hard Xia Shiro studied, her scoring was still very slow. But he had no better way to help her. He could only encourage Xia Shiro to keep studying. He left the medical room and continued to circle in the driver's seat with Xia Haiba's modified car. Time flew by. And just like that, another day and night passed. Until noon the next day. Xia Haiba and Jiang Chen, the two of them, finally realized something was wrong. What kind of car is this? Such a huge size, yet they have been worn out for 2 days in the snow. How could it still be lively after being chased for 2 days and nights? Xia Haiba immediately became anxious. He pushed away the woman in his arms who had been tormented beyond recognition, picked up his phone, and stared intensely at the recruitment video Jiang Chen had released before. Something's not right. With such luxury in the car, filled with sofas and televisions, how could there possibly be more space for fuel? Zhang Chang was also puzzled, looking at the video and saying, could it be that he secretly refueled while we weren't paying attention? That's impossible. Baiha Park has already been turned upside down by us, there couldn't be any place to store fuel. Both of them were stunned in place. At the same time, a bold idea rose in their hearts. That is, Jiang Chen's snow vehicle, the energy it used was not fuel, but a kind of thing they did not know about. That is why it could outlast them for such a long time. At this moment, a thin boy wearing glasses stood up from below, looking surprised as he spoke. Could it be that he's using a nuclear-powered generator? Xia Haiba and Zhang Chang both turned their heads to look over. Zhang Chang, who had a low level of education, did not know what nuclear power meant. Only Xia Haiba looked surprised. This subordinate was a graduate student he specifically found to study Jiang Chen's snow vehicle. The limit of energy loss by Jiang Chen was also calculated by him. Now, his subordinate actually mentioned nuclear power generation. He had to consider this direction. For now, it seemed that only this situation could fit their predictions. Zhang Chang, not understanding, asked the boy with glasses. What is nuclear power? Xia Haiba sneered, somewhat sarcastic, secretly cursing him as a rural bumpkin. But Zhang Chang ignored him, waiting for the explanation from the boy with glasses. The boy adjusted his glasses and explained. Brother Chang, a nuclear power generator is just like a nuclear power plant. The principle is Einstein's mass-energy equivalence equation, E equals mc squared, using the lost mass from nuclear fission, multiplied by the speed of light, to obtain energy for electricity generation, but the downside is the serious problem of nuclear radiation, people inside must have short lives. Zhang Chang listened with a confused expression, directly cursing. Speak human language to me. The boy with glasses was startled. He thought this was the simplest way to answer, and unexpectedly Zhang Chang still couldn't understand, so he adjusted his glasses again, trembling and saying, Brother Chang, the so-called mass-energy equivalence equation is the theoretical basis of the atomic bomb. The enormous energy explosion of an atomic bomb is due to the nuclear fission reaction of uranium-235, as long as it loses a tiny bit of mass, and that multiplied by the speed of light, which is 299,792.458 meters per second, can unleash a tremendous amount of energy. The only drawback is the nuclear radiation issue. Ouch. Zhang Chang slapped him. Damn it, I told you to make it simple. I didn't ask you to teach me books. Xia Haiba laughed out loud. Seeing Zhang Chang suffer, he was, of course, very happy. After all, looking ahead, he would soon be his biggest competitor in S-City. A life-and-death kind of rivalry. Finding a reason to mock him could strengthen their psychological advantage. Why not enjoy it? So Xia Haiba laughed and mocked. You rural bumpkin, Jiang Chen's snow vehicle energy is probably dozens of times stronger than an ordinary fuel vehicle, but because of nuclear radiation, the people inside have short lives, won't live long. Zhang Chang finally understood. Dozens of times stronger than a fuel vehicle? He immediately burst out laughing. In a post-apocalyptic world, who cares about living short or long? With this nuclear-powered snow vehicle, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the apocalypse? Even if he didn't join the Li family coal mine, he could still live carefree in the apocalypse, right? Seeing Zhang Chang's foolish smile, Xia Haiba sneered, thinking to himself. What a bumpkin, controlling nuclear fission reactions is not that easy. This small power generator cannot handle radiation issues at all. If he stays in there too long and his DNA strands are shattered by radiation, that will be more painful than skin peeling and being thrown into the snow. But he didn't want Zhang Chang, this uneducated person, to understand and regret it, so he sneered again and said. Brother Chang, you also see the value of this car. Right now, it cannot be traded for 100 beautiful women and 2 tons of canned goods. You must raise the price for me to let you have the car. Zhang Chang, who didn't understand how dangerous nuclear fission was already lost in the dream of driving a luxury car around. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, I will double all the resources I just mentioned. Xia Haiba pretended to look pained and said. Alright then, since you like it so much, I will reluctantly give it to you. But inside he was already laughing with joy. After this bumpkin stays in the car for a month, he will probably end up bloody and rotting to death. At least he wouldn't have to figure out how to deal with him. But what they didn't know was, Jiang Chen's car was not nuclear fission, but nuclear fusion. A single word difference can lead to a world of difference. If nuclear fission is the foundational theory for nuclear power plants and atomic bombs, then nuclear fusion is the foundational theory for hydrogen bombs and the sun. Not only does it not have nuclear radiation, but it also doesn't need rare resources like uranium-235.
It only needs water or even rocks to continuously produce clean energy.
But this technology, in 2050, is still just a theory. The actual implementation is still far from reality. So Xia Haiba and the others never considered that direction.
They were all guessing that the energy Jiang Chen used had severe side effects due to nuclear fission.
And Xia Haiba was growing more anxious. He knew Jiang Chen's background.
Even if he sold all his possessions, deceived and tricked, to create a nuclear fission device, it would certainly be of a very low grade.
The radiation released would definitely be enormous. If they died in the car due to radiation, how would he torture them for revenge?
So Xia Haiba was a little panicked.
He absolutely could not let Jiang Chen stay in there any longer. He must pull this boy out immediately. Even if he dies, he could only die tortured by him. So Xia Haiba immediately ordered, "All modified cars, go out. Target Jiang Chen's snow car, crash and stop him." When they arrived at Jiang Chen's side, he was bored eating a can of beef when he noticed countless small red dots on the smart radar, rushing towards him at high speed. He understood it right away.
At this moment, Xia Haiba had already sensed something was wrong with his car.
The final crash was about to begin.
He quickly put down the can of beef, turned off the autopilot, and began to drive seriously. Xia Shiro's score was at its maximum level, and it would take some time. If he got hit too many times during this period, causing damage to the snow car's armor, he would have to rush out of Baiha Park. But these were all his backup options. As long as he got out of Baiha Park and onto the street, his car could easily be trapped. Perhaps with powerful horsepower, he could charge out. But this was still too risky. If Xiang Chang had set up special obstacles for snow vehicle tracks on the street, he would truly have no choice but to surrender.
He wouldn't choose to rush out unless absolutely necessary.
So he accelerated, racing fiercely with Xia Haiba's modified car in Baiha Park. In Jiang Chen's hands, the large snow car performed various drifts and turns effortlessly. Xia Haiba's modified car had no way to contend.
But Jiang Chen also knew,
these are all just temporary.
The person in the car with excellent driving skills is only him.
When he gets tired, it will be Wang Xiaodao's turn, and there will inevitably be bumps and crashes. Currently, all hopes still lie in Xiaoshiru's quick skill upgrade to gain the insane ability to automatically repair the snowmobile. Only then can they safely get through this difficult time.
This is a race against time. He cannot afford to lose even a bit. Chapter 029, Healing Ability Maxed Out.
Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it was evening. Jiang Chen had been racing for 4 hours with all his might. At this moment, Wang Xiaodao walked over, said not a word, and sat in the passenger seat. Without even looking, she understood the situation was beginning to spiral out of control, and it was no longer something she could handle. So, she focused on observing Jiang Chen's driving moves, eager to learn the essence of it. But driving isn't that easy to learn. By midnight, Jiang Chen was exhausted, yet Wang Xiaodao still hadn't grasped the essence. Seeing Jiang Chen's tired appearance made her feel so pained, so she said,
"Jiang Chen, let me drive. It's late at night, these people aren't as easy to spot as during the day. Nothing serious will happen."
Although Jiang Chen was reluctant to let Wang Xiaodao drive, his body no longer allowed him to refuse. After more than 10 hours of crazy racing, he was on the verge of collapse.
He absolutely needed some rest. So he said seriously, "Xiaotao, these people have started to go all out.
They won't care whether they can see or not, so you must remember, under no circumstances can you stop.
Understand?" Wang Xiaotao nodded vigorously. Jiang Chen switched the car to automatic driving mode, and the vehicle's speed immediately slowed down.
Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Chen and Wang Xiaodao switched places. Jiang Chen leaned against the passenger seat and fell asleep quickly, recovering his strength.
Wang Xiaotao took over and continued to speed ahead.
Her skills, of course, were not as good as Jiang Chen's. It wasn't long before she was sideswiped hard by a modified vehicle while trying to dodge. Fortunately, the snowmobile's armor was tough enough. Only the exterior was dented, and there was no breach in defense. Jiang Chen was jolted awake slightly, but there was nothing he could do.
Human stamina has its limits, he couldn't keep racing like this forever.
If he continued driving, he might not even be better than Wang Xiaotao was now. So, he closed his eyes again, emptied his mind, and quickly fell back asleep.
Wang Xiaotao kept Jiang Chen's warning in mind.
No matter how many times she got hit, she continued to step on the gas and charged forward, leaving those modified cars helpless. And so, as dawn broke, Jiang Chen woke up to find the snowmobile was already pockmarked all over. Several modified cars had been toppled.
Wang Xiaotao was exhausted, drenched in sweat.
Jiang Chen glanced at Xiaoshiru's skill score and found that in 2 days, her score had only increased by 0.2. The total score had only reached 44.5 points. Though it seemed she was just 0.5 points away from unlocking the automatic repair feature for the snowmobile.
This 0.5 distance felt as if it were infinite. Xia Shiru had been studying hard through the night. Yet she seemed to have reached a peak where she could only increase her score through learning. Now, her skill score no longer increased at all. Jiang Chen's heart finally felt a bit uneasy this time. He had thought about it too simply. From a distance, it seemed there were many paths to take. But when it came right in front of him, he found that this was not the case. If he rushed out of Baihe Park and onto the street, Xia Haiba, having plotted for so long, surely wouldn't overlook using destruction to block the tracks. He wanted to paralyze his snowmobile. In White Crane Park, under such high-intensity collisions, the snowmobile would always have that moment of giving in. What was worse, he and Wang Xiaotao both couldn't stand such a prolonged way of driving. It seemed he had come to a dead end. Jiang Chen lowered his head and seriously thought about all possible ways. As he saw a modified car coming straight at him, slamming into the snowmobile, his eyes suddenly brightened with an idea. That was to raise Xia Shiro's loyalty score. Relying solely on skill scores, getting Xia Shiro to increase by another 0.5 points was almost impossible. But the loyalty score was still at 8.5, which was quite low. So how to quickly raise the loyalty score was the only solution to this deadlock. He urgently asked the system in his mind. System. Quickly tell me all the ways to raise loyalty scores. Time is tight. Otherwise, I will die together with you. Ding. There are many ways to increase loyalty, whether it is to make the team member trust the host more, or to have close contact with the team member as long as the team member does not dislike the host, both can enhance the loyalty score. Jiang Chen frowned tightly. Trust him more? Indeed, after Xia Shiro really cured her deaf-mute problem, the loyalty score increased. Close contact? What does this mean? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen's eyes widened suddenly. Could it be the kind of kissing and hugging like with Wang Xiaotao? No way? He was stunned at that moment. It seemed that the time when he and Wang Xiaotao were most ambiguous was when her loyalty score increased the fastest. Could the system be suggesting he do the same thing to Xia Shiro? He looked at Wang Xiaotao, opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain. But the sensitive-minded Wang Xiaotao seemingly felt something in her heart, so she turned her head and laughed lightly. Jiang Chen, if you want to do something, just go ahead and do it, I believe in you. Jiang Chen closed his mouth, looking at Wang Xiaotao, who was drenched in sweat but still insisted on driving. His heart couldn't help but feel moved. But the current situation couldn't wait any longer. He finally gritted his teeth, stood up, and seriously walked to the medical room's door. Xia Shiro was now studying hard, wearing a panda eye from exhaustion. The moment she saw Jiang Chen, she cried out loudly. She wrote on the paper. I'm sorry Jiang Chen, it's all because I'm useless that we ended up in this dangerous situation. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Of course, he wouldn't blame Xia Shiro. After all, she had been studying hard, so much so that even after curing her deaf-mute problem, she still couldn't say a word. Because all her time was spent on learning medical knowledge. He wrote on the paper. This is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I overthought this matter. Then, he sighed and wrote on the paper again. Shiro, do you hate me? Xia Shiro was a bit confused, but after blushing slightly, she seriously replied. Of course, I don't hate you. In my eyes, you are my savior. After reading this sentence from Xia Shiro, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least what he was about to do wasn't forcing someone into a difficult situation. So, he quietly stepped forward. Xia Shiro's bright eyes widened, gently blinking. Then, she seemed to understand what was about to happen. Her heart started racing like a deer. She understood very well, she liked Jiang Chen. Ever since he wrote polite words on the paper and greeted her, she developed a strong interest in this handsome RV owner. Later, every gentle comfort he gave made her fall deeper. Until in the end, she really cured her deaf-mute problem. When she could hear the sound, she had already completely fallen for this gentle boy. But because he was Wang Xiaotao's boyfriend, she felt embarrassed to seize love, so she could only bury this feeling deep in her heart. Now that they had come to this point, she no longer wanted to suppress the emotions in her heart. So she slowly closed her eyes. And Jiang Chen looked at the almost indescribably beautiful Xia Shiro in front of him, his heart also racing wildly. After preparing himself mentally, he slowly leaned in and kissed her rosy lips. Xia Shiro showed no resistance, but instead, gently wrapped her arms around him, trying her best to respond. Jiang Chen also pulled the delicate figure in front of him into his embrace. Ding! Xia Shiro's loyalty score is rising, increasing by 0.1 points. Ding! Xia Shiro's loyalty score is rising, increasing by 0.1 points. The two kissed each other, taking and giving, until finally the system let out a sound. Ding! Xia Shiro's total score has reached 45 points, unlocking max-level healing ability, increasing fusion reaction efficiency by 10%, increasing the number of nanobots tenfold, unlocking automatic repair function for the snowmobile.
Jiang Chen felt directly in his heart that his snowmobile was quickly recovering at a visible speed. Before long, it had turned into a brand new appearance. Jiang Chen slowly pulled away from Xia Shiro's lips, smiled gently, and wrote on a piece of paper.
Shiro, I won't let Xiaodao down, and I absolutely won't let you down. Now that we aren't afraid of Xia Haiba and the others, it's time to settle the score with them. After reading this, Xia Shiro pursed her lips and smiled lightly before suddenly hugging Jiang Chen again, kissing him fiercely on the lips. After a long time, she finally released him and wrote on the paper. Go ahead, I believe in you. Just these few short words made Jiang Chen see an unparalleled determination. Just like when she wrote down in the beginning, never regretting. Jiang Chen nodded, turned around, and went to the driver's seat. At this time, Wang Xiaotao was so exhausted that she was near fainting, so he switched the vehicle to autopilot and lifted her from the driver's seat. Wang Xiaotao wearily asked. Is it over already? Jiang Chen smiled and replied. Yes, it's all over. It's time to let them know the power of our snowmobile. A slight smile appeared on the corner of Wang Xiaotao's mouth, and she closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep. Jiang Chen calmly placed her on the bed, fastened her safely, and then revealed a cold smile. Xia Haiba, Zhang Chang, it's time for you to pay some interest first. As he walked towards the driver's seat, he took out his phone and began a live broadcast on a short video platform. Title, The Exciting Moment of Butchering Xia Haiba and Zhang Chang's Spawn. The reason he did this was not to show off, but to make a name for himself. Now, his snowmobile still had a lot of room for improvement. If he didn't act impressively, how could those high-quality women come to him? So he decided to start a livestream, to make these people understand just how powerful his snowmobile truly is. Chapter 030, The Snowmobile Goes Wild. While Jiang Chen was still livestreaming, the snowmobile switched to automatic driving, and it was already being targeted by all the modified vehicles. Automatic driving is both clumsy and slow. Its original function is to help drivers drive safely, freeing their hands. How could it possibly race? So those modified cars rushed towards the snowmobile recklessly. Bang! 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 The huge vibrations startled everyone in the livestream room. What on earth is going on? Why does it feel like Jiang Chen's RV is experiencing an earthquake? It must be those bastards from Xia Haiba. They must be ramming Jiang Chen's RV. Jiang Chen, be careful. Don't let them force you to stop. These people are ruthless. Besides the worrying comments for Jiang Chen, there were also many sarcastic remarks. I thought he was going to slaughter Xia Haiba's minions. Isn't he just getting bumped around passively? I've inquired, Xia Haiba's forces in S-City have nearly 200 modified vehicles. If this keeps up, who do you think will fall apart first? Really clueless. Seems like he's still that arrogant Jiang Chen from before. Back then, he was just lucky, the snowstorm was too big. If it were now, Dragon Brothers people would have already taken him down. Various taunts kept refreshing on the screen. For a moment, the comments were split into two groups. One group was worried about Jiang Chen and wanted him to escape quickly. The other group was mocking, eager to see how Xia Haiba would deal with him. But not a single person had confidence in him. Jiang Chen coldly smiled, said nothing, and directly went to the driver's seat, turning the camera towards the outside. Outside, all kinds of modified vehicles had completely blocked the way. In the distance, more vehicles were continuously approaching. The mocking voices about Jiang Chen quickly increased in the comment section. Ha ha ha. What about slaughtering Xia Haiba's dogs? Why don't you change the livestream title to being slaughtered by Xia Haiba's dogs? Hee hee, it's really funny. How can such an arrogant person exist in this world? He's completely blocked in and still so defiant. I wonder what will happen to him once Xia Haiba catches him. There were also people who worried for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, if it's too dangerous, just get out and run. If you wait until they break in, you'll definitely wish you were dead. Jiang Chen still said nothing, calmly sitting in the driver's seat, slowly fastening his seatbelt, pulling down the voice broadcast playing outside, and smiled. Bastards, are you ready? I'm about to go wild. But what he got in return was loud laughter from outside. The strong men driving the modified cars laughed carefreely. Because this snowmobile had already been completely blocked, what could Jiang Chen do to go wild? Should he get out and fight them? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen, surrender and come down, maybe the boss will be nice and give you a quick end. Hee hee, yeah, so you won't have to just watch as we play with your two girlfriends. Dying quickly is better than dying in humiliation. Someone was even calling Xia Haiba to report that they had blocked the snowmobile. Hearing this, Xia Haiba also burst into laughter. This Jiang Chen must be driven crazy by us. How could he say something like that? Everyone below echoed his laughter. It must be like this, boss Xia. That Jiang Chen has been chased by us for 5 days and nights, even if he's scared, he's bound to be scared to death. Xia Haiba sighed and said with some boredom. So boring. I was thinking of capturing him and giving him a severe punishment, but I didn't expect him to go crazy. But then he thought, besides Jiang Chen, there were also two beauties, Wang Xiaodao and Xia Shiro, in the car, so he didn't feel so disappointed. Especially Xia Shiro, besides being as beautiful as a fairy, she was also a member of the Xia family. As long as he caught her, he could send a video of tormenting her to the Xia family every day, and he would probably be so happy that he wouldn't be able to sleep all night. Now that everything was about to come true, he was of course very excited. Beside him, Jiang Chen stood up and laughed. Boss Xia, when you make your move later, be careful. If the snowmobile is too severely damaged, I will reduce the amount of supplies I give you. Xia Haibao waved his hand with a speechless face and said irritably. Got it, got it. But inside, he couldn't stop thinking. What a bumpkin. When the truth about nuclear fission was uncovered, he better not come back to him for regrets. Just as Xia Haibao prepared to go out and drag Jiang Chen and the others from the snowmobile, an incredible voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss Xia, something's not right. I clearly remember our modified car has beaten Jiang Chen's snowmobile to a pulp. How come now I look over, and there's not a scratch? Xia Haibao was somewhat confused. What do you mean? Everyone was stunned. Even the people in the live broadcast room felt something was off. How could they feel that Jiang Chen was not crazy, or joking, but really fearless? Before everyone had a chance to react, suddenly, Jiang Chen's snowmobile roared to life. The huge roar of the engine echoed through the world. Boom! 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 In an instant, everyone thought of the scene when Jiang Chen drove over Longgu. It seemed that the snowmobile also roared like this at that time. Boom! 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 The blockage ahead was moved bit by bit by the snowmobile. The group of underlings finally panicked. Boss Xia. Not good. That Jiang Chen brat can still move. What? In the residential area, Xia Haibao and his people all looked shocked. They still didn't understand what it meant that the snowmobile had no traces. But once again, they were stunned into silence by the response from the scene. We can't hold on anymore, Boss Xia. Ah! They saw the snowmobile's tracks directly run over the modified car ahead and rolled over them. Everyone in the live broadcasting room was dumbfounded. What everyone thought in their hearts was only one sentence. The power of this snowmobile is really too strong. Can it really break out of this encirclement? The bullet screen suddenly filled with many comments urging Jiang Chen to escape. But some people thought that even if Jiang Chen could break out of the encirclement, he would still be caught by hundreds of modified cars and smashed to pieces. And Jiang Chen completely ignored everyone. He laughed wildly, driving the snowmobile forward, then suddenly made a sharp turn and charged violently at the modified cars that trapped him. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. They thought Jiang Chen had gone mad. Since he broke out of the encirclement, why not flee? With such reckless crashing, no matter how strong his snowmobile is, it won't last long, right? I told you, even if he can break out, he'd ultimately be smashed to bits. Boss Xia has hundreds of modified cars, how many can he overturn? Except for various sarcastic comments, there were also supporters. Go, Jiang Chen. I recognize you as a good man. Even if you can't defeat Xia Haibao. But it is a good thing to get rid of his subordinates. Hitting one is not a loss, hitting two is a huge gain, hitting 10, and when you reach the ground, I will burn paper for you. Yet still, no one believed that Jiang Chen's snow vehicle could single-handedly take down hundreds of modified cars. Even if these modified cars are junk, they are still piles of metal. And those in the modified cars on the scene were not as relaxed as those in the live stream. Watching the massive snow vehicle rush towards them, the only thing they wanted to do was escape for their lives. So they couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly got in their cars to avoid it. But how could Jiang Chen let them have their way? After Xia Shiro's medical upgrades reached the max level, the nuclear fusion reaction increased by 10%. His snow vehicle's speed now reached nearly 90 miles per hour. It's not like these modified cars, which can only go at a top speed of 40 or 50 miles per hour, could compare. So he zeroed in on an area crowded with modified cars, floored the accelerator, and crashed right in. Boom! 3 or 4 modified cars were flipped over by Jiang Chen's crash. And on the front armored side of the vehicle, several severe dents suddenly appeared. At this moment, those who had been mocking in the livestream couldn't help but start ridiculing again. This is insane. Since he has rushed out, he should run quickly. Can't you see the big dent in front? If he keeps crashing like this, his car will eventually break down. Of course. I'm a professional mechanic. For this type of RV, the engine is at the front. If he keeps this up, he will definitely be stuck there, unable to move. But Jiang Chen still ignored everyone. After flipping the vehicles ahead, he turned around and continued to crash into other cars. Chapter 031, Solve Xia Haibao. Boom! Boom! The deafening sound of collisions continued to echo, and countless modified cars turned and fled. But when they reached the entrance of Baiha Park, they were blocked. Boss Xia has ordered that no one can run. With our hundreds of cars, what are we afraid of? Anyone who runs will face punishment. Also, whoever can stop his snow vehicle will be directly promoted to a small leader level, rewarded with 10 beauties, and a whole truck of supplies. When the drivers of the modified cars heard that running would lead to punishment, they all returned in defeat. Xia Haiba's punishment is much worse than being crashed to death by Jiang Chen. Damn it! Let's go for it! I don't believe that with our hundreds of cars, we can't flip over the snow vehicle. Let's go! Even if we run, falling into Boss Xia's hands means we won't die, but we will lose a layer of skin. It's better to crash him dead. Yeah. If I can stop that snow vehicle, I'll get 10 beauties and a whole truck of supplies. Just thinking about it feels great. These people, honed by the trials of the end times, have long become tough individuals who don't fear death. How could they be afraid of life? So these modified cars rushed towards Jiang Chen recklessly. But Jiang Chen only smiled coldly. For every car that came, he would crash into it. With the enormous body of the snow vehicle, any modified car he crashed into would become scrap metal on the spot. The people inside would also meet instant death. Boom! 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 Line. Don't charge at the snowmobiles recklessly. In no time, over 50 modified cars were wrecked by crashes. And the snowmobile was also covered in countless holes. Jiang Chen kept laughing wildly as he crashed into those modified cars. The people in the live stream were also all boiling with excitement. Go Jiang Chen! Crash them to death. He has already crashed 60 cars. This is such a bloody win. Many people, whose family members had been killed by Xia Haiba, watched Jiang Chen rampage in the livestream, destroying Xia Haiba's modified cars, all with a face of satisfaction. They had dreamed of these people perishing, and now seeing this, how could they not be thrilled? But there were also many sharp-eyed people who noticed something strange about the snowmobile, and they cried out in the bullet screen. Wait! Why are the damaged parts of his car slowly repairing themselves? Is it my illusion? I saw it too, this is too weird, what kind of car is this? After some time, when they saw a hole being slowly repaired, no longer leaking air, they finally confirmed. This snowmobile camper could repair itself. Damn! What kind of high-tech is this? Is the world already this advanced? I don't know. I'm just a car mechanic, I've never heard of such high-tech products. For a moment, the bullet screen was full of exclamations. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen still ignored everyone, continuing to crash into the modified cars, destroying Xia Haiba's vehicles. By the time those little brothers realized something was wrong with the snowmobile, over 100 modified cars had already been destroyed. Only about 130 modified cars remained, still able to move. So they finally came to their senses and started to desperately flee, scattering in all directions. But Jiang Chen wouldn't let them go, chasing after them, continuously flipping these modified cars over. The bullet screen in the livestream turned into a chorus of support for Jiang Chen. Awesome. My little brother was wrong. It turns out you are the most powerful boss in S City. I apologize to you. Crash these bastards to death. Avenging us. Go for it. These people are all evil, don't let any of them escape. In addition to the cheering bullet screen, many beautiful women who had previously looked down on Jiang Chen also began to throw themselves at him. Can you take my sister up on the car? My sister is absolutely obedient, any position will work. My sister is really beautiful, loves cosplay, can handle any role easily, please take me with you. My sister's skills are top-notch, please take my sister with you. She will make you feel like heaven. But no matter what these people said, Jiang Chen completely ignored them, only crashing into the modified cars. His only purpose for the live stream was to make a name for himself. It was so that the truly high-quality women would notice him. So his recruitment plan could be carried out more easily. And there was only one condition to enter his snowmobile. It was a high rating. Any rating had to be high. His snowmobile could only hold a few people at most. Other occupations hadn't appeared yet. He couldn't just invite anyone into the car. So no matter how much these people begged, he would never give them a second glance. The registration channel was right there. The only requirement was their name and a photo from that day. As long as they passed the system scan, they could get on the snowmobile. He sneered and flipped another modified car over. The people inside rushed out, only to be directly crushed to death. Unknowingly, in Baiha Park, Xia Haiba's remaining modified cars were down to just over 50.
When Xia Haiba got the news in the community, he was completely stunned. These modified cars were the foundation of his dominance in S-City. Without so many modified cars, how could he compete with Jiang Chen for territory in the future? He looked at the person sitting beside him. Jiang Chen, who was peacefully smoking a cigar, suddenly felt a surge of murderous intent inside him. The surrounding henchmen belonging to Xia Haiba all gathered around. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood up and slowly pulled out a gun from his pocket. This made all of Xia Haiba's people take a step back. Jiang Chen's underlings also stood in front of him, all pulling out their batons with a whoosh. This was Jiang Chen's backup plan. He originally intended to use this gun to assassinate Xia Haiba. But now, it seemed there was no longer any need for that. Having lost a large number of modified cars and his henchmen, Xia Haiba had lost the foundation to stand in S-City. Soon, his power would be completely consumed. Why bother fighting him to the death? So he stood up, waved the gun in his hand, and laughed. Boss Xia, it seems that capturing Jiang Chen is not going to happen. I have no business here, so I'm leaving. Jiang Chen smiled and left with his many subordinates. After they walked far away, Xia Haiba smashed the glass cup on the table with a punch, causing blood to gush out from his hand. How could he not understand? As soon as Jiang Chen returned, he would gather his men and attack him. His own men were all stationed around Baiha Park to prevent Jiang Chen from escaping. So, it would take less than half an hour for all of them to regroup. And they would all be well rested and in peak condition. In contrast, his own men were the main force surrounding Jiang Chen, and after 5 days and nights of hard fighting, at least 100 of them had frozen or fallen ill. And 200 or 300 had been killed in car crashes. The rest were already exhausted. How could he possibly compete with Jiang Chen? The current situation for him was nearly a deadlock. He stood in place, and after a moment, he looked fiercely out the window towards Baiha Park. In this deadlock, there was only one solution. That was Jiang Chen's nuclear-powered snowmobile. As long as he spared no cost to break through his snowmobile, he could rely on the snowmobile to withstand Jiang Chen's assault pressure. Otherwise, he had no hope of surviving. He wrapped his blood-soaked hand with a cloth strip, picked up the baseball bat he had when he left the Tianlang cinema, and shouted at his henchmen. Everyone, gather up. The target is Jiang Chen's snowmobile. Wow! Soon, the remaining henchmen of Xia Haiba all gathered around. There were about 500 or 600 of them, all looking tired, their bodies frozen and purple, and not a bit of fighting spirit left. Xia Haiba shouted loudly. Jiang Chen's snowmobile has been disabled. Now is your time to shine. Just capture the snowmobile, and I will reward you heavily. Upon hearing this news, many of the uninformed henchmen immediately became excited, shouting out loud. Good. Let's take the snowmobile. Damn, it's finally over. This Jiang Chen is really hard to deal with. Yeah, I've been tortured for 5 days and nights without a good night's sleep. This time, I must go back and find a girl to enjoy myself. However, behind Xia Haiba, the little leaders who understood all this felt a cold chill in their eyes. They knew very well that Xia Haiba was now at the end of his rope. This lie was just a way to get them to risk their lives for him to fight for a way out. So they were all thinking in their hearts about when they could escape from this crazy person. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, unaware of everything, was chasing Xia Haiba's modified car and crashing into it, feeling incredibly pleased. Suddenly, he saw a large number of people pouring out from the neighborhood. They were armed with axes, clubs, and other weapons, rushing towards his snowmobile. Behind them, Xia Haiba shouted. His snowmobile has been disabled. Just take down Jiang Chen. Each person will reward 10 beautiful women, play and enjoy at will. Unaware of the real situation, many little brothers suddenly charged forward like they had taken adrenaline, shouting loudly as they rushed toward Jiang Chen's snow vehicle. Jiang Chen was somewhat stunned. Is this Xia Haiba out of his mind? Their modified cars were almost wrecked by him. And his snow vehicle, after a long time without finding any modified cars, had already repaired itself to its original state. How could it be disabled? But looking at the crowd rushing towards him, Jiang Chen only sneered coldly in his heart. No matter what, none of these people are good, each person's hands are stained with blood, counting their victims is a challenge, and they are all enemies wanting his life. Of course, he would not be soft-hearted. And if these people were hiding in the neighborhood, he really had no way to deal with them. But now, these people have foolishly rushed out to seek death. How could Jiang Chen not be happy? So he stepped on the gas, charging directly into the crowd. Splash! It was like a red-hot iron smashing into tofu, with limbs and fragments flying everywhere. Many people were shouting. Xia Haiba! You liar! Jiang Chen's snow vehicle is not disabled at all. But before they could finish their cries, Jiang Chen ruthlessly ran over them. Ah! Xia Haiba! You bastard! You tricked us! Ah!
Almost in no time, 500 or 600 people were completely crushed by Jiang Chen. Only a handful managed to escape quietly, having heard their companions' shouts. And a few small leaders who had been following Xia Haiba took this excellent opportunity to flee for their lives. Xia Haiba shouted angrily. "Damn it! You cowards! Come back!" He shouted like a madman, but no one paid him any mind. They ran for their lives, terrified by Jiang Chen's snow vehicle. "MD! Did you hear me? Come back!" Xia Haiba continued screaming crazily. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's snow vehicle had already broken through the wind and snow, slowly stopping before him. The massive snow vehicle, covered in blood, resembled a fierce ancient beast, glaring at him menacingly. Xia Haiba stepped back in terror but then lowered his head and laughed. "I never expected, truly never expected that I, Xia Haiba, would fall into your hands. You are truly damned, Jiang Chen." He laughed wickedly like a madman, raising the baseball bat in his hand and charging fiercely at Jiang Chen's snow vehicle. But with a loud bang. His body was like an ant hitting a tree. The snow vehicle didn't budge, not even scratching its surface. Instead, he was knocked down by the tremendous backlash, the bat flew away, and blood oozed from his palm. Xia Haiba roared in fury, stubbornly getting up from the ground, like a mindless zombie, his bloody hands continuously hitting Jiang Chen's snow vehicle, screaming madly. "Why? Why? Your snow vehicle, hit by hundreds of my modified cars, is still perfectly fine? Jiang Chen! Answer me! Answer me!" Jiang Chen sat in the car, coldly smiling, answering. "I have nothing to say to you." Then, he floored the gas pedal, directly running over Xia Haiba. The once great hero Xia Haiba fell just like that. Chapter 32, The Evil Cult Organization. When everything was over, the time had reached the afternoon, the people in the livestream were all dumbfounded. None of them expected that Jiang Chen, who was initially looked down upon, mocked and ridiculed, would crazily crash into Xia Haiba's snow vehicle, being seen as a madman. In the end, one person and one car successfully wiped out the biggest force in City S, Xia Haiba. What kind of monster is this snow vehicle? The live stream room instantly became lively. But before they could start discussing, Jiang Chen turned off the live stream. His goal had always been to make a name for himself. He wouldn't care how the viewers thought of him or whether they supported him. He stood up, stretched lazily with a content expression. After such a long time of crashing and excitement, he was extremely tired. He parked the snow vehicle on the surface of the lake in the center of Baiha Park, then lay down in the driver's seat to rest. In this nap, he slept incredibly deeply, extraordinarily comfortably. After so many days, he finally solved his first opponent in the apocalypse. And the snow vehicle had gradually upgraded to a very powerful level. Next step. Once he recruited another teammate, he could seek revenge on Zhang Chang and Li Shangyan. He still couldn't forget the pain of being enslaved for 5 years in the mine. And the cruel deception by Wang Yuqing. These people will eventually pay for what they have done. Jiang Chen fell asleep like that. What he didn't know was that because of this livestream, a cult organization rising in the apocalypse quietly grew stronger, thanks to his broadcast clips. In a corner of Long Country, a group of men and women in tattered white robes gathered in a brightly lit villa for a meeting. The villa was filled with statues of angels and deities, and on the upper wall hung the 3 big words, Heavenly God Cult. At this moment, they were in the hall showing slides of Jiang Chen crashing and modifying the vehicle, quickly repairing the snow vehicle. An elderly man with a face full of wrinkles, looking very kind, stepped onto the stage and spoke in a sad and hoarse voice. Because of the greed in people's hearts, the power of the evil god has returned to the world. The heavenly god brings down a storm of anger to punish us. The greatest purpose of our heavenly god cult is to eliminate the power of the evil god. Calm the anger of the heavenly god and save humanity. The crowd below immediately became chaotic, looking around in fear until a woman stood up and said, "Everyone, let's pray together. Before we eliminate the evil god, only prayer can calm the heavenly god's anger." All of them, including the old man, lowered their heads, clasping their fists to their chests, and began to pray softly. After a while, a woman bound tightly with ropes was brought to the old man's front by 2 strong men. He continued in a kind and gentle tone. "Great heavenly God, please accept your humble believer's sacrificial offering." The old man tremblingly took out a dagger carved with angel wings and fiercely stabbed it into the woman's chest and abdomen. Blood immediately gushed out from the woman's chest. The crowd below all looked excited, lowering their heads to continue chanting softly. "Great heavenly God, please calm your anger." The old man pulled out the dagger, not caring about the woman's screams, and stabbed again with great force. Blood splattered on his face, but he seemed not to feel it at all, continuing the mechanical motion. Until the blood flowed all over the ground, and the woman had completely fallen silent, the old man spoke again. "Before we have killed those who obtain the power of the evil god, we must sacrifice one girl every day to please the heavenly god.
As if by divine will, the cold wind outside actually lessened significantly after the old man finished speaking. Many of the cult members stood up and shouted, "Long live the heavenly god cult! Eliminate the possessors of the evil god's power! Save humanity! Save the world!" Then, they began to chant softly again, their attitude incredibly sincere. They took this event as a miracle and posted it online. For a time, people online were discussing endlessly. Some believed the heavenly god cult was a cult, and sacrificing girls was incredibly foolish. But others thought that Jiang Chen's snow vehicle could self-repair so irrationally. It must have gained the power of the evil god, which brought about the snowstorm. So many people believed this theory and chose to join the heavenly god cult. In an instant, the words heavenly god cult became widely popular across the world. It became the largest among the many evil cults after the apocalypse arrived. Of course, Jiang Chen knew nothing of this. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. He looked at the sacrifice video posted by the heavenly god cult and their description of him as an evil god who brought about the apocalypse, shaking his head in disbelief. When the apocalypse arrives, there are always some odd fools who engage in such nonsense. If believing in gods really worked, the ice-covered apocalypse in the last life would not have lasted so long. Moreover, during his last life, he was just an ordinary person without any system, and certainly did not have any so-called evil god power. Why did the snowstorm still come and the winds still blow? As for what they said about the cold wind becoming milder that night, Jiang Chen was even more speechless. Cold storms have fluctuations. Sometimes the wind is strong, sometimes it is weak. Isn't this simple common sense? What, did you really think you practiced some unique skill just because you waved your hand and made the leaves move? He yawned, tossed his phone aside, and then stretched lazily. As for what they claimed, that resolving him was the only way to stop the ice-covered apocalypse, let them come. When the time comes, we'll see whose nuclear fusion snowmobile is more powerful, his or their supposed heavenly gods. With a carefree attitude, Jiang Chen went to the snowmobile's bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth before returning to the driver's seat to start processing the system's scanning information. He had to admit, this time, his fame indeed had a good effect. The beauties coming to sign up were at least 2 to 3 times more than before. But what disappointed Jiang Chen was that even with so many people, there wasn't a single one that caught his eye. Either they were not good-looking, or lacked skills, or their mentality was too weak. All of them were unqualified. He shook his head, and just then, Wang Xiaotao had already rested enough, looking radiant as she walked over to him. "Jiang Chen, what happened after I passed out? Did Xia Haiba and those people dare to come find us again?" Jiang Chen chuckled upon hearing this. Yesterday, while he was wildly crashing cars, he thought it was such an impressive matter that Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shirua didn't see, and felt quite disappointed. To his surprise, today Wang Xiaotao actually took the initiative to ask. He cleared his throat, flashed a charming smile, and said, "Since you asked sincerely, then I, Grand Young Master Jiang, will generously tell you." He cleared his throat and began to narrate the thrilling events of yesterday in a fairy tale-like tone. When he got to the part where the snowmobile was surrounded by over 50 vehicles, Wang Xiaotao's face turned pale with fear, as if she were the one driving and surrounded by 50 or 60 modified cars. At that moment, I remained calm. I pushed the snowmobile's power to the max and charged straight out from the modified cars. Then I made a turn and crashed into them, scattering them everywhere. Wang Xiaotao rested her hands on her chin, listening intently. After Jiang Chen finished describing how he chased and crashed into those modified cars, her face was filled with excitement. After all, the suffering they endured in recent days was all because of Xia Haiba. Hitting them all away was something Wang Xiaotao had long wanted to do. Seeing that he was speaking well, Jiang Chen continued. Later that madman Xia Haiba arranged for 1,000 modified cars to hunt me down. But I used my wits to scatter them and defeat them one by one. Wang Xiaotao rested her chin in her hands, her eyes filled with suspicion at once. Jiang Chen, doesn't Xia Haiba only have a few hundred modified cars? Where does he get 1,000 from? Jiang Chen suddenly became embarrassed, so he scratched his head and laughed. How can I remember so clearly? Maybe it's over 500, don't interrupt, let me continue. But when Jiang Chen mentioned that the snowmobile was smashed to pieces by numerous modified cars, Wang Xiaotao looked around in confusion again. Humph. Where is it smashed to pieces? Jiang Chen, you are lying to me again. Jiang Chen chuckled, about to explain when they heard someone behind them clapping happily. Clap clap clap. The two turned around to see that Xia Shiro had also rested well. She quietly walked over, having heard half the story, unable to hold back her joy as she clapped. She giggled and seemed very happy. Although she couldn't speak yet, she could understand what Jiang Chen's story was about. Wang Xiaotao's eyes widened in shock. You can hear sounds and speak now? Xia Shiro nodded and cutely made a sound of agreement. Wang Xiaotao took a deep breath, feeling an increasing sense of crisis. Moreover, she realized why the snowmobile was perfectly fine now. It must be because Xia Shiro's medical level had reached a perfect score of 45. She suddenly felt overwhelmed with pressure.
Jiang Chen cleared his throat twice to draw both women's attention, continuing to speak.
Listen carefully to the story, don't interrupt. Later, over 500 modified cars were all wrecked by me, but that Xia Haiba actually led over 5,000 people.
They surrounded our snowmobile.
Wang Xiaodao rolled her eyes at him again, making Jiang Chen feel guilty, while Xia Shiro looked terrified, having no doubts about the existence of 5,000 people.
Jiang Chen then cleared his throat again and continued. How could these people stop me, young Master Jiang?
I directly crushed all these countless killing demons and came right in front of Xia Haiba. At this moment, both women widened their eyes.
Jiang Chen continued. As for that Xia Haiba, he was actually a coward.
When he saw our snowmobile, he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, crying and pleading for me not to kill him.
But how could I let him go?
He has killed so many people and bullied so many women.
I definitely had to make him pay.
So I crashed into him hard and sent him flying 10 meters away, but guess what?
He didn't die. He actually stood up and ran.
Later, I found out he was wearing a bulletproof vest, which actually absorbed the impact of the crash. Jiang Chen told the thrilling experience of killing Xia Haiba, making it sound action-packed, and almost letting him escape. In the end, using his wits, he finally found him and crashed him to death.
Wang Xiaodao rolled her eyes dramatically,
while Xia Shiro clapped excitedly again.
Clap clap clap. Like a little girl listening to a fairy tale.
This simple and lovely look even made Jiang Chen, who had been boasting wildly, feel a little shy.
Chapter 033, The Maximum Level of Medical Skills.
Alright, the story is finished. Wang Xiaodao pouted, not commenting on the story, and directly turned to leave for the kitchen to cook.
Because she was very clear that Jiang Chen had definitely exaggerated the facts.
Xia Haiba's subordinates were at most over 1,000, how could there suddenly be 5,000 people? Also, a bulletproof vest absorbing the snowmobile's impact, flying 10 meters and still being fine, only a fool like Xia Shiro would believe that. Moreover, not willing to back down, she saw that Xia Shiro's medical skills were already maxed out, and she had to hurry up to practice her cooking skills. To strive to reach the max level of chef as soon as possible.
Otherwise, wouldn't she be even more embarrassed in front of Jiang Chen? Wang Xiaotao's choice was right. The chef's skill is much easier to improve compared to medical abilities. The reason is that she could keep experimenting with cooking.
Xia Shiro had no patience to treat, so she could only understand through books, but could not operate personally. Thus, her medical skills were stuck at the end. Wang Xiaodao, on the other hand, had no such worries. As long as she studied books seriously and kept cooking, she could improve her cooking skills. Soon, Jiang Chen received a system notification that Wang Xiaodao's skills had increased by 0.1 points.
He smiled happily.
No matter who it was, as long as they could earnestly improve their scores, he was very willing. He started the snowmobile and began clearing the wreckage from yesterday's battlefield. Especially those crashed modified vehicles, which lay scattered in Baiha Park, greatly affecting his driving while cruising. Meanwhile, Xia Shiro was beside him practicing her speech with her phone.
Time passed second by second.
After Jiang Chen cleared all the wrecked snowmobiles from Baiha Park, he glanced at Xia Shiro, who was still learning to speak, and said with a smile. Shiro, let me teach you the most essential and profound knowledge of speaking.
I will say it once, and you will repeat it once, okay?
Xia Shiro put down her phone, nodded her head, looking eager with anticipation.
Ah. Wah. E.
Before long, it was noon. Xia Shiro was still reviewing Aoyav, but suddenly they heard Wang Xiaotao scream from the kitchen. The two hurried over to check. It turned out that Wang Xiaotao was too impatient and had cut her finger deeply with the knife. Xia Shiro rushed over, and with a wave of her hand, the wound visibly began to heal.
The speed was just like repairing a snowmobile. Jiang Chen and Wang Xiaodao's eyes widened. Jiang Chen quickly asked. I still don't understand, how many things can these nanobots do? The healing of this wound is too fast, right?
Xia Shiro frowned and pondered for a moment, then wrote on paper. It can be used for surgery and to repair wounds, and it can also be used for health examinations.
As long as there are enough nanobots, I can instantly treat any disease on the snowmobile. Jiang Chen asked again. Why on the snowmobile? Xia Shiro wrote again. Nanobots can only live on the snowmobile. Once outside, they will freeze and break due to the cold air. Jiang Chen nodded.
The various professions on the snowmobile were indeed overpowered.
Wang Xiaodao's eternal fresh warehouse didn't need much mention.
After the apocalypse arrived, aside from canned food, other fresh vegetables and meat would gradually rot. With the eternal fresh warehouse, there would be no need to worry about food spoiling anymore. He could store as much as he wanted.
And leveling up medical skills was even more terrifying. As long as it was on the snowmobile, Xiaoshiro could instantly treat any disease. Wasn't that even cancer and other terminal illnesses could be tackled? At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and said to Xiaoshiro, "Aren't the nanobots able to check health? Can you help us see if there's anything unhealthy in our bodies?" Xiaoshiro nodded. She first went to Wang Xiaotao's side, held her arm, and then used the nanobots to give her a full-body examination. In just a moment, Jiang Chen heard the system announce that Wang Xiaotao's health score had risen by 0.5 points, reaching 9.5 points. Now the total score had reached 42.2 points. Jiang Chen looked overjoyed. Doesn't that mean health scores wouldn't be as important when scanning information in the future? He asked. Shiro, does Xiaotao have any health issues? Xiaoshiro shook her head and wrote on paper. Xiaotao is very healthy, but she has some hereditary defects on her legs. However, it's nothing serious, I have already treated her. Hereditary defects? Jiang Chen immediately thought of Wang Shu. If Wang Xiaotao could be treated, then Wang Shu could also be treated, right? Wang Xiaotao thought of this too, and her eyes turned red as she spoke to Xiaoshiro. Shiro, if one day Jiang Chen saves my father, can you also help treat him? Xiaoshiro smiled and nodded, speaking in an awkward tone. Of course. I can. Wang Xiaotao jumped up happily and then directly hugged Xiaoshiro. Any tinge of dissatisfaction she had with her vanished completely. But when she thought about her father still trapped in the coal mine, uncertain of his fate, her heart felt sad. Jiang Chen gently comforted her for a while. He didn't let Wang Xiaotao call Uncle Wang to exchange safety messages. Because he knew that currently, Li Ziyan and Wang Yuqing would love to find his weakness to attack him. If they knew Wang Xiaotao was Uncle Wang's daughter, they would definitely use this against him. At that time, Uncle Wang wouldn't be safe anymore. Now it was Xiaoshiro's turn to check Jiang Chen's body. She also held his arm, and soon, her little face suddenly turned red. Jiang Chen looked nervous and asked, "What's wrong? Do I have a serious illness?" Xiaoshiro shook her head, her face red, and wrote on paper. "No, your body is very healthy, just a tiny little problem, and I have already treated it." Jiang Chen asked curiously, "What problem?" Xiaoshiro still didn't say anything, her face red. Jiang Chen continued to press her, and finally, forced by helplessness, Xiaoshiro wrote down on paper with a flushed face. Premature ejaculation. Jiang Chen instantly looked awkward, while Wang Xiaotao burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen instantly got mad and grabbed Wang Xiaotao, pulling her onto the sofa and tickling her. "You little girl. I'll make you laugh. I'll make you laugh." "Ah, I won't laugh anymore, Jiang Chen, ha." Xiaoshiro covered her mouth, watching the playful scenes between the two, and directly laughed out loud. At the same time, she felt a bit envious. Since that kiss, Jiang Chen seemed to have grown distant from her. It was not as natural as it was with Wang Xiaotao, which made her feel very down. It seemed she also needed to work hard to pursue a love that belonged to her. Just then, the snowmobile suddenly began to alarm. Warning! Detecting hostile forces approaching. The three of them were taken aback and quickly got up to the driver's seat. Jiang Chen opened the smart radar and discovered a uniquely shaped, large modified vehicle 400 meters away. It was slowly moving on the road outside Baihe Park. This modified vehicle was not like the one that Brother Long or Xia Haiba had. It wasn't just a vehicle with snow tires added on. Instead, it was a completely newly built modified vehicle. It was 10 meters long, 4 meters high, and 3 meters wide. The entire body was made of pitch-black steel. There were also many long sharp spikes on the steel skin, seemingly designed to prevent a collision with their snowmobile. Most uniquely, in the middle of its body, there was a huge chimney continuously spewing out billowing black smoke. Jiang Chen's eyes turned red at that moment. Although it wasn't quite like the last life, this coal-burning steam car was exactly the kind of vehicle the robbers used in his past life. This meant that in his last life, he had been harmed by Li Ziyan, Wang Yuqing, and others. Although he felt very angry inside, he knew now was not the time for revenge. Because of the power and might of his snowmobile, the Li family coal mine had added many features to prevent collisions with their coal-burning modified vehicles. For example, those spikes in thick armor. Although the snowmobile's automatic repair function could slowly wear down these coal-burning modified vehicles, which moved extremely slowly like snails. But it would take a long time to do so. This wouldn't pose a fatal threat to the Li family coal mine. His decision remained unchanged for now. That is to wait until another teammate is recruited before attacking the Li family coal mine. However, even though revenge cannot be sought right now, collecting some interest is still possible. So Jiang Chen directly drove the snow vehicle towards the front of the coal modification vehicle. At this moment, Zhang Chang was sitting in the passenger seat of the coal modification vehicle, dozing off.
Since Xia Haiba was crushed to death by Jiang Chen, he expanded his forces to 1,000 people. Li Ziyan also sent him a coal modification vehicle that made him cheer with joy. This made him the true king of S City. However, in his heart, there was still a thorn deeply embedded. That was Jiang Chan's snow vehicle. Because that snow vehicle was just too terrifying. It could not only self-repair, but its power was also nuclear-powered. He had now understood what nuclear radiation meant. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just a madman who would soon be killed by radiation. And on the snow vehicle, radiation was spreading everywhere. He wished to stay as far away from it as possible. But because Xia Haiba was dead, the resources left behind were simply too abundant, all located in the neighborhoods around Baihe Park. This time, to transport Xia Haiba's resources, he could only take the risk and come to the outskirts of Baihe Park again. Just when he was praying that Jiang Chen would not show up, in front of him, Jiang Chen's snow vehicle slowly appeared in his line of sight. What he feared had indeed come true. He immediately took out the loudspeaker and shouted, "Jiang Chen, we are just delivering goods, we haven't provoked you. Why are you blocking us?" Jiang Chen laughed and replied, "What? Brother Chang, when you and Xia Haiba surrounded me yesterday, were you also delivering goods?" Jiang Chang was immediately dumbfounded. He had only set up some of his men on the outskirts to prevent Jiang Chen from escaping, and didn't expect he knew everything. Could it be that the survivor who killed many of his subordinates back at the library was Jiang Chen? Chapter 34, Beautiful Special Forces Soldier. Regardless of whether he was or not. Since Jiang Chen already knew he had participated in the encirclement, this matter wouldn't be so easy to resolve. Jiang Chang felt a bit panicked in his heart. Although the coal modification vehicle he was driving was warm inside and had plenty of energy, it was just too slow. Its top speed was only a little over 30 miles per hour. It was about the same speed as an old electric bike cruising on the road. How could it outrun Jiang Chen's snow vehicle? So he feigned bravado and shouted, "Jiang Chen! What do you want? My modified vehicle is not like Xia Haiba's junk, it won't break apart so easily." Jiang Chang could only pretend not to be scared, but he was very clear. Even if his coal modification vehicle had high defenses, it probably couldn't withstand the impact of more than 200 ordinary modified vehicles. And Jiang Chen's snow vehicle had not only wrecked Xia Haiba's over 200 modified vehicles but was now thriving without a scratch. How could it possibly not crash his coal modification vehicle? Moreover, with the nuclear radiation on the snow vehicle, he didn't want to have any close encounters with Jiang Chen's snow vehicle. Seeing Jiang Chang's fearful yet stubborn look, Jiang Chen found it quite amusing. He said loudly, "What supplies are you delivering? Leave half for me, otherwise don't expect to drive out of S City with that broken car." Jiang Chang, upon hearing this, cursed silently in his heart. Although these resources from Xia Haiba were not seized at the cost of his subordinates' lives, they were still incredibly precious. Jiang Chen actually had the audacity to directly demand half of what was in his vehicle. This was truly shameless. He was about to lose his temper, but after glancing at Jiang Chen's massive snow vehicle, he held it back. So he turned to his subordinates and said, "You go and throw out the vegetables and meat from the vehicle, let's keep only the canned food." "Yes, Brother Chang." The little brother certainly understood Jiang Chang's meaning. That is to throw all the food with a short shelf life to Jiang Chen. Anyway, they had plenty of these vegetables and raw meat on hand, and they simply couldn't finish them, sooner or later, they would spoil. So giving a bit of these supplies to Jiang Chen didn't make them feel particularly heartbroken. Thus, the vehicle threw down 4 big bags of fresh vegetables and beef and mutton, and Jiang Chen let them leave. Jiang Chen was also very happy. These beef and mutton that they thought would spoil sooner or later could extend their decay time threefold just by throwing them into the food warehouse. What he needed most right now were these supplies. Moreover, Wang Xiaotao would soon be able to level up to 45 points and obtain the Eternal Fresh Warehouse. These vegetables and raw meat would taste much better than those canned garbage under Wang Xiaotao's cooking skills. So after Jiang Chang's coal-burning modified vehicle drove far away, Jiang Chen got out of the car and unceremoniously collected all these supplies into the food warehouse. And after he got back in the car, he maliciously chased down Jiang Chang's vehicle and blocked them again. Jiang Chang was dumbfounded, picking up the horn and shouting, "Jiang Chen, we have already given you half of the supplies on the truck, what else do you want?" Jiang Chen pretended to be displeased and said, "Who doesn't know that these vegetables and raw meat will spoil if left out for too long? You shameless guys wanted to only take canned goods, so from now on, every time you transport supplies, you must give me half." Jiang Chang was left speechless. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen someone so shameless. It was agreed to only take half, yet it turned into taking half every time? Although he did only want to take canned goods with a long shelf life, Jiang Chen's lion's mouth was just too wide. There were only 3 people in his car, and they were about to die due to nuclear radiation. What did they need so many supplies for? Jiang Chen thought left and right, and the only conclusion he came to was that Jiang Chen purely wanted to annoy him. But after looking at the huge snow vehicle, he decided to endure it. So he agreed.
Fine. Every time we load supplies, we'll leave half for you at White Crane Park, okay? Jiang Chen then nodded in satisfaction.
That's better, get lost.
Jiang Chen directly drove the snow vehicle away.
Jiang Chen, filled with anger, had nowhere to vent it, so he slapped the back of his little brother's head.
Damn it! What kind of car are you driving? How could Jiang Chen see it? If you don't drive properly next time, I'll skin you alive.
The little brother, feeling quite wronged, responded and continued driving the coal truck forward. From then on, every time they came to transport supplies for Xia Haiba, no matter how they hid, they would be intercepted by Jiang Chen, who would ask for supplies. And every time the little brother drove, he would receive a hard slap from Jiang Chen and a furious scolding. As a result, the little brother's head had swollen up with a big bump. Until 3 days passed, Jiang Chen's system space and food space were completely filled, and he couldn't store anything anymore, which is why he didn't seek trouble with Jiang Chen.
But before Jiang Chen could enjoy a day of triumph, the snow vehicle notified Jiang Chen with a ding. Ding!
Wang Xiaodao's total score has reached 45 points, nuclear fusion efficiency increased by 10%, food warehouse space increased tenfold, gain eternal freshness ability. Jiang Chen was overjoyed in an instant and drove the snow vehicle to find trouble with Jiang Chen again. He also demanded that Jiang Chen make up for the old supplies completely. And pretending to be absent-minded, he calculated a day's worth of supplies as 3 days' worth. He directly demanded that Jiang Chen provide all of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't let his coal-burning modified vehicle leave. Jiang Chen was at a loss, wanting to cry without tears. He really wanted to grit his teeth and ram Jiang Chen's snow vehicle away. But thinking about the coal vehicle's power, he decided against it. He could only make up for all the supplies. When all the supplies from Xia Haiba had been transported, Jiang Chen then discovered that only a few tons of canned food were taken away, the rest was all packed into Jiang Chen's snow vehicle. He was so furious that he slapped his unfortunate little brother.
Damn it! That Jiang Chen! When you're crippled by nuclear radiation, I'm going to drag you out of that snow vehicle and beat you to death.
Of course, his thoughts would not come true.
Because Jiang Chen's snow vehicle was not dangerous nuclear fission. It was very safe nuclear fusion.
That day, Jiang Chen was bored in the snow vehicle, dealing with all kinds of scanned female information when suddenly the system prompted him. Xiaoshiro's skill score had risen by 0.1 points, the total score had exceeded 45 points, and she had gained 1 skill point.
Jiang Chen was taken aback. Skill points? He studied it for a moment. Skill points are awarded when a team member exceeds 45 points.
For every 0.1 point above that, 1 skill point can be earned. Skill points can upgrade the existing abilities on his snow vehicle.
For example, the intelligent radar. 1 skill point can increase the scanning range of the intelligent radar by 1/10.
Similarly, the system warehouse, autopilot, food storage, and nanobots can also be improved with skill points.
Jiang Chen couldn't help but shout out in excitement.
He thought once he exceeded 45 points, the remaining points were useless. He really didn't expect that the upgrades for the snow vehicle were so comprehensive and could continue to improve. Wang Xiaotao and Xiaoshiro were attracted by Jiang Chen's shout.
Wang Xiaotao, with a curious look, asked, "What's wrong, Jiang Chen? Did you find a suitable teammate?" Jiang Chen shook his head.
Xiaoshiro also stammered, "Could it be that you discovered Jiang Chen and the others transporting supplies again?"
Jiang Chen also shook his head.
Then he explained to them about how reaching 45 points allowed the acquisition of skill points. Both girls looked surprised. Wang Xiaotao puffed out her cheeks, muttering angrily, "Seriously, I thought once I reached 45 points I could slack off and enjoy, but I still have to keep improving." Jiang Chen, a bit speechless, patted her little head and smiled, "It's okay, if you want to slack off then go ahead. After all, these skill points aren't that important. Once you reach 45 points, the improvement is already very significant."
Wang Xiaotao then nodded in satisfaction.
But soon, Xiaoshiro stammered, "Jiang Chen,
I will work hard. Skill points to increase the number of nanobots are very useful to me."
Wang Xiaodao's eyes widened, and once Xiaoshiro returned to the medical room to start studying, she cleared her throat and stood up. "Well, Jiang Chen, I still have a few dishes I haven't figured out over here, I'll make them for you all tonight."
Jiang Chen held back a laugh and nodded.
This little girl Wang Xiaodao really wouldn't give up. That's good, Xiaoshiro's hard work had directly cured Wang Xiaodao's lazy habit. Although upgrading skill scores wasn't as powerful as the full upgrade at 45 points, every little bit counted. These skill scores, of course, are better the higher they are. Just when Jiang Chen was thinking about which function to add the skill points to, the radio in the vehicle suddenly crackled and transmitted a faint female cry for help. "Help, crackle, help, crackle." This is, crackle, official, we are in a critical situation, crackle, whoever can rescue us will be able to, crackle, gain the qualification to enter the official safe zone, crackle, repeat, crackle. Official? Jiang Chen was puzzled. But no matter what, the allure of some official safe zone wasn't strong for him at all. So he planned to turn off the radio. At that moment, the system pinged, alerting him.
Scanning for rescue personnel information.
Jiang Chen was not too surprised by this. Over the past several days, he had looked through a lot of information, at least 800 pieces. But all of them were unqualified. So, Jiang Chen did not have any special expectations for this casually swept-in information.
And when he nonchalantly looked at the score of the female in distress, he was completely stunned. Name, Wang Yaya. Age, 26. Appearance, 8.7 points.
Psychology, 10 points.
Health, 10 points. Loyalty, minus 10 points.
Skills, security 10 points. Special ability, sensitive nerves, able to quickly react to impending danger.
Ding. Wang Yaya is currently the captain of the Night Owl Special Forces team in Long Country, an elite among elites. Except for loyalty, all other scores are excellent.
She is recommended to be a security guard in the vehicle. Jiang Chen stared wide-eyed, shocked beyond words.
This can't be, system.
Although her other scores are indeed impressive, I have never seen anything like this, but her loyalty is negative 10 points.
I have never seen anything like this. Are you not afraid she will get in the car and kill everyone inside? Chapter 035, Misunderstood. Ding.
System prompt, a negative loyalty score does not mean she is completely untrustworthy, it indicates she is entirely loyal to a certain power.
As long as the host gains her recognition, the loyalty score can rise quickly. Jiang Chen nodded. So that's how it is.
In other words, this special forces soldier named Wang Yaya is completely obedient to the official power. No wonder the loyalty score I scanned is this outrageous negative 10. After thinking for a moment, it seemed he had not offended the authorities at all since his rebirth, aside from robbing Long Ge's supermarket. So, he picked up the radio's call device and shouted.
Hello, this is Jiang Chen, the boss of S City. I'm here to save you, please send your location.
In a remote area of S City, a modified truck was out of commission and stuck there.
Inside the driver's seat, 4 armed escort members were anxiously sending out distress signals.
At that moment, a team member excitedly called out to their captain Wang Yaya.
Captain, I received a reply. Wang Yaya quickly turned her head and said. Repeat it for me, let me hear it.
The team member replayed Jiang Chen's call.
Hello. This is Jiang Chen, the boss of S City, crackle. I'm here to save you. Please send your location. The beautiful-faced Wang Yaya instantly furrowed her brows. The boss of S City? That vicious and ruthless Xia Haiba? Or the cunning Taekwon Zhang Chang?
Because these special forces soldiers did not have the habit of surfing the internet, their knowledge was stuck 3 days ago. And they would never have imagined that the momentarily glamorous Xia Haiba could be taken down by a snowmobile. So in their mind, they completely did not take the one recruiting beautiful women everywhere online, Jiang Chen, seriously. Thus, they got this result. But no matter who it was, they felt extremely disgusted. After all, both were vicious forces known for their heinous deeds. All 4 team members clenched their fists. To be honest, even if they froze to death in the wild, they would not want either of them to rescue them. At that moment, a little head poked out from the truck's rear window. It was a sweet-faced little girl. She timidly asked, Sister Wang, is our car not able to move anymore? Are we going to die here? Wang Yaya instantly put away her unpleasant expression and gently smiled. How could that be? We have already called for help from the adults. All 4 team members sighed. They were not afraid of death, but what about the children in the vehicle? Wang Yaya whispered. Ask him again who he really is. No matter what, we must not let these children sacrifice with us. The 3 team members nodded and shouted toward Jiang Chen. Are you Xia Haiba or Zhang Chang? Clarify yourself before we tell you our location. Jiang Chen was stunned upon hearing this. Didn't he already say he was Jiang Chen? How could he be the garbage Xia Haiba and Zhang Chang? So he shook his head and answered. I am not Xia Haiba or Zhang Chang, I am Jiang Chen. Send your location quickly. I, am not Zhang Chang, ZZZZ. Send your location quickly. The 4 of them suddenly wore fierce expressions. Not Jiang Chang? To their surprise, the one coming to rescue them was actually the most notorious Xia Haiba from S City. Wang Yaya's face turned cold instantly. Xia Haiba's actions in S City were simply appalling, rumored to torture a girl to death for fun every day. She really did not want to cooperate with such a person, and even less did she want this person to enter the safe zone.
Captain, what should we do? Wang Yaya bit her rosy lips fiercely, clenching her fists. She truly did not want to be saved by scum like Xia Haiba. What's more, it was very likely the scum had no intention of saving them at all. She believed the other party was planning to rob them. Wang Yaya gripped her assault rifle tightly, her face dark with fear. But thinking of the children in the vehicle, she finally exhaled and said, "Send the location. Even if that Xia Haiba is trying to rob us, as long as he sees that our vehicle has no supplies and that we are protecting the children, he shouldn't do anything too outrageous. This is our only chance." "Yes, Captain." The 3 team members sent the location with somber faces, preparing for battle. If Xia Haiba planned to scheme against them, he would face an incredibly terrifying counterattack. As Jiang Chen received the location, of course, he was delighted, driving the snow vehicle toward the target direction. Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shiro heard the sound of the snow vehicle starting and both came out of their respective rooms. Wang Xiaotao said with frustration, "Jiang Chen, what's going on again? Is that Jiang Chen coming again to transport supplies?" These days, she had watched her food stockpile grow richer and richer, increasing her pressure more and more. Before, when there was a shortage of vegetables and meat, she could just fry a couple of dishes, but now she had to worry daily about what to cook. Jiang Chen smiled. "It's not that, we have found new teammates again." Wang Xiaotao's face brightened instantly, her resentment fading away. Really? This was crucial for saving her father, so she was very attentive to this. Xia Shiro also clapped her hands and asked. "Her rating is how?" Jiang Chen scratched his head and reported Wang Yaya's information in detail. The 2 girls' eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Looks 8.7 points, the rest is a perfect 10 points. Wang Xiaotao was instantly dumbfounded. She was the first to get on the vehicle, and now another pretty one, Xia Shiro, had already come on board. Now another such a gifted player was joining. How could she not feel immense pressure? Xia Shiro's face was also puzzled. Loyalty, -10? Is she going to attack us? For this, Jiang Chen was also uncertain. So he explained to the 2 girls Wang Yaya's background and the logic of the negative loyalty rating. As long as we haven't committed any heinous acts and haven't offended the authorities, it shouldn't be a big problem. Both girls nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen continued. If Shiro's medical ability isn't maxed out, I might not choose to recruit her, but because this is indeed a bit too risky, but now our medical capabilities are at maximum level, as long as we are on the snowmobile, she can't do anything to us. Xia Shiro confidently nodded her head. As long as we are on the snowmobile, even if the heart is pierced or the brain is shattered, I will have a way to treat it. So they would not be in any life-threatening danger. Jiang Chen turned back to look at Wang Xiaotao and continued to speak. Moreover, we don't have much time left. The apocalypse has already passed for so long, and the power might go out soon. At that time, Uncle Wang will be taken by those people to the coal mine to dig for minerals. We can't wait to recruit the next team member. Wang Xiaotao nodded with a moved expression. She really didn't expect. Even now, Jiang Chen still was not perfunctory with her, but truly wanted to save her father. Ding! Wang Xiaotao's loyalty score increased by 0.2 points, earning 2 skill points. Jiang Chen looked at the now 3 skill points and without hesitation allocated them all to the number of nanobots. After all, Wang Yaya's loyalty score was still negative. He couldn't be careless. The snowmobile drove slowly on the road. When they reached the location sent by Wang Yaya, it was already night. Wang Yaya and the others were already shivering from the cold. But they still tightly held their assault rifles, aiming at Jiang Chen's snowmobile. Jiang Chen felt displeased. To say he came to save them. How could he be pointed at with guns? It was truly rude. But considering the other party was a -10 female special soldier, he thought for a while and decided not to voice his complaints. What if when they got on the vehicle, someone shot him? That would be a huge joke. At that moment, Wang Yaya took out a loudspeaker and shouted. What do you need to help us this time? As long as you can save me out, we can give you 2 tickets to the safe zone, or a large amount of survival supplies. When Jiang Chen heard this, a wicked smile appeared on his face. For him, what safe zone tickets and a large amount of materials were of no use at all. What he wanted was the other party's people. However, talking about it would inevitably cause some misunderstandings, but Jiang Chen had to do it this way. So he picked up the intercom to shout out. Miss Wang, I do not want the safe zone tickets, nor do I need supplies, I just need you to come with us after helping you get out. Wang Yaya and the 3 team members turned red with anger upon hearing this. Damn! This bastard Xia Haiba. He truly is a pervert. He actually set his sights on our captain. Damn it! They were very clear about Xia Haiba's methods of tormenting women. One angry team member was ready to pull out a gun to shoot. but was stopped by Wang Yaya. Don't! This damn Xia Haiba, although detestable, but currently he is the only one who can save us. Besides, we still have 3 batches of people who haven't evacuated. That team member calmed down at that moment. Indeed, the luxury RV that Xia Haiba was driving seemed specifically designed for the frozen apocalypse. If he took part in the rescue operation, not only would the people in this vehicle be saved, but those trapped could also be rescued. Wang Yaya continued to speak calmly. We can only take it one step at a time. At worst, just consider my sacrifice. Sacrificing me to save so many people is worth it. Captain. Team members were all in tears. But Wang Yaya ignored these 3 team members and once again took up the loudspeaker, shouting. I can go with you, but I have one more condition. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. Originally, he was wondering how to convince the loyalty-negative Wang Yaya to get on the vehicle. He didn't expect her to agree so easily. This is truly something to be happy about. Don't mention just one condition, as long as it's not too ridiculous. Jiang Chen would agree to 10 conditions. Chapter 036, Wang Yaya's Conditions. Jiang Chen picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted. Speak up, Miss Wang, what are your conditions? Wang Yaya bit her lip, suppressing her feelings of disgust, and shouted. In addition to this truck of people, we also need to evacuate 3 times. As long as you agree, I will go with you. Jiang Chen chuckled. Is that it? He thought the conditions would be much harder. So he agreed without a second thought. This surprised Wang Yaya and the others a bit. You see, in an icebound apocalypse, the hardest thing is a long-distance trek. It not only consumes a lot of fuel resources but also encounters issues like vehicle damage, just like theirs. Once the vehicle is damaged, it basically becomes a lamb ready for slaughter in the freezing cold. Either it turns into an ice sculpture from the biting wind or gets completely consumed by other forces in other cities. To think that someone like Xia Haiba, who reigns in S-City, would directly agree to such a ridiculous request. Miss Wang, you might want to think about how I can help you first. I see that the people in your truck are almost frozen solid. Seeing them dumbfounded, Jiang Chen kindly called out. Since he was used to driving fusion snow vehicles, he genuinely couldn't imagine how difficult it was to make 3 long-distance treks in an icebound apocalypse. But his good intentions were misunderstood by Wang Yaya, thinking he was urging her to get on the truck quickly. Because Jiang Chen was now mistaken for Xia Haiba. Xia Haiba's character was not easily trusted by others. So Wang Yaya continued to shout with the megaphone. I have one more condition, you must agree, or I won't go with you. Jiang Chen was speechless, but he did want to recruit Wang Yaya as a partner, so he patiently called out. Alright. Just say it, I agree. Wang Yaya continued to shout with the megaphone. I won't get on your truck until all the people are transported. If you don't agree, please leave. Her thought was, if Xia Haiba chose to make her get on the truck without everyone being rescued, then what would happen? So she made such a demand. The teammates beside her, seeing their captain say such things, all covered their faces in sadness. Because they understood. Their captain wanted to sacrifice herself to complete the mission and save them. Captain! One team member cried out, but was immediately silenced by Wang Yaya's glare. What's wrong with sacrificing one for the lives of hundreds? Stop crying. If you cry again, I will hit you. That team member bowed his head, quietly wiping away a tear. Then Wang Yaya continued. At worst, you just have to come back to take revenge for me later, understood? The 3 all nodded vigorously. And Jiang Chen, on the snow vehicle, naturally had no idea that the armed members inside were all crying like babies. It seemed that for Wang Yaya to get on his snow vehicle was as terrifying as entering hell. So when he heard that Wang Yaya's request was so simple, he also breathed a sigh of relief and directly grabbed the megaphone to shout. Of course, no problem, Miss Wang. Before your conditions are met, I won't force you to get on the truck. Wang Yaya nodded and had the 3 teammates get off the truck, using iron chains to tie their cargo truck to Jiang Chen's snow vehicle. Jiang Chen also smiled and threw a wire down from the window. Since you all look frozen solid, attach this wire to your modified truck's battery, it will be enough for you to turn on the heating equipment. The 3 teammates connected the wire to their modified truck's battery, still in disbelief. There was indeed electricity in the car. However, thinking about the things that Xia Haiba was about to do to their captain, they couldn't feel any gratitude at all. They got into the car with cold faces. Jiang Chen was completely dumbfounded. He did this just to slightly reduce Wang Yaya's negative points, but unexpectedly, not only did it not decrease, but he was treated with such indifference instead. Damn! There really was not a bit of manners at all. Furious, Jiang Chen ground his teeth. When his snowmobile officially hit the road, Jiang Chen activated the autopilot mode. He, Wang Xiaodao, and Xia Shiro all sat by the window, happily eating steaming hot pot. Jiang Chen was a big fan of hot pot. Especially in the cold wind and snow outside. Eating a mouthful of hot, spicy beef tripe and lamb in the room was a very happy thing. But due to their previous lack of resources like vegetables and raw meat, they hadn't dared to feast on hot pot, consuming those already scarce supplies. Now, however, because Jiang Chen had been robbing them, he was no longer short of supplies. Now they could finally enjoy eating hot pot to their heart's content. The three of them laughed and chatted while enjoying the hot pot. Sometimes, Wang Xiaotao would pick up a piece of vegetable for him, and sometimes, Xia Shiro would pass him a slice of meat. The two beauties seemed to be competing, serving him. He thoroughly enjoyed it. Behind the snowmobile, on the modified truck, Wang Yaya and three team members saw the scene and immediately began to drool. But they kept their faces cold, cursing Jiang Chen. Xia Haiba really is a pervert. Even when going out to save people, he has to bring along two beauties of this caliber. Humph. Those two girls must be really unwilling, but because of Xia Haiba's power, they have to submit. Not to mention, Xia Haiba has a good eye. Look at these two girls, they are as good looking as our captain. The last team member to speak received a slap on the head from Wang Yaya. Ow. It hurts. Captain. Wang Yaya replied impatiently. What nonsense are you talking about? Those two girls are definitely poor girls whose families were killed by Xia Haiba. They had to please him to survive, don't you dare make fun of them. The team member nodded, looking wronged. At the same time, his gaze became colder, and the look he gave Jiang Chen was filled with endless anger. He thanked Wang Yaya. Thank you, Captain, I will definitely not make the same mistake again. Wang Yaya finally nodded in satisfaction. She leaned against the window, took a toothpick in her mouth, and said coldly. If I get in the car, I will definitely get rid of that Xia Haiba and save those two poor girls. Jiang Chen's hand paused while eating hot pot, as if he felt a chilling coldness behind him. When he looked out the window, he happened to see Wang Yaya's beautiful face and frosty, cold eyes. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. Even if Xia Shiro's medical skills were excellent, if someone was beheaded, it should be impossible to save, right? So he took many cans from the warehouse, went to the window, and used a rope to pass all the cans over. He shouted, after the mission is completed, come up for hot pot. For now, take these cans to fill your stomach. Wang Yaya and the three team members were all stunned. Their supplies had long since been depleted due to delays. And the few remaining food supplies had to be saved for the children. So they were already starving. When one team member crawled out to grab those cans, he was surprised to find that these cans were from a precious high-end brand. These cans not only weighed a lot. A famous team member opened a can of beef, and the sight of the meat made the four of them swallow hard. The enticing smell of the beef immediately penetrated their nostrils. The team member who opened the can cautiously said to Wang Yaya, Captain, I have undergone anti-poison training before. Let me take a bite of each can first, and if I have no reaction after an hour, then this food is safe. Wang Yaya nodded in agreement. Alright, Xia Haiba is cunning and crazy, we must be careful. The team member then took a bite of the beef can. The aroma of the beef burst in his mouth, and after chewing it a couple of times, he swallowed it down, looking utterly satisfied. Wang Yaya and the other two team members looked on with envy. The team member then systematically opened all the cans, taking only one bite from each. However, because Jiang Chen had delivered many cans, the taster soon became full. He even let out a satisfied burp. Wang Yaya and the other two team members couldn't help but drool. Time passed second by second, and Jiang Chen continued eating hot pot in the vehicle. He glanced back at Wang Yaya and the three team members' actions on the truck, smiling slightly. It seemed Wang Yaya's vigilance was quite high. She was indeed very suitable for the security work on the snow vehicle. After a while, Wang Yaya and the other two team members stared at the fragrant cans with eyes full of greed. Jiang Chen's hot pot scene was simply too mouth-watering. So when the taster confidently declared that the cans were safe, Wang Yaya and the other two team members immediately snatched the cans they had long coveted and began to devour them voraciously. In no time, they were left with grease all over their mouths. After they finished eating, they lay back in their seats with satisfied expressions. The high-quality cans brought them warmth, slightly easing their originally desperate emotions. One team member picked his teeth with a toothpick and said with a satisfied look, I think this Xia Haiba isn't too bad, he actually dares to give us such good cans. But he was immediately glared at fiercely by Wang Yaya. No matter how good these cans are, they were robbed, killed, and plundered by Xia Haiba. We are eating their cans, not Xia Haiba's. The team member lowered his head, scolded by Wang Yaya again. Wang Yaya continued. Since we have eaten their cans, we must find a way to take revenge. Once I get on the snow vehicle, I will definitely find a chance to take down Xia Haiba. The three team members suddenly stood at attention. Captain, if you need our cooperation at that time, just give the order. You will always be our captain. Wang Yaya glared at them again. Are you all women too? That Xia Haiba is a pervert, how can he let you on the vehicle? If you should roll, then roll. The three team members began to cry sadly again. Because they knew that Wang Yaha didn't want them to get involved in this storm. It could be said that she was protecting them in a roundabout way. So their admiration for Wang Yaha deepened even more. Captain, don't worry. We will definitely avenge you in the future.
Wang Yaha snorted coldly, turned her head away, but the corner of her mouth slightly lifted, while her tone remained indifferent. You don't need to worry about me, just take good care of yourselves. The three team members immediately lowered their heads sadly, their eyes filled with anger as they looked toward Jiang Chen in the snow vehicle. And while the team members on the truck were grieving for their beautiful captain and were very hostile toward Jiang Chen in the snow vehicle scratched his head, looking puzzled as he said. Why is this Wang Yaya like a stubborn stone, unyielding and cold? Why is my loyalty rating not going up even though you eat my food, drink my drinks and use my electricity? Wang Xiaotao swallowed a piece of beef slice drenched in sauce and said flatly. Jiang Chen, did you do something terrible in the past that got recorded in the official documents? Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock, and he replied angrily. Nonsense. I, Jiang Chen, have been a good baby since the day I was born. How could I have done anything terrible? Wang Xiaotao burst into laughter. Just kidding. Why are you so angry? Did I hit the nail on the head? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. In terms of banter, he admitted he could never outwit Wang Xiaotao in this lifetime. This girl could always make him angry to the point he wanted to explode. At that moment, Xia Shiro spoke up.
Jiang Chen. Is it possible that you were misunderstood because you were hiring online?
After all, when she was hired, she also thought Jiang Chen was a scary human trafficker.
Jiang Chen nodded seriously.
It's possible, I did post a lot of ads online hiring high-quality women, so the authorities must think I am someone who was collecting beauties to enjoy during the apocalypse. Xia Shiro nodded in agreement. Then it's no big deal, as long as she gets on the vehicle, the misunderstanding can definitely be resolved. Wang Xiaotao then shoved another slice of lamb into her mouth and continued teasing. Jiang Chen, I really think you are planning to recruit beauties to enjoy, look at you now, embracing girls on both sides, how happy you are. I'm afraid even Sister Wang won't change her view of you once she gets in the car, huh? You little girl. Are you feeling itchy again? Watch me not tickle you to death. Angered Jiang Chen couldn't win the verbal battle against Wang Xiaotao, so he began to tickle her.
Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, Jiang Chen. I won't dare next time. Ha ha ha. Xia Shiro continued to cover her mouth and laugh. She couldn't help but envy their way of getting along. She couldn't stop fantasizing. If only Jiang Chen could treat her like that too. Just as Jiang Chen was heavily punishing Wang Xiaotao.
Wang Yayo in the truck suddenly turned cold, muttering under her breath.
TCH. How disgusting. They are still eating, and they dare to do such things in front of us.
The other three team members also looked indignant. It turned out they misunderstood Jiang Chen tickling Wang Xiaotao as some kind of affectionate act. This was not entirely their fault. After all, the snow vehicle was driving ahead, and they could only see a little bit of what was happening through the window. Moreover, the sound insulation of the snow vehicle was so good that they couldn't hear anything from inside. When Jiang Chen stood up, the three male teammates taunted him.
Ha! Really pathetic, that barely lasted a minute, didn't it? TCH. Trash is still trash, no matter what they do.
Wang Yaya continued chewing on a toothpick, her eyes coldly fixed on Jiang Chen. This instantly made Jiang Chen feel a chill down his back.
When he looked back, he indeed saw Wang Yaya's beautiful face and icy eyes. Oh my! Even at this distance, her gaze is so fierce. If she gets close to me, I wouldn't dare to move. Jiang Chen suddenly felt immense pressure. But there was nothing he could do. After all, the security personnel couldn't be soft-hearted, could they? So he lowered his head and continued eating hot pot.
As it reached midnight, Jiang Chen and the others finished their hot pot, helped Wang Xiaotao clean up, and then went to sleep.
The snow vehicle continued to drive on autopilot. On the truck, Wang Yayao and her team took turns watching, afraid that they might all fall asleep. Xia Haibao will come with a sudden attack. Until the next morning, Jiang Chen looked at the official safe zone location that was almost reached, and cancelled the automatic driving, personally accelerating the vehicle.
During this time, Jiang Chen delivered some canned goods to a few people on the truck. However, Wang Yaya's loyalty rating still did not increase, making him feel speechless.
He was just driving the snowmobile, recruiting beautiful women everywhere. Did the officials really hate him so much?
He also firmly decided in his heart that he would not easily contact the officials in the future.
Otherwise, if he got caught, he probably wouldn't even know how he died.
The snowmobile continued to drive, but when it was almost at the official safe zone, he suddenly stopped.
He shouted outside.
In front is the safe zone you located, Captain Wang Yaya stays behind, others take your people back. The 3 team members were stunned at the same time, but before they could respond, Wang Yaya coldly snorted and said. At least he knows himself. He knows if he goes further, a notorious person like him will be captured directly by us. It seems I expected too much. Indeed, in addition to planning to deal with Jiang Chen after getting in the car, Wang Yaya also thought about whether she could make him careless and drive into the coverage area of the truth in the safe zone. When that time comes, she could directly call her teammates in the safe zone to capture him. Fortunately, Wang Yaya's loyalty to Jiang Chen never increased, making him feel that there was some misunderstanding. Before the misunderstanding was resolved, Jiang Chen definitely wouldn't risk entering the official territory. If he got caught, no matter how he explained, whether he could convince them or not, it would be out of his control. Just like picking up Xia Shiro at the Xia family's villa. He was very unwilling to put his snowmobile into a passive situation. The 3 team members looked at Wang Yaya and said, Captain, what should we do? Wang Yaya smiled and said, You just need to escort the kids well, don't worry about me. As long as I have a gun, they can't get out of the car to catch me. The 3 team members nodded at the same time, got out of the car, and started letting the children off the truck. Each child was accompanied by 2 adults, most of whom were a couple, making Jiang Chen unable to help but ponder. What exactly are the conditions for entering the official safe zone? When the apocalypse came, the officials must have been caught off guard and certainly couldn't save everyone. So, who exactly do they prioritize saving? After the 3 team members took the people from the truck away, he picked up the loudspeaker and asked Wang Yaya. Miss Wang, I'm very curious, what are the conditions for entering your official safe zone? I haven't heard of anyone being taken to the official safe zone in City S. Wang Yaya glanced at him coldly but thought since the escort mission was almost complete, it wasn't a secret anymore. Plus, she needed to know some information about Xia Haiba to plan her next steps against him, so she coldly spoke. In addition to the necessary scientists and high-end talents from various industries, we will also post a lottery game online that only children would play. As long as you win, that child and his 2 relatives can enter the temporary shelter, waiting for us to take them into the safe zone. Jiang Chen suddenly looked speechless. So, as a single man for over 20 years, wouldn't he never have a chance to enter the safe zone? So he asked again. Is that all? Isn't that too unfair? What about those single men and women? Wang Yaya replied. We also have corresponding lottery rules for them, targeting those young single men and women who like to play games. During that time, if they drew a special grand prize in the game, they could enter the safe zone, but this was not something our team was responsible for, so I wasn't very clear about it. Jiang Chen was speechless again. Before the apocalypse arrived, he had spent almost all his time working for Longgu. Where would he have gone to play games? But he could understand the officials' actions. After receiving the news that the apocalypse was coming, their first consideration was definitely confidentiality. Otherwise, wouldn't there be chaos in society before the apocalypse even arrived? He nodded and stopped asking further questions, turning to look in the direction of the official safe zone. It was difficult to see because of the snowstorm. But on the map, it was clear that it was the closest nuclear power plant to City S. It was likely that the official forces were all gathered there at the nuclear power plant. In an icebound apocalypse, only such a large nuclear power plant could be built into a large safe zone, allowing many people to continue to struggle and survive within it, right? As for the coal mines and the Xia family's combustible ice base, they were merely small resource points. They couldn't sustain many people at all. Not to mention that the lower-class people among them would be harshly exploited by the dictator. Jiang Chen stopped talking, and naturally, Wang Yaya would not say much to him either. So she leaned against the window, holding an assault rifle and the bullets left by the team members, monitoring the surroundings vigilantly for any signs of movement. If Xia Haiba got out of the car and tried to capture her, she would definitely shoot without hesitation. Chapter 038, A Sudden Misfortune. Time flew by. By evening, all the departing team members had returned. And they brought back many weapons and 2 unfamiliar people. They were members of Night Owls. Upon hearing their captain was in trouble, they directly followed along. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Among these weapons, there were not only various guns but also rocket launchers and grenade launchers. How could he let such dangerous things be handled by the fiercely loyal Wang Ya, who was far less than 10 points? So he shouted decisively. You all stop. Put down all the weapons. We're just here to pick someone up, not to fight. The 5 team members were shocked at that moment, but since their task still required Jiang Chen, they had to angrily drop all the weapons on the ground and board the modified truck. Wang Ya saw that after the 3 returned, they actually brought 2 of her subordinates along, and she immediately became furious. What are you doing here? Go back. The 2 team members had tears in their eyes, defiantly saying. We received the mission to follow the truck. Wang Ya knew they were lying, but she still didn't know the temperament of her own subordinates.
Each of them was as stubborn as a mule. She gritted her teeth and let the 5 of them get onto the vehicle. Once she sent Jiang Chen the location again, the snow vehicle started and continued its journey. To save time, Jiang Chen did not activate the autopilot. Instead, he personally operated the truck, racing ahead with the trailer. The speed was so fast that Wang Yaya in the truck was directly stunned. Even when her modified truck was at its best, it could only run at a maximum speed of 40 miles an hour on snow. Yet this seemingly heavy snow vehicle could actually speed over 80 miles an hour in the snow. It was almost nearly double the speed of theirs. How could they not be surprised? Moreover, due to the cold wind, the visibility in their truck was low, and they often had to stop and go, unable to reach the highest speed. But this snow vehicle moved smoothly through the howling cold wind and swirling snow, as if it had eyes, never slowing down once on the entire journey. How could they not be surprised? So, they usually took turns driving and needed 2 or 3 days to reach the city, but Jiang Chen drove there in just 1 day. After they picked up the people, they thought he would rest for the night. Yet Jiang Chen once again activated auto-driving and went to sleep. Although auto-driving wasn't fast, it still could reach 40 or 50 miles per hour. With the help of smart radar, it was like driving through a no-man's land at night. He continued to speed through the unfamiliar city with the damaged truck. This scene startled the 2 other team members who had never seen such a big occasion. "Captain, it's the middle of the night, driving so wildly like this, won't something happen?" Wang Yaya also said with uncertainty. "It shouldn't." It wasn't until they left the city that their faces relaxed a lot. When morning came, Jiang Chen continued to drive at full speed. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shiro were competing to keep studying. Because Wang Xiaotao's cooking skill was easier to improve than her medical skill, she increased by 0.3 points and gained 3 skill points. Xia Shiro only gained 0.1 points and got 1 skill point. Jiang Chen then allocated all these skill points to the nanobots. After all, he might face a malicious Wang Yaya, whose loyalty was -10 and was also very strong. If anything went wrong, the nanobots would ensure he wouldn't easily die in the snow vehicle. The nanobots had now leveled up to level 7, and their number had increased by 2 or 3 times. Now, whether Wang Xiaotao was treating wounds or the automatic repair function, they both became much faster. Only then did Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief and continued driving. When they reached the outskirts of the official safe zone, Jiang Chen parked the snow vehicle and told everyone to walk back except for Wang Yaya. For the next 3 days, this continued smoothly without any incidents. Now, only the last batch of people needed to evacuate. This time, the evacuation point was still in the city. After everyone got into the vehicle, strange laughter suddenly echoed around them. "Ha ha ha. You've entered my territory, Lu the scoundrel, and still want to escape? Stay here." Wang Yaya's expression suddenly changed, and the team members all raised their assault rifles. Countless modified vehicles surrounded Jiang Chan's snow vehicle and Wang Yaya's modified truck, sealing them in tightly. They were the followers of Lu the scoundrel, the leader of the riots in this city. Seeing the situation was bad, Wang Yaya immediately took out a loudspeaker and shouted, "Don't move. We are official people. If you come closer, we will shoot." As soon as she spoke, it truly intimidated a large group of people who were ready to charge. But after a while, Lu the scoundrel laughed crazily and shouted, "Ha ha ha. What official business is this? Now this is my territory. What if you have guns? Can you shoot through our modified vehicles? Woohoo! Woohoo! Boss is awesome. The officials don't care about us anymore, let's just take this official." Even the other 5 team members felt the same way. After all, he was just there to help them complete the mission, there was no need for him to risk his life with these people. But Lu, the punk, was a bit unhappy and shouted, "Don't let this kid escape. His car looks really nice. I want it." Many of the little brothers surrounded the snowmobile with strange smiles on their faces. Jiang Chen, however, gave a cold smile and pulled out a walkie-talkie to shout out, "Who said I was going to run away? You bunch of trash have the nerve to think I'd run?" Punk Lu was stunned in place, and even Wang Yaya and the 5 Night Owl team members were the same. Is this guy crazy or what? Everyone thought this way. But then came the huge roar of the snowmobile. Boom boom boom. The sound was so loud that it completely drowned out all of Punk Lu's modified cars. Then the snowmobile charged in like an angry rhino straight into the cluster of modified cars belonging to Punk Lu. Bang! 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 The huge impact sounds kept coming. Wang Yaya was also completely dumbfounded. She had known for a long time that Xia Haiba was crazy. But never did she expect him to be this crazy. How could he dare to charge into a group of more than 50 modified cars alone? Due to the wind and snow, she couldn't see clearly what was happening in the distance. But regardless, she believed Xia Haiba was doomed. At best, it was just a well-modified snow camper. How could it possibly be a match against over 50 modified cars?
She smiled coldly.
Xia Haiba had killed countless people, and his death was not worth pitying.
This just provided her with a chance to escape. So she hurriedly got out of the car and started directing her subordinates to move the crowd away from the vehicle. But just then, a metal rod that was knocked away flew over, piercing her thigh. Her beautiful yet tough face instantly wrinkled. She gritted her teeth, refusing to make a sound. When her team members had successfully evacuated the crowd, they discovered Wang Yaya lying on the ground.
Captain, what's wrong with you? Wang Yaya endured the pain and forced a bitter smile. Just unlucky, you all hurry and go, don't mind me. No way. We would rather die with you, Captain. All 5 team members started to cry.
Wang Yaya's face was already very pale, yet she still scolded.
If you all die, what will happen to the crowd? Hurry up. Get as far away as you can. Captain.
Just as the 6 were getting emotional in the snowstorm, Jiang Chen drove back in his snowmobile. His snowmobile had its automatic repair function enhanced 2 to 3 times because he had assigned all his skill points to the nanorobots. Clearing out these 50 to 60 modified cars was a piece of cake for him. After charging out, he quickly found Punk Lu's location and directly crashed into him, killing him. The remaining little brothers hadn't even started to fight back when they were frightened away by his snowmobile's fearless charge. Thus, this battle quickly came to an end. But when he came back, he didn't see anything unusual with Wang Yaya. He only saw on his smart radar that the crowd had been evacuated from the truck.
So he curiously asked through the loudspeaker. What's going on? Why are people still getting off the car? Hurry up and bring them back, don't waste time.
The Night Owl team members, including Wang Yaya, were all stunned again.
What was happening? This guy actually drove his snow camper to scare away 50 or 60 reckless modified cars? Could it be that Punk Lu was just a tough-talking coward? Scared away by the fearless stance of the snow camper?
No matter what, since he won, then this evacuation mission still held hope.
So Wang Yaya gritted her teeth and ordered. You all gather those people back, we are setting off.
But at that moment, a team member wanted to go to Jiang Chen's snowmobile to ask something.
Let's see if they have medical resources. But she was directly stopped by Wang Yaya.
That Xia Haiba just wants me as a person. When he knows I have become like this, he will definitely abandon us.
We can't do this. Captain. Chapter 039, Recruiting Wang Yaya. Wang Yaya was very clear about her current physical condition.
The steel rebar that flew in had directly shattered her leg bone and pierced her blood vessels. Such a serious injury cannot be treated by a small RV. If Xia Haiba knew her current situation, he would definitely give up on them. If they waited for the thug Lu to come for revenge, they would definitely not escape.
So she planned to directly hide her injuries and let Xia Haiba take them back first.
The 5 team members were all heartbroken. But they could not find any plan better than this, so they all endured their sorrow and agreed.
After they helped Wang Yaya onto the vehicle and gathered the crowd,
they linked the iron chain to Jiang Chen's snowmobile and began to set off again. The bumps along the road made Wang Yaya's face pale, her leg pierced by rebar, blood flowing endlessly. The intense pain was almost beyond her limit, but she still gritted her teeth and held on. The 5 team members around her were all nervously surrounding her, placing all soft things underneath her to try to ease her pain.
But these measures were all in vain under such severe jolting.
Wang Yaya still clenched her silver teeth tightly, trying hard to endure.
She persisted like this until a day and a night passed.
The snowmobile finally reached the outskirts of the safe zone, and Jiang Chen finally smiled.
Because of Wang Yaya's concealment, he still did not know what had happened on the truck.
He took out the intercom to shout outside, calling out to the truck. Miss Wang, I have fulfilled my promise, now it's your turn.
Wang Yaya on the truck, looking as pale as a dead person, was soaked in sweat.
She leaned back in her seat, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and joked with a smile.
Finally, it's all over.
She trembled, trying to raise the horn, but she couldn't muster any strength. A teammate beside her, with tears in his eyes, brought the horn to her lips. She took a deep breath, using her last bit of strength, and shouted to Jiang Chen. Let our teammates go first, I will stay in the car. After saying these words, she lowered her head, sneering, and said to the 5 teammates. Quickly get lost, while my injury hasn't been discovered by that bastard, hurry up.
Captain.
The 5 Night Owl team members all cried as they saluted Wang Yaya, then covered their faces, weeping as they left with the crowd. After a day and a night of jolting, they were all very certain that their captain, Wang Yaya, had no chance of recovery. All they could do now was absolutely not to let their captain down.
After they walked far away, Jiang Chen began to feel increasingly uneasy. Why hasn't Wang Yaya gotten out of the car yet?
When he leaned toward the window, carefully observing the situation in the truck's cab, he was instantly terrified. He saw that Wang Yaya, who often glared at him, had completely passed out, with blood all over the floor. he directly exclaimed, expressing all his emotions, and then jumped out of the car to carry Wang Yaya into the vehicle.
When Wang Yaya opened her eyes again, it was already the next day at noon.
She felt that her thigh no longer hurt, and when she looked down, she found that her thigh had completely healed, even the bones had grown back.
She couldn't help but smile softly twice. Is this what it feels like to be dead? It's quite nice. I just wonder if I can see those sacrificed comrades.
She stood up from the bed, opened the medical room door, and was instantly stunned. There was the young man she had glared at for several days, now eating hot pot with two very familiar beauties. Without thinking, she asked,
"What's going on? You all died too?"
Jiang Chen turned around, and the two women looked over as well, all with faces filled with disbelief.
"You big-headed ghost." The three of them spoke in unison.
Jiang Chen stood up, walked to Wang Yaya's side, carefully examining her before continuing.
"Fortunately, you are lucky to meet us. Do you know how dangerous your situation was at that time?"
Xiaxier nodded vigorously while eating a piece of beef. To save Wang Yaya, she used all her means, even her skill score increased by 0.2 points, earning her 2 skill points.
Wang Yaya was completely bewildered at that moment. "You guys didn't die?" "I didn't die. No way. How could I possibly be rescued back from that situation?" Her head was spinning a bit.
Jiang Chen didn't explain too much to her, after all, she wasn't a member of the snowmobile team yet.
So he said, "Don't worry about that too much.
Just know you're fine now, and I've fulfilled my promise, Miss Wang. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise, which is to join our snowmobile team."
Wang Yaya's head was still a bit confused, so she casually nodded. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and the system showed that Wang Yaya's recruitment was complete. Ding! Wang Yaya's recruitment completed. Attractiveness, 8.7 points. Mental strength, 10 points. Health, 10 points. Loyalty, minus 10 points. Skills, security 10 points.
Total score, 28.7 points. After seeing this, Jiang Chen scratched his head.
Even though Wang Yaya's other scores were top-notch, this loyalty score of minus 10 points was simply too low. So low that it didn't even reach 35 points. What to do about this? At that moment, Wang Xiaodao pouted and said, "Jiang Chen, hurry up and eat. And let Sister Wang come over too, she must be starving after such a long time."
Jiang Chen nodded, just wanting to speak, when he saw Wang Yaya was directly shocked, her mouth wide open. Jiang Chen was puzzled, how could someone be so shocked over eating hot pot? But then he heard Wang Yaya say, her face full of astonishment,
"Aren't you Xia Haiba? You're Jiang Chen? The Jiang Chen who drives the snowmobile to recruit beauties?" Jiang Chen was bewildered. "What the heck? What's Xia Haiba? When did I become Xia Haiba?"
He was surprised, but he needed to clarify this bizarre misunderstanding as soon as possible.
So he quickly said, "Yes, I am Jiang Chen. When did I become Xia Haiba?"
Wang Xiaotao and Xiaxier also wore puzzled expressions.
Wang Yaya's mind was even more clouded.
She supported her head with one hand and sat on the nearby sofa.
No. Didn't you say you were the boss of S-City? How could you be Jiang Chen from S-City? Jiang Chen was speechless.
He had already guessed why Wang Yaya's loyalty score hadn't gone up these days. It was because the radio signals were too poor, leading to him being mistaken for the ruthless Xia Haiba who burned, killed, and looted. How could Wang Yaya, being an elite among elites, possibly have any good feelings for him? Fortunately, explaining this matter wasn't too difficult. Jiang Chen directly found the live stream clip of Xia Haiba's death online and showed it to Wang Yaya. After watching, Wang Yaya's phoenix eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "So, does this mean everything that happened these days was a misunderstanding? You aren't Xia Haiba at all." Her face suddenly flushed. Because this was simply too embarrassing. So, she had suffered so much on the truck, all of it was self-inflicted? On Jiang Chen's snowmobile, not only was there a medical room, but he also wouldn't easily give up on her? She covered her face. "I feel ashamed to face the world." At first, she thought her sacrifice was quite glorious. She set a perfect example for her subordinates, feeling no regret at all. But now, when her subordinates went back to investigate Xia Haiba for revenge, they found out that Xia Haiba had already been killed by Jiang Chen. And the person on the snowmobile was actually Jiang Chen? Wouldn't they feel utterly embarrassed? Could they even hold back their laughter? After all, her way of dying was just too ridiculous. Ding! Wang Yaya's loyalty score increased by 8 points, current score minus 2 points. Ding! Wang Yaya's total score has reached 35 points, unlocking the security weapon vault. Boom! The interior of the snowmobile changed once again. This shocked Wang Yaya, who had never seen such things, and she shouted out loud,
Enemy attack. Get down.
Then, she threw herself onto the confused Jiang Chen, pushing him down to the ground. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt like his neck was caught in a vice and his body hit like he was struck by a motorcycle, with no struggle at all, as he was pinned to the ground by Wang Yaya. Although the feeling against his chest was still soft. Wang Yaya's solid 8-pack abs and the strong muscles in her legs and arms made him feel like he was held down by an Iron Man.
Wait. There's no enemy attack.
An elbow was shoved into Jiang Chen's mouth, and as he struggled to move it away, he finally managed to shout. But Wang Yaya still didn't let go. She held onto Jiang Chen tightly, watching the changes in front of the snowmobile. Between sparks and flashes, soon a room named the security room appeared. Wang Yaya's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Chen and the others angrily. You still say you're not dead? This scene is not something that can happen in the real world. After she said that, Jiang Chen burst into a hearty laugh. Wang Xiaotao also covered her mouth and chuckled endlessly. Only Xia Shiro, who understood this feeling, shook her head helplessly. When she was first recruited, wasn't she also scared and hiding behind the sofa, completely unaware of what was happening? Jiang Chen struggled out of Wang Yaya's embrace, smiling as he walked to the door of the security room, waving to Wang Yaya. This will be your workplace from now on. Do you want to take a look? Wang Yaya walked forward in confusion. When Jiang Chen opened the door to the security room, they both looked inside together. This time, not only Wang Yaya, but even Jiang Chen, the seasoned owner of the snowmobile, was startled by the various weapons and equipment inside. Chapter 040, Transforming the Snowmobile. Inside the 5-square-meter security room, there were various assault rifles and submachine guns. There were even Barrett rifles, grenade launchers, and all kinds of heavy weapons. Next to it, a strange machine was continuously operating, with the words Weapon Factory written on it. It could produce all kinds of weapons and various types of ammunition. Armor-piercing shells, cannonballs, all could be manufactured. In front of the room was a fully virtual battlefield simulator. It could simulate various combat scenes based on choices. Wang Yaya's eyes widened in disbelief, making it harder for her to accept the fact that she was still alive. Jiang Chen looked just as baffled. He knew each room was impressive. But he never expected them to be this incredible. With these weapons, attacking the Li family coal mine would be a piece of cake, right? Wang Yaya turned her head and gently slapped Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen looked back in confusion. He heard Wang Yaya pondering. Wait, if we really died, shouldn't our soul state also not feel this real? Is the world after death really like this? Jiang Chen shook his head in disbelief, directly pulling the still pondering Wang Yaya to their hotpot table and seated her down. He then raised a glass of red wine and smiled at the three women. No matter how many questions Miss Yaya has now, in some time she will understand this is reality, so let us raise our glasses to welcome our new member, Miss Yaya. Okay. Wang Xiaotao was the first to stand up and lift her glass. Xia Shiro also gently nodded, quietly murmuring in agreement before raising her glass. As for Wang Yaya, still in a daze, Jiang Chen helped her lift the glass of high-end red wine worth at least 50,000 to 60,000 for her. Then, all four of them downed their drinks in one gulp. Jiang Chen handed Wang Yaya a pair of chopsticks and continued to enjoy the hot pot with the other two women. Wang Yaya picked up the chopsticks. After hesitating for a moment, she grabbed a piece of beef and finally put it into her mouth. The delicious beef exploded in her mouth with the boiling hot pot broth. As she ate, her eyes grew a little red. She couldn't help but think, if this isn't really dead, how wonderful it would be. Indeed, if one could live, who would want to die? She smiled gently and began to eat the delicious food with fervor. After all four were full and satisfied, she moved to the second floor of the snowmobile. If the first floor of the snowmobile was decorated like guest rooms, the second floor was a place for entertainment. With a gym, game room, chess room, everything was available. But since Jiang Chen didn't have the habit of playing games and the three of them had been quite busy lately, the second floor of the snowmobile was basically in a semi-abandoned state. Wang Yaya touched the dumbbells and weights in the gym and began her daily workout. Regardless of whether she was dead or not, if things continued like this, without missions and burdens, it actually felt pretty good. While she was exercising, Jiang Chen, with a toothpick in his mouth, came up to take a look. But he nearly had a nosebleed. Because Wang Yaya's outfit was simply too sexy. On her upper body, she wore only a tight sports tank top, and her exposed abdomen was not like an ordinary girl who might be too skinny or have a roll of fat. Instead, it was entirely 8 beautifully defined abs. Her abs glistened with a fine layer of sweat from working out, causing her snug sports shorts to perfectly outline her curves. Combined with her delicate features and stylish short hair, even Jiang Chen, who was used to seeing Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shiro, almost lost control. He cleared his throat softly and walked over to Wang Yaya's side. It wasn't that he wanted to get close. But the most capable security personnel had already been recruited, so the next step was definitely to target the Li family's coal mine.
So now he set aside the task of recruiting others and wanted to take this opportunity to work out a bit. This is what is called sharpening the spear before battle, not wasting time. He picked up a dumbbell and started lifting it. Wang Yaya looked over and helplessly said, "Your form isn't standard, raise your arms a little higher and lift your forearms a tad more." Jiang Chen nodded in a daze and began to work out according to Wang Yaya's instructions. But Wang Yaya couldn't bear to watch, so she directly came to his side and adjusted his arms to the most standard position. "Right here, got it?" If the form is not standard, not only is it a small issue for muscle training to be less effective, but if one muscle is forced too hard, it can lead to muscle fatigue, and you'll be in pain. Her attitude was like a training officer for new soldiers. Jiang Chen helplessly had to follow Wang Yaya's instructions and do the most standard movements. One must admit, performing standard movements was not that easy. Jiang Chen was originally able to lift the dumbbells 50 times, but this time he only managed to lift them 30 times before feeling exhausted. Wang Yaya nodded and began to have Jiang Chen work on other muscle groups. She also created a fitness plan for him. From Monday to Sunday, the schedule was packed full, and Jiang Chen was left stunned upon looking at it. With a plan like this, he would surely be worn out. "Miss Yaya. I'm not a soldier who is tough and hardworking. I'm just an ordinary person. Is it really necessary to torture me like this?" Wang Yaya frowned slightly, but after some thought, she nodded and reduced the training plan significantly. Yet it still made Jiang Chen feel overwhelmed. At that moment, Wang Xiaotao ran over, and upon seeing Jiang Chen and Wang Yaya so close, the jealousy in her heart boiled over. "Jiang Chen. I want to exercise too." Jiang Chen glanced at her, fully aware of her little thoughts, and nodded in agreement. "All right, Miss Yaya, please arrange a workout schedule for her too." Wang Yaya nodded and immediately drafted an entire workout schedule. Wang Xiaotao turned pale at the sight. "Forget it, I won't exercise anymore, I'm leaving." But how could Jiang Chen let her have her way? He grabbed her collar and pulled her back. "Hey, don't go, Miss Xiaotao. These workouts are really helpful." Wang Xiaotao burst into tears. "Ah. Jiang Chen, you're bullying me. Ah. I won't play with you anymore. I won't cook for you in the future." Wah! Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud, and even Wang Yaya beside him found it hard to suppress a smile. Finally, she cut Wang Xiaotao's workout plan down to more than half before Wang Xiaotao reluctantly agreed to start exercising. So the three of them began to excitedly lift weights in the gym. Wang Xiaotao and Wang Yaya's forms gave Jiang Chen a feast for the eyes. Although Wang Xiaotao didn't have the firm muscles and sexy figure like Wang Yaya, her skin was much fairer. And the two ample curves in front of her were enough to defeat Wang Yaya's little A in an instant. Especially the mischievous and cute expression on her face left Jiang Chen unable to take his eyes off her. An entire afternoon passed by as they lifted weights. When Wang Xiaotao was completely exhausted, Jiang Chen suddenly heard a ding. Ding! Wang Xiaotao's health score increased by 0.1 points, now reaching 9.6 points, earning 1 skill point. Jiang Chen instantly wore a look of realization. No wonder Xia Shiro's medical skills were already so impressive, yet she still couldn't raise the health score to 10. It turns out that a score above 9.5 needs physical exercise to improve one's immunity. Now it was even more necessary to have Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shiro work out. He shared this good news with Wang Xiaotao. Upon hearing it, she instantly turned into a glum face. She had been thinking about finishing her workout today and diving straight into the kitchen tomorrow. Now, this was not going to happen. Working out actually had to do with the health score. Could she still run away? And Jiang Chen was full of anticipation. Watching Wang Yaya and Wang Xiaotao exercise in the gym was already a delight to his eyes. Tomorrow, with Xia Shiro joining in, all three girls would be working out in the gym. How could this not be exciting? He was filled with excitement. After having dinner, the four of them found their own beds and started to sleep. The next morning, the snow vehicle drove through autopilot back to Baihe Park in S City. Ding! Host, do you want to transform the snow vehicle? Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. The transformation of the snow vehicle into a house was an upgraded function he gained after recruiting Wang Yaya. His level had now reached level 3. The next level of upgrade technology was heavy armor. Jiang Chen was very much looking forward to it. Now, the armor of his snow vehicle. Even ordinary modified vehicles can be damaged. Let alone the safety zones officially established by various countries. Before having heavy armor, that place was definitely one of the last places he wanted to step into. When Jiang Chen nodded in agreement for the snowmobile to transform into a house, the entire snowmobile suddenly became restless. The engine roared continuously. Everything around began to change. And it made cracking sounds. Wang Xiaotao was drooling while lying on the sofa, and suddenly got awakened by the huge shaking.
When she saw the surrounding scene rapidly changing, even with her bold heart, she was startled into speechlessness. The speed of the snowmobile's transformation was quick, like Transformers, and soon it turned into a 3-story small building filled with mechanical texture. The first and second floors, besides being much larger than before, still looked the same as before, while the third floor was raised and completed from the front part of the vehicle. Jiang Chen slowly walked down from the third floor, his heart unable to stop praising. Truly, this is a gift from the system. So damn impressive. After the transformation, the activity space in the snowmobile increased at least 3 times compared to its vehicle form. It became a real small house where people could live. If he could solve all matters now, store supplies, and find a secluded little spot with the 3 girls, how wonderful would that be? Chapter 041, Holographic Simulation. Jiang Chen smiled gently. Just then, a confused Wang Yaya walked out of the security room. She looked around at the gigantic changes and then at Jiang Chen, who was grinning foolishly beside her, slowly shook her head and said, "It seems I'm really dead. How could such things happen in the real world? Sigh, these people don't even understand their situation, thinking that real life would have superpowers?" She yawned, greeted Jiang Chen, her friend in this paradisiacal place, and then returned to the second floor to start morning exercises. Jiang Chen called Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shiro, and they all followed alone. It must be said, with the addition of a high-profile beauty like Xia Shiro, Jiang Chen worked out even harder. The difference between Xia Shiro and the other 2 girls was very obvious. First was her ridiculously stunning beauty. Even Wang Xiaotao and Wang Yaya, who could stop people in their tracks, were completely overshadowed by Xia Shiro. Plus her long figure and fair skin, her exercising posture simply made it hard for Jiang Chen to look away. Of course, Wang Xiaotao was not to be outdone, her ample charms bouncing around while skipping rope ran the risk of flying out. This was also a feast for Jiang Chen's eyes, and he would steal glances every now and then. As for Wang Yaya, her looks required no more words. Though her features had been tanned due to her military career, her delicate face paired with a perfect figure made Jiang Chen drool just looking at her. Of course, as the brain of the snowmobile, he couldn't just admire beauties. He reluctantly averted his lingering gaze from the 3 girls. He began to exercise while studying Wang Yaya's upgrading path. After a while, Jiang Chen fully understood the various functions of the security upgrade through the system's explanation. First was the 35 points for the multifunctional security room, which he had already seen. Not only could it produce various weapons and bullets, but it could also conduct holographic simulation combat. It was quite powerful. At level 40, he would unlock the snow mechanical dog. This kind of snow mechanical dog not only darted swiftly over snow but was equally capable on land. It could be called a powerful tool for modern warfare. Behind it were various types of weapons, fully capable of handling any emergencies on the battlefield. Jiang Chen looked at the introduction, his eyes filled with greed. Reaching a full score of 45 points is even more amazing. Besides a significant increase in the number of robotic dogs, a vehicle-mounted artillery system was unlocked, transforming the snowmobile into a massive war machine. Moreover, the weaponry collection also unlocked high-tech unmanned combat suits. These combat suits not only resist cold and fire but also possess very powerful combat functions. The most important thing is, as long as you wear this unmanned combat suit, you can transform into the Blade Queen, and I am the Swarm. Not only can you command the robotic dogs to carry out coordinated attacks anytime and anywhere, but you can also instruct them from afar to eliminate enemies. With this combat suit, even someone like Xia Shiro, who is not skilled in combat, could easily defeat Zhang Chang, the local gang leader. Jiang Chen felt a green light flash in his eyes as he looked on. However, the issue of Wang Yaya's loyalty remained a difficult problem. She was not like Xia Shiro, a beautiful girl who had feelings for him. If he did anything affectionate with Wang Yaya, it would likely end with a slap to the face, reducing her loyalty to -10. Jiang Chen scratched his head, feeling quite troubled. But just then, the system chimes alerted him. Wang Yaya's loyalty score increased by 1 point again. It became -1 point. He looked over in surprise and saw Wang Yaya, drenched in sweat, smiling at him as she tilted her head back and took a big gulp of mineral water. He quickly understood the reason behind it. That is, true feelings develop over time. As long as time goes on, Wang Yaya will definitely change her view of him. So the best thing to do now is to just do nothing. Over time, Wang Yaya's score will gradually improve. He smiled. Finally, he felt a little less worried. So he lowered his head and continued to exercise. The morning passed quickly amidst the training of the 4 of them. Both Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shiro's health scores increased by 0.1 points each. And he gained 2 skill points. Now his skill points have turned into 5. He also chose not to use them right away. Currently, Wang Yaya's threat was no longer as daunting as it was when it was -10. So he planned to accumulate these skill points until Wang Yaya reaches 40 points, then allocate them all to the robotic dogs. The more robotic dogs, the better, of course. Now, aside from seeking revenge against Wang Yuqing, he also needed to guard against the threat posed by the Heavenly God sect. Because the power had not yet been cut, the biting cold had not truly threatened the safety of ordinary people. The Heavenly God sect, this cult organization, had already spread across the world. And their greatest goal was to eliminate him, the bearer of the evil god's power. This made Jiang Chen take precautions. For lunch, due to Wang Xiaotao being exhausted, everyone hastily had some canned food and bread. In the afternoon, Jiang Chen and Wang Yaya, along with the already worn-out Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shiro, arrived at the security room. His purpose was simple, to use the holographic simulation system to practice how to eliminate the external forces of the Li family coal mine. Specifically, the Iron Fist Jiang Chang from S City. Even though he now had weapons, Jiang Chang surely had also seized the Hat Bureau and obtained a lot of firearms. In a city filled with tall buildings, conducting urban warfare without injuries was basically impossible. Therefore, he had to be cautious. As soon as she heard they were going to battle, Wang Yaya became incredibly excited. She now always thought she was already dead. The people around her, Jiang Chen, Wang Xiaotao, and Xia Shiro, were all her dead friends, and they would live together like this forever. So of course, she would do whatever made her happy. Currently, aside from exercising and enjoying delicious food, the only thing left that interested her was fighting. She excitedly approached the holographic simulator in the security room. Once the four of them were ready, Wang Yaya pressed the start button. Suddenly, the lights in the security room dimmed, and everything around them turned into blue squares, a mechanical female voice announced. Holographic war simulation has started, data simulation in progress, please choose the simulation location.
Jiang Chen chose a neighborhood where Jiang Chang was located without hesitation. System scanning, scan complete, loading.
As the mechanical voice finished speaking, the blue squares around them began to change colors, and soon transformed into the familiar look of the security room in the snow vehicle.
Everyone was a bit puzzled. Wang Yaya tilted her head and said, "Did the simulation fail?"
Jiang Chen silently walked out of the security room, and when he reached the snow vehicle window and pulled back the curtain,
a towering building greeted his eyes.
This was the location where Jiang Chang was currently stationed. The tallest luxury building in S City, the crown of the skies.
Its impressive height inspired awe, renowned even worldwide.
When the three women came out of the security room, they were also stunned by the scene before them. It had to be said that this simulation was incredibly realistic. Wang Yaya turned back into the security room, dressed in snow camouflage, wearing Bluetooth headphones and sunglasses, with an assault rifle in hand. She charged out, her face filled with excitement. Wang Xiaotao, however, continued to wear a bitter expression, being tugged by Jiang Chen into her combat suit. Being quite laid back, she chose a powerful Barrett rifle, resting it on the window, ready to lazily sprawl on the sofa. Jiang Chen was left speechless. Xia Shiro was indecisive as she rummaged through outfits, finally putting on a medic soldier's uniform, grabbing a small handgun, and taking a medical kit from the medical room.
Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction.
He went to Wang Xiaotao's side, patted her protruding backside, and smiled.
"Miss Xiaotao, can you use a sniper rifle? Will you be able to shoot accurately?"
Wang Xiaotao pouted her lips and smiled.
"Just wait and see. Back in the day when I played CS, I was the queen of sniping." Jiang Chen laughed heartily but didn't take it seriously.
It was just a simulation, there was no need to be too serious about it. Inviting Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shiro to participate was merely a way to help them gain some experience, not to force them into battle. In case something happened, having experience from the simulation would prevent them from panicking. Jiang Chen stopped teasing Wang Xiaotao and entered the security room, also putting on camouflage and grabbing an assault rifle. His already handsome face became even more striking in this attire, making all three women steal a few more glances.
Wang Yaya pursed her lips and smiled. "The goal is to take out the enemy base ahead, right? Let's go, my friends, stay close to me."
She opened the door of the snow vehicle, which had transformed into a room, jumped into the knee-deep snow, then crawled forward on the snow towards the building.
Jiang Chen was left bewildered, thinking to himself, "What does my friends mean?"
But soon, he followed Xia Shiro's example and trailed behind her. When they reached the entrance of the crown of the skies, the three of them peered inside. They found the holographic simulation had truly made Jiang Chang's subordinates look real. Some were playing cards in the air-conditioned lobby, some were drinking and playing dice nearby.
They certainly didn't resemble guards on duty. Thinking about it, since Xia Haibao was dead, they had become the biggest faction in S City. Plus, with this freezing weather, who would come looking for trouble? After observing for a while, Wang Yaya smiled gently. She performed a trick and pulled out a small glass knife from her bosom, leaning against the wall, and with just one hand, she scratched a circular mark on the nearby glass door. Then she conveniently put away the glass knife and took out a flashbang from her waist. After taking a quick look inside, she smashed the flashbang against the circular scratch and threw it inside. Chapter 042, Sharpshooter Wang Yaya. Bang! Ah! Damn, my eyes. What is this thing? The many little brothers in the hall instantly became a mess. Having never experienced war, they had no idea about the power of a flashbang and, being relaxed, were completely blinded by the light. But some weren't affected too badly, they squinted hard to see what was happening. At that moment, Wang Yaya calmly pulled out 2 grenades from her waist and threw them into the small hole where she had smashed in. One was thrown far, and the other was close. Clang clang. The 2 grenades rolled inside. Then they heard. Boom. Boom. With 2 explosions, all of Jiang Chang's little brothers inside were overwhelmed by the blast, and the locked door was blown to smithereens. Wang Yaya made a gesture to attack, picked up her assault rifle, and walked in. Behind her, Jiang Chen and Xia Shirua looked completely stunned. They were all blown away by Wang Yaya's professionalism. But the 2 quickly reacted and followed her, one in front and one behind. By this time, muffled gunfire from silenced guns could be heard, as Jiang Chang's many little brothers rushed down from upstairs to see what was happening after hearing the explosions. As a result, they were all shot in the head by Wang Yaya. Jiang Chen hurried over to Wang Yaya's side. Xia Shirua closely followed. The hallway split into left and right, and Wang Yaya made a hand gesture, but Jiang Chen and Xia Shirua didn't understand at all. So, she helplessly said, "I'll go left, you guys go right. I hacked the elevator, so no one can use it. We just need to rush up the hallway and deal with Jiang Chang, these weaklings won't pose much of a threat after that." Jiang Chen and Xia Shirua nodded with blank expressions. The elevator was hacked? When did that happen? Before the 2 could react, Wang Yaya charged up and kicked a little brother running down the stairs, then quickly shot 2 rounds as she moved upstairs. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel in his heart. She truly deserves to be a top-tier elite. This is impressive. But he quickly came back to his senses, and taking Xia Shirua, they climbed up the right staircase. They encountered many of Jiang Chang's little brothers running down, but they were all dealt with by him shooting. Although he had never used a gun and couldn't shoot headshots with every round, a couple of shots would render an enemy incapacitated, and then he could move in for a finishing blow. By the time they reached the 2nd floor, Wang Yaya was already waiting for them in the opposite hallway. The 2nd floor was littered with corpses, all taken out by her with single headshots. When she saw Jiang Chen and Xia Shirua come up, she immediately moved up again. Jiang Chen had no choice but to follow upward. They kept climbing for 10 floors, and Jiang Chen started to feel overwhelmed. Xia Shirua was already gasping for breath. Thinking that there were still over 60 more floors to climb, the 2 leaned against each other, sitting on the side of the hallway to rest. Wang Yaya said helplessly, "You guys rest for a bit, this intensity is indeed too much for ordinary people." Xia Shirua tilted her head and nodded. Wang Yaya charged up alone again. As a man, Jiang Chen felt underestimated, so he gritted his teeth, stood up, and followed her. Thus, by the time he climbed to the 50th floor, when another thug of Jiang Chang was dealt with by gunfire, Jiang Chen was already exhausted, his eyes flashing from fatigue, almost unable to stand. In the neighboring hallway, Wang Yaya was resting against the wall and looked over at the breathless Jiang Chen with some surprise, smiling. "Not bad, my dying friend, you've impressed me a bit." Besides being surprised by Jiang Chen's physical strength, Wang Yaya was also amazed by his ability to kill. It is difficult for an ordinary person without special training to accept killing someone with a gun. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen showed no hesitation at all. It seems he is indeed suitable for survival in the apocalypse. Jiang Chen nodded, resting his hands on his knees and breathing heavily. "You're still impressive, climbing these 50-plus floors without even a gasp." Wang Yaya chuckled lightly, not saying much more. In her past training, not to mention 50 floors, even 100 floors of weighted runs were routine. In this situation, it was as simple as drinking soup. Once Jiang Chen had rested enough, the 2 continued to move upward. When they reached the final floor, as Jiang Chen peeked out, he was suddenly knocked back by a shadow. Then, above him, the wall was being hit with a pop, pop, pop sound from the bullets. When Jiang Chen felt the softness on his chest again, he confirmed that the shadow was indeed Wang Yaya. At this moment, Wang Yaya looked quite disheveled, her clothes torn and a bloody scratch from a bullet on her face. However, these were just superficial injuries, even if it weren't a simulation, it would not affect her combat ability at all. She pulled him aside and said helplessly, "Jiang Chang and his elite subordinates are guarding the room with guns. I've run out of grenades and bullets. Do you have any left?" Jiang Chen shook his head slowly. "I have no grenades left, and there's only a little bit of ammo remaining. I probably can't finish off so many people." Wang Yaya nodded and then called through her wireless earpiece. Xiao Tao, please respond." On the other side, Wang Xiaotao, who was lazily lying on the snowmobile, jumped up and quickly replied. "Sister Yaya, what's the matter?" Wang Yaya continued to call out.
This simulation may fail due to lack of preparation, but as long as you can take down Jiang Chen, we still have hope.
Okay, Sister Yaya, I'll do my best to try.
Wang Xiaotao laid on the couch, holding a barret, sticking her little head out, trying her best to aim.
Wang Yaya then informed her of Jiang Cheng's location and the specific room. After a while, Jiang Chen asked nearby. Yaya, what do you think the chances of Xiaotao being successful are? Wang Yaha smiled calmly. Almost zero. Ah? Jiang Chen looked bewildered. Does that mean this simulation mission is destined to end in failure? Yeah, even if Wang Xiaotao hasn't undergone special training, her chances shouldn't be that low if she aims, right? Jiang Chen looked confused, and Wang Yada helplessly explained. Have you forgotten about the outside environment? The distance of the snowmobile from here is already far, and with the heavy snow, where can she aim accurately? And the violent cold wind outside, even with a heavy sniper rifle like the Barrett, the bullet's trajectory will be unpredictable. For such situations, even our Night Owl team's professional sniper wouldn't exceed a 10% success rate. Wang Xiaotao, an untrained rookie who has never even fired a gun, do you think her chances are anything but zero? Jiang Chen nodded gravely and then asked. Night Owl team? What do they do? Deliver takeout? Wang Yaya immediately widened her eyes. Deliver you a big-headed ghost's takeout. Just as she was about to give Jiang Chen a smack to make him understand how formidable the Night Owl team was, there was suddenly a huge bang outside. The sound of glass shards falling to the ground followed. Then, the cries of Dad, Mom, suddenly rang out from inside. Brother Chang. How are you, Brother Chang? You cannot die. Jiang Chen, who had just been smiling in preparation to dodge a knuckle sandwich, along with Wang Ye, instantly froze in place. Wang Xiaotao actually succeeded. Even the most professional snipers only have a 10% chance of this. Both of them were in shock. Then, Wang Xiaotao's sobbing voice came through the earpiece. Wah! Jiang Chen! The recoil from this sniper rifle is hurting my chest so much. Wah! Wang Ye was at a loss for words. It's just because her chest is large. Otherwise, an ordinary person, without knowing the Barrett recoil, would directly dislocate their arm if they recklessly fired a shot. Jiang Chen, however, wore a serious expression. Xiaotao, how did you do it just now? Wang Xiaotao, rubbing her chest, said proudly. I just aimed and then shot. It's very simple. Wang Ye was dumbfounded at that moment. You say this is easy? This is a task with a success rate in the single digits, even for ace snipers. She felt it must have been luck. So Wang Ye spoke into the earpiece. Xiaotao, shoot again, at the bald guy in the target room. Oh. Wang Xiaotao was very unwilling as she laid back on the sofa again, starting to aim. Meanwhile Jiang Chen asked. Ye, what do you think Xiaotao's success rate is this time? Wang Ye bit her nails, glanced at Jiang Chen, and slowly replied. Still zero. The last success was probably just good luck. Even if I went on, there might only be a 50% success rate for such tasks. But before Wang Ye could finish, there was another loud bang from outside the building, followed by the cries of Jiang Chang's minions coming from inside the room. Bald brother. Come on, pull yourself together. Bald brother. Although the name Bald Brother made Jiang Chen want to laugh, he had already confirmed in his heart. Wang Xiaotao is a real genius sniper. Even Wang Ye was left stunned. Biting her nails and staring wide-eyed, she was completely baffled. Could this be the various superpowers gained after death? She couldn't help but comfort herself that way. Just as both of them were in shock, Wang Xiaotao's voice came through again. Woo! Jiang Chen, my chest hurts so much, it feels swollen. Can you come down and help me rub it? Of course, Jiang Chen could not ignore his teammate's injury and readily agreed. It earned him a roll of the eyes from Wang Ye nearby. Alright. It's time to eliminate these enemies and complete our mission. Jiang Chen immediately put away his lewd expression and picked up the assault rifle with a serious face. Got it. Wang Ye charged in first, and Jiang Chen quickly followed. Inside the building, Jiang Chang's elite subordinates, having lost their leader, were easily wiped out without any ability to resist by the two. Chapter 043, The Snowy Mechanical Dog. Jiang Chen ended the holographic simulation with a light smile. The surrounding scenes began to rapidly fade. When the four regained their senses, they had returned to the security room of the snowmobile. Jiang Chen and Wang Ye had no issues. Wang Xiaotao was still crying while rubbing the areas that hurt from the Barrett recoil. Although she was no longer in pain after coming out of the simulation, she still felt uncomfortable, habitually crying and rubbing herself. This made Jiang Chen want to laugh, while he started to look forward to what Wang Xiaotao had said in the holographic simulation. As for Xiaoshiro, she directly ran out at full speed and rushed to the restroom to throw up. The three looked puzzled. After going over to ask, they finally understood.
After Jiang Chen and Wang Ye left, two of Zhang Chang's minions found Xiaoshiro resting in the stairway. As a result, she shot them all dead. Even a chicken that could play basketball had never been killed by Xiaoshiro, and now she was throwing up.
Back in the real world, there wasn't much improvement. Jiang Chen and Wang Yaya were not very strange.
When Jiang Chen killed for the first time in the apocalypse, he wasn't any better off than her. In the holographic simulation, it could simulate such effects, and he was quite satisfied. If they really encounter danger in the future, dealing with the stress of killing wouldn't be so comfortable. After Xiaoshiro slightly improved, Jiang Chen called the three women and held a small meeting to summarize the insights from the simulation process. The first point was that, except for Wang Yaya, their physical strength was too weak. If they tried to ascend 50 or 60 floors in one go, it was likely that they would be exhausted before the enemy could be wiped out.
So the exercise plan could not stop for even a moment. Wang Yaya listened to Jiang Chen's account and smiled slightly.
Because what he said was also what she wanted to express. Suddenly, Jiang Chen was directly prompted by the system.
Ding! Wang Yaya's loyalty score increased by 1 point, now it has reached 0 points.
Jiang Chen wanted to cry but had no tears.
After tormenting for so long, Wang Yaya's loyalty score finally reached 0 points.
This was a very good start.
Currently, Wang Yaya's total score had reached 38.7 points.
As long as they continued to improve, unlock the snow-covered robotic dog, eliminate Zhang Chang, then they wouldn't need to be so tired.
By the time the meeting ended, it was already night again. Wang Xiaotao prepared a huge table of delicious food for everyone to taste. Wang Yaya was the happiest one.
Because the things that made her happy, besides fighting, were delicious food. But Xiaoshiro had little appetite. It seemed that the scene of killing in the holographic simulation still affected her. Jiang Chen, while eating, leaned close to Wang Xiaotao's ear and whispered.
Xiaotao, does what you said in the holographic simulation still count?
Wang Xiaotao immediately blushed. Although she often hugged and kissed Jiang Chen without hesitation, they had never done anything so private. She glanced at Jiang Chen, pouted, and nodded with a slight blush.
Of course it counts. When have I, Wang Xiaotao, ever said I regretted?
Jiang Chen then smiled joyfully. After so many days, facing so many beauties, he could no longer hold back. Now that he could help his teammates heal, he of course had to seize this rare opportunity. Wang Yaya, hearing the couple's whispers, understood what Jiang Chen was preparing to do and rolled her eyes. But it wasn't her place to interfere with the matters of these two young lovers, so she lowered her head and continued eating. As for Xiaoshiro, she tried to eat while looking at them with deep envy. She wished Jiang Chen could treat her like that one day. When night fell, both Xiaoshiro and Wang Yaya had already gone to find a place to sleep.
Wang Xiaotao, wearing white stockings, unknown whether intentionally or unintentionally, stayed in the kitchen reading late into the night.
Until Jiang Chen appeared at the door, she turned her head and smiled gently. Jiang Chen approached with a smile on his face.
So, Miss Xiaotao, where does it hurt? Let me treat you.
Wang Xiaotao's face was flushed, then she pointed to her little feet wrapped in white stockings.
Of course it's here. Jiang Chen was baffled, wasn't she saying her chest hurt? How did it turn into her little feet? Wang Xiaotao blushed and explained. Silly. The recoil definitely spreads backward. So it went straight to my feet.
Jiang Chen understood that Wang Xiaotao was shy and not ready for such intimate contact, so he only massaged her feet.
He then thought of a story about being worse than a beast. He grinned and directly pulled Wang Xiaotao towards the driving seat on the third floor.
Along the way, Wang Xiaotao's face was as red as a monkey's butt.
I said it again and again. We can only massage feet. Jiang Chen chuckled. Of course. So white. So soft.
By the next day, Jiang Chen walked down from the third floor with panda eyes, while Wang Xiaotao's face was also blushing. It seemed they didn't just massage feet last night. After yawning, Jiang Chen went to wash up in the bathroom.
Wang Xiaotao lay down on the sofa, squinting and feeling sleepy. Meanwhile, Wang Yada and Xiaoshiro got up energetically and started exercising. Soon, Jiang Chen joined them. He began to work out again.
However, Xiaoshiro kept glancing at him, her bright eyes seemingly expecting something.
Jiang Chen scratched his head, feeling confused. Could it be that Xiaoshiro's feet hurt too?
Looking at her stunning beauty, he felt a bit flustered. But he still managed to hold it back. The most important thing now was to find a way to eliminate the armed forces of the Li family's coal mine in S City.
If he couldn't handle Zhang Chang, then there was no way to deal with the heavily guarded Li family coal mine. So Jiang Chen focused again on working out.
Thus, every day he persisted in exercising and simulating attacks on Zhang Chang's base, as well as touching Wang Xiaotao's feet at night. Time flew by, and soon 3 days had passed. One afternoon, while Jiang Chen and the three girls were having lunch, the system finally chimed, indicating that Wang Yaya's loyalty score had risen to 1.5 points. The total score had reached 40.2 points, unlocking the snowy mechanical dog. Jiang Chen immediately perked up. In these days of simulations, their biggest weakness was still their poor stamina, which forced them to rely on Wang Xiaotao to take out Zheng Chang. Although Wang Xiaotao was very stable in her performance and had only missed once after several simulations, Jiang Chen still didn't want to leave matters of life and death to chance. That was too risky. Improving physical strength through exercise was almost impossible to achieve in a short time.
Now, with the help of the mechanical dogs, wasn't it like adding wings to a tiger to eliminate Zheng Chang and his thugs?
Besides, he now had saved up 10 skill points. Without hesitation, he invested all the skill points into the snowy mechanical dogs.
The initial number of snowy mechanical dogs was 3. Each skill point increased the number by 1.
With Jiang Chen's 10 skill points, he directly raised the number of snowy mechanical dogs to 13. Each mechanical dog was equivalent to a warrior not inferior to elite troops. And since Xia Shiro's medical level was at maximum, no matter how damaged these mechanical dogs were, as long as they returned to the snowy vehicle, they could be repaired by nanobots and completely revived.
This was not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. It was like he had 13 indestructible superpowered warriors. This was truly incredible. Jiang Chen was really overjoyed this time.
He immediately called for one mechanical dog to run out from the snowy vehicle's warehouse.
The expressions of the three girls instantly froze.
Especially Wang Yaya, who kept trying to convince herself that the suddenly appearing mechanical dog was part of the afterlife. Jiang Chen ignored the surprised expressions of the three girls and began to inspect the snowy mechanical dog in front of him.
The mechanical dog was the size of a Shiba Inu but much smaller than a husky. About 35 centimeters tall and 40 centimeters long. Its body was filled with a heavy metallic luster. And it didn't walk stiffly like a pure mechanical dog but moved nimbly and naturally, just like a real dog. Its head was not a dog's head but a radar device and camera that spun around, looking very high-tech. As for the weapons on its back, they were even more extravagant. The description read, can spit fire, can shoot, can launch grenades, multifunctional snowy mechanical dog specialized weapon. Wow!
This guy has gone completely crazy in the neighborhood. Jiang Chen was so excited he could barely contain himself.
With this army of mechanical dogs, who was afraid of the Li family's coal mine? They could simply charge in and win. Just then, Wang Yaha could no longer hold back.
A lover of battle, she immediately recognized the war potential of this mechanical dog, and she eagerly asked.
Jiang Chen, what's going on with this mechanical dog? Why didn't you bring it out before? If we let this mechanical dog lead the way during the holographic simulation, wouldn't it easily deal with Zheng Chang? Jiang Chen turned back and smiled slightly.
This mechanical dog didn't just appear out of nowhere, you must upgrade it to get these advanced tools.
Wang Yaya was stunned again and continued to ask. Upgrade? How do I upgrade?
After some hesitation, Jiang Chen told her about loyalty and skill ratings, as well as how different professions could be upgraded. When she heard that Wang Xiaodao's chef profession could unlock a permanent fresh storage, she widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. And when she learned that Xia Shiro's medical profession could heal any injury almost instantly upon reaching the highest level, she stood up from her seat.
She couldn't help but think. This dead world is truly complex.
Such things really exist. It seemed she couldn't stay so comfortable anymore.
She hurriedly asked. What about me? What's the max level for my profession? Chapter 044, New Profession Appears.
Yesterday, the previous chapter went to the little black room, a lot was changed.
If today's plot doesn't connect, you might want to revisit the last chapter.
After some hesitation, Jiang Chen revealed all the secrets about her profession. When he said her rating would upgrade to a mechanical dog at 40 points, Wang Yaya immediately clenched her fists excitedly. Because in her hands, these mechanical dogs would have power comparable to the Night Owl team.
And they even had the ability to resurrect infinitely. Such combat power was truly terrifying.
When Jiang Chen continued discussing the vehicle-mounted artillery, Wang Yaya was too shocked to say a word.
Vehicle-mounted artillery? Didn't this mean she could encounter officials from other countries in the future?
Then, when Jiang Chen mentioned the ability to control mechanical dogs flexibly and the protective suits that shield against cold and fire, Wang Yaya's eyes grew wide.
Are you serious? As long as my loyalty rating increases by another 4.8 points, I can unlock all these weapons and gear? She was already eager for those weapons and equipment. Jiang Chen nodded and then revised his statement.
No, it has now dropped to only 3.8 points.
Because after discussing these, Wang Yaya's loyalty rating miraculously increased by 1 point.
It had now reached 2.5 points.
So what should I do to increase my loyalty rating? Wang Yaya's face was filled with excitement.
Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, but he refrained from mentioning outrageous requests like hugs and kisses. Because he knew this rule required mutual affection. Currently, Wang Yaya seemed to care more about that weaponry. Such tactics would definitely not work with her. If he made such a request, her loyalty might drop instead. What if the system decided to take the mechanical dogs back? That would be too painful. So he changed his approach. Let's leave it to time. As we spend more time together and encounter more situations, you should gradually begin to trust me, and your loyalty will increase. Wang Yaha nodded helplessly. After all, she couldn't betray her own feelings and force herself to trust her death buddy Jiang Chen, so it was best to let things unfold naturally. And Jiang Chen was right. Time truly is the best way to build mutual trust. For instance, the comrades who had fought alongside her through thick and thin. It's only after being together and training each other for a long time that they can safely entrust their backs to each other. Or perhaps her change in view of Jiang Chen. This too is an essential part of mutual trust. There was almost no way to take a shortcut. After Wang Yaya digested all this information, Jiang Chen handed the control of 8 snowfield mechanical dogs to her. And among them, 2 were given to Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shiro, allowing them to have some self-defense capabilities. As for him, he used 3 to patrol around the snowmobile. When Wang Yaya gained control of the 8 mechanical dogs, she immediately excitedly entered the security room to simulate an attack on the crown of the sky alone. Jiang Chen began to sneer. It's almost time, Jiang Chang. Now it's time for you to pay back the debt you owe me. When he saw those coal-burning modified cars, he understood. In his last life, he was brought to the Li family's coal mine by Jiang Chang's underlings. And the security management at the Li family coal mine was all in the hands of his underlings. It could be said that Uncle Wang was beaten to death by them. And he himself was squeezed to death by these people. This time, he must let these beasts know that in this world, some things must be repaid. Click, click, click. The 3-story small house turned back into a snowfield RV. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to drive to the real world to Jiang Chang's stronghold, he saw the smart radar sounding an alarm. Warning, detecting a large number of hostile forces approaching. Jiang Chen was directly stunned. When he looked at the smart radar, he found 3 coal-burning modified cars slowly driving towards him. What do they want to do? Come here to die? He was just about to go find trouble with Jiang Chang, but did not expect them to come directly to him. The coal-burning snowmobiles coming to trouble him this time were sent by Wang Yuqing and Li Zian, encouraging Jiang Chang to send them over. Originally, the Li family coal mine only gave Jiang Chang 1 coal-burning modified car. The other 2 belonged to Li Zian and Wang Yuqing. They sent all their modified cars out and asked Jiang Chang to catch Jiang Chen. Because in their understanding, Jiang Chen's snowmobile was powered by nuclear fission. It had a large and terrifying nuclear radiation. So the true owner of the Li family coal mine, Li Shangyan, gave up on the idea of seizing Jiang Chen's snowmobile. After all, no matter how powerful the snowfield RV, staying inside for a month would lead to death, making it not very useful. This caused Wang Yuqing and Li Zian to seek revenge on Jiang Chen secretly. For so long, they guessed that Jiang Chen and the people in his car must already be suffering from radiation and barely breathing. How could they possibly resist them? So they directly contacted Jiang Chang, wanting him to pull Jiang Chen out before he was killed by radiation, to torture him while and vent their anger. And Jiang Chang gladly agreed. A few days ago, Jiang Chen's arrogant demeanor had made him very unhappy. He certainly wouldn't let Jiang Chen die from radiation. Wouldn't that be too cheap for this kid? But now he understood the principles of nuclear fission and the horrors of nuclear radiation. So this time he didn't lead the convoy personally, but sent 3 of his trusted subordinates to Baiha Park to pull Jiang Chen out. One of them was the bald guy who appeared in the holographic simulation. The bald guy drove one of the coal-burning cars, cursing. Damn! Why does this kind of hard work always fall to me? He certainly understood the horror of nuclear radiation as well. This time, he not only wore a heavy anti-radiation suit, but also brought a nuclear radiation detection alarm device. As soon as the nuclear radiation alarm beeped, he would immediately turn and run away. You all keep a close eye. As soon as you spot Jiang Chen's snowmobile, crash into it and take him down. Then pull him out of the car, got it? The group of little brothers responded in unison. Got it, bald brother. Everyone stared at the nuclear radiation detector. As long as this device reacted, it surely meant that Jiang Chen's snowmobile was nearby. So the 3 cars moved around like headless flies in Baiha Park. This left Jiang Chen confused about what these 3 cars were actually up to. However, he was currently thinking about dealing with Jiang Chang, and now they had come right to him. Wasn't this just perfect? So Jiang Chen drove his snowmobile right in front of one of the coal-burning vehicles and started a livestream. Title: After Xia Haiba is done for, it's Jiang Chang's turn now. His goal was still to make a name for himself. Since Jiang Chen and the others suspected that his snowmobile was a nuclear fission machine, Wang Yuqing, out of spite, had shared all this information online, causing the number of people looking to join him to drop by a large margin. After all, being frozen or starved to death in a frozen apocalypse is much better than being killed by nuclear radiation in his snowmobile.
So many people stopped viewing Jiang Chen's snowmobile as an ark for the apocalypse.
They started having other thoughts. For instance, those women who looked decent began posting online seeking material goods or looking for shelter. This made those who had stocked up on supplies very happy for a few days. Of course, Jiang Chen was not pleased. As long as the rumor about his vehicle containing nuclear radiation spread, his recruiting plan would remain on hold.
Because of recruiting Wang Yaya, his recruitment level had reached nearly level 3. So the system unlocked 2 new career recruitment options. They were survival and science. Survival meant the ability to survive in the wilderness. This ability is quite useful in the apocalypse. If he could recruit such talents, the people in his snowmobile could probably carry out activities outside. As for science, of course, it referred to scientists.
If he wanted to develop long-term, he couldn't do without scientists for various project research.
Jiang Chen was very satisfied with these 2 professions.
But to recruit these people, he had to end the rumors about nuclear radiation online. So this livestream was not only about making a name for himself but also about curbing the spread of such rumors.
He wanted those high-quality women with skills to notice him and come to him for recruitment.
As soon as the livestream started, a large number of viewers poured in. Even though the apocalypse had been going on for so long, as long as the power had not been cut off, ordinary people would not easily perish. So many people were watching online to see when this apocalypse would finally end, posting all kinds of cult messages and looking for beautiful women. When Jiang Chen's livestream started, as an acknowledged owner of the power of an evil god, he naturally attracted a large number of viewers. Among them were many followers of the celestial god cult and those who knew his snowmobile had nuclear radiation, coming to watch his joke. Of course, there were also many women who thought they were still decent looking, observing from the shadows.
As long as Jiang Chen's snowmobile did not have nuclear radiation as rumored, they would sign up to join him.
Thus, nearly 100,000 people suddenly flooded into Jiang Chen's livestream. Various useless gifts were being sent continuously.
The bullet comments were also very lively. Hey, do you think Jiang Chen is going to take care of Jiang Chang in his city? Isn't there nuclear radiation on his vehicle? After so many days, he must have been turned into a monster by the radiation, right? Indeed, nuclear radiation is no joke. It can shatter the DNA chains of a human, making the cells lose their ability to replicate. You could say that Jiang Chen's current appearance is not much different from a walking pile of rotten flesh. See that?
Now he doesn't even dare to show his face on livestream. He must have already been tortured beyond recognition by nuclear radiation. Jiang Chen looked at the bullet comments, then helplessly revealed his healthy and handsome face, and said, "Everyone, there is no nuclear radiation on our snow vehicle. I don't even know how such a rumor spread. Today, I will end this rumor.
Just watch and see." Chapter 045, The Mechanical Dog Strikes. But just then, a large number of cultists from the Celestial God Church appeared. They kept sending scriptures and brainwashing comments on the screen. Humph. The one who holds the power of the evil god cannot be defeated easily by nuclear radiation. To kill Jiang Chen, you must use our celestial god's sword of judgment. You ignorant fools. Ah. The terrifying evil god who brings disaster to the world. Accept the judgment from the celestial god. Those who do not join the celestial god church are allies of the evil god. You all must accept the celestial god's judgment.
A large number of cultists began chanting scriptures together in the bullet comments, trying to suppress Jiang Chen's evil god power. But of course, this was completely useless.
Jiang Chen directly cursed. A bunch of idiots.
Then, without explaining anything, he directly banned keywords like evil god and celestial god from the comments. Immediately, all the cultist comments disappeared. As if, without those few words, they couldn't speak at all. After doing this, Jiang Chen stopped chatting with the commenters and directly adjusted the camera to the front of the vehicle.
At this moment, the 2 women, Wang Xiaodao and Xia Shiro, also noticed the abnormal situation here.
They also came to the passenger seat, looking at the scan info from the smart radar.
Xia Shiro said, "Jiang Chen, do we need to call Sister Yaya out from the holographic simulation?"
After these days of practice, she spoke more fluently, her pronunciation clearer, and her voice matched her devilish beauty, very pleasant to hear.
Jiang Chen smiled and said, "No need. We have 5 snow mechanical dogs.
That's more than enough to handle Jiang Chang."
Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shiro both nodded at the same time. And when Jiang Chang's henchmen drove their coal-powered car forward, they saw the snow vehicle blocking their path. They all looked confused and reported to Bald Bro.
Ball bro, we see Jiang Chen's snow vehicle, but our nuclear radiation detector didn't go off.
Is this fake?
Ball bro slapped his bald head, fought for a moment with the few bits of knowledge in his brain, then cursed.
Of course it's fake. Ever heard of a mirage?
Since there's no radiation, that car must be a mirage.
A projected illusion. You idiot. Got it, bald bro. We'll drive straight through.
Then the henchman drove the coal-powered car forward, while Jiang Chen and the two women were all dumbfounded.
Because their conversation was on intercom.
And the snow vehicle's radio device automatically intercepted their dialogue, letting them hear everything clearly. Even the people watching the livestream heard it all clearly. So the bullet comments instantly became lively again.
A mirage? That's something that appears from sunlight reflection. How could a mirage happen in this heavy snowstorm? Wait a minute, Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen are enemies. If even they say this, doesn't it prove that Jiang Chen's snow vehicle really has no nuclear radiation? Don't panic. Maybe Jiang Chen is just putting on a show again. Don't you remember Xia Haiba's big search? It's not nuclear powered, how can it last this long? Everyone in the live stream enthusiastically discussed. They were all ready to continue watching how Jiang Chen would prove that there was no nuclear radiation in his vehicle and how he would deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen saw the coal truck getting closer and couldn't help but smile as he leaned back in the driver's seat. Even Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shiro couldn't hold back their laughter, covering their mouths. Jiang Chen's followers were simply too foolish.
So they watched as the coal truck crashed into the side of the snowmobile.
Bang!
The little brother driving the coal truck was a bit dazed and quickly reported to Bald Brother.
Bald Brother. This isn't right. Why do I feel like the mirage in front of me has substance? I actually crashed into it.
Bald Brother slapped his bald head, thought for a moment, and then scolded.
Damn, you're really stupid.
Stop being paranoid, you must have run over a big rock.
Go check under the truck.
The little brother across immediately nodded and replied.
You're still amazing, Bald Brother. I almost got scared to death. We'll check under the truck right away.
Bald Brother nodded proudly.
Meanwhile, the live stream audience was utterly shocked by this operation. Is this really the ruthless subordinates of Jiang Chen, the strongest power in S-City? Why do they look like complete fools in front of Jiang Chen? Especially the people oppressed by Jiang Chen in S-City, all looked bewildered. This Bald Brother is one of Jiang Cheng's most trusted henchmen. Usually, whenever he came to their neighborhood, he would take any beautiful woman he fancied. Anyone who dared to resist would be beaten to death. His fierce reputation had already spread throughout S-City. Why does such a terrifying figure look so ridiculous in front of Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen was even more speechless. He shrugged and looked at Wang Xiaotao and Xia Shiro. The two girls could no longer hold back their laughter. Xia Shiro was fine, but Wang Xiaotao was laughing so hard she was nearly honking like a goose. Ha, honk honk honk, Jiang Chen, why are these people so stupid? Really, I'm about to die from laughing. Jiang Chen shook his head, indicating that he wasn't really sure either.
But it couldn't really be blamed on Bald Brother.
In his mind, Jiang Chen's vehicle must have a powerful nuclear radiation.
And each of their vehicles was equipped with 3 nuclear radiation detection devices.
It couldn't all be broken, right?
So he said something that sounded really foolish. When the little brothers in the coal truck got out to check for problems with the vehicle, they heard Wang Xiaotao's honking. They all looked puzzled. As they approached and touched the snowmobile, their expressions changed in shock.
Run! This is the real deal, not a mirage.
The many little brothers hurriedly tried to get back into the car.
But Jiang Chen wouldn't let them have their way.
He directly controlled the 3 snow mechanical dogs outside that were ready to fire at them.
Rat-tat-tat.
The bullets from the mechanical dogs were fired like they were free, with accuracy that seemed to have cheated, barely wasting any shots. A whole truck of people was thus taken out by Jiang Chen because they got out of the car to look for rocks. Then he drove the snowmobile a bit further away and let the snow dogs each launch a shell, completely destroying the coal truck.
The live stream audience was stunned at that moment.
They had thought that Jiang Chen might charge at them. Even though these people had already gotten out of the coal truck, as long as one little brother got back in, he could control the vehicle and crash into Jiang Chen. At that point, those heavily armored coal trucks, covered in spikes, would not be so easily smashed apart.
In fact, due to those spikes, they might directly cripple Jiang Chen's snowmobile.
At that time, even if Jiang Chen's snow vehicle had some unknown magical self-repairing ability, it would still probably become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. But who would have thought that Jiang Chen directly deployed an overwhelming firepower they had never seen before?
Those with sharp eyes immediately recognized it.
It was a strange machine sliding across the snow. Its shape resembled a dog, but it was definitely not a normal dog.
Its back was spitting fire tongues, completely eliminating Jiang Chen's subordinates. This is a mechanical dog. A mechanical dog that can move on snow. My god. Where did Jiang Chen get so many strange things? Wow.
Jiang Chen is truly finished this time. The mechanical dog is the god of urban warfare.
Jiang Chen's snow vehicle technology is simply unbelievable, unlike anything from Blue Star.
At the same time, some people thought about what kind of energy Jiang Chen's snow vehicle had, just by hearing the words high-tech.
Could it be that Jiang Chen's snow vehicle energy is controllable nuclear fusion? Wow. Isn't this invincible in the frozen apocalypse?
If Jiang Chang's little brother didn't lie, then such a massive energy, with no nuclear radiation, can only be controllable nuclear fusion.
My god, this is just too crazy. Jiang Chen, can you tell us the research method for controllable nuclear fusion? So we can survive this frozen apocalypse together?
Jiang Chen was left speechless. Whether it was the mechanical dog or nuclear fusion, they were both products of the system. How would he know how to create these things?
Even if he knew, he wouldn't just tell them for no reason. Wang Xiaotao also pouted inside.
These people are so greedy, how can we just tell them about our things? Xia Shiru also nodded in agreement. Just as Jiang Chen sighed at the unreasonable demands in the live broadcast room,
Bald Brother was getting a bit anxious. He kept shouting over the walkie-talkie. Hey, Xiaolu, are you still there? Why haven't you come back after going out to move a stone for so long? Hey. Don't pretend to be dead. Answer me quickly.
At this moment, Jiang Chen had already driven the snow vehicle in front of another coal-burning vehicle.
Another subordinate's voice came through Bald Brother's walkie-talkie.
Bald Brother. We found Jiang Chen's snow vehicle, but the nuclear radiation detection device isn't beeping at all. Bald Brother was instantly dumbfounded. At the same time, he thought of the fate of their other vehicle. That was because they had gotten out to look for stones and were completely wiped out by Jiang Chen. He broke out in a cold sweat. Having made such a big mistake and lost so many subordinates, Jiang Chang would definitely not let him off easily. Now the only thing he could do was to make up for it. Catch Jiang Chen and make Jiang Chang happy. He immediately shouted into the walkie-talkie. Don't get out of the car. Wait for my support. Keep chasing him, make sure you don't lose him. Yes, Bald Brother. Boom. Ah, what is this thing? Bang bang bang. Ah. Bald Brother heard the loud explosion coming from the other end of the walkie-talkie, followed by gunshots and the screams of their little brother. He stood frozen in place. Hey. Are you still there? Damn it, say something. Hearing that there was finally complete silence on the other end, Bald Brother directly smashed the walkie-talkie on the ground.